Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Kenna. The air in the church is thick enough to choke on. It's a cloying mix of lilies, so many lilies. Their funereal scent is a physical weight, and the damp, ancient stone of St. Bartholomew says. From my place at the lectern, the faces of the mourners blur into a sea of black, a somber oil painting of grief. My hands, clammy and cold, grip the polished wood until my knuckles are white. This is all wrong. Alistair Croft, a man whose very essence was the scent of old paper, whiskey, and roaring fireplaces, would have hated this. He would have called it a maudlin spectacle. He would have wanted a raucous Irish wake, with glasses raised high and stories shouted over the din, not this hushed, suffocating reverence. My heart hammers against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage of bone. Alistair is gone. The thought is a simple 4-word sentence, yet my mind refuses to accept it. He was my mentor, my champion, the only father I ever knew. He found me, a lost girl scribbling stories in the margins of her foster home textbooks, and he saw something in me. He didn't just give me a future, he gave me a past I could be proud of, a legacy I could attach myself to. Now that anchor is gone, and I am adrift in this sea of black. I clear my throat, the sound unnaturally loud in the hallowed silence. My notes, the ones I spent all night writing and rewriting, feel like flimsy, useless things. The words on the page are black ink, but the memories are etched in my soul in vibrant color. Alistair Croft. I begin, my voice trembling on the first word before I wrestle it into submission. To the world, he was a literary giant, a recluse, a genius who built worlds with words. But to those of us who knew him, he was just Alistair. My eyes scan the pews. I see his editor from Bloomsbury, dabbing her eyes with a silk handkerchief. I see his agent, a man known for his ruthless negotiations, looking utterly broken. I see the faces of other writers he mentored. The Croft Colony, as the press cheekily called us. We were his real family, his chosen family. And then I see him. He's standing in the back, near the heavy oak doors, as if poised for a quick escape. He isn't part of the collective grief. He's an island of cold, solitary anger in this ocean of sorrow. He isn't crying. His face, a masterpiece of sharp angles and severe beauty, is a mask of impatient disdain. I know, with a sureness that steals the air in my lungs, that this is Julian Croft, the estranged son, the venture capitalist, the ghost who haunted the edges of Alistair's life, his name only ever spoken in hushed pain tones. Alistair had shown me a photo once, a younger Julian, maybe 16, with a rebellious smirk and the same impossibly sharp jawline. But the photograph did not do this man justice. The man standing before me is not a boy. He is a predator in a bespoke suit so perfectly tailored it looks like it was stitched directly onto his lean athletic frame. The charcoal wool stretches across broad shoulders, tapering to a narrow waist. His dark brown hair is impeccably styled, not a strand daring to fall out of place. He is the physical embodiment of control. My gaze travels over his face, cataloging the details. The strong, straight nose, the firm, unsmiling mouth that looks like it was carved from granite, and his eyes, They are the color of a stormy sky, a turbulent, intimidating gray. They are not Alistair's warm, whiskey-brown eyes. They are the eyes of a man who assesses, who calculates, who dismisses. A faint, silvery scar cuts through his left eyebrow, a tiny flaw in his otherwise perfect, ruthless beauty that only makes him look more dangerous. A jolt, hot and unwelcome, shoots through me. It's a flicker of pure, carnal awareness that has no place here, in this sacred space. While I am mourning the man who saved me, it feels like a betrayal, a sacrilege. I hate him for it. I hate him for standing there radiating judgment. I hate him for making me feel anything other than grief for his father. I force my attention back to my notes, my grip on the lectern tightening. My voice, when I speak again, is stronger, laced with a new, defensive fire. I'm not just eulogizing Alistair anymore. I am defending him from the silent contempt of his son. People called him a recluse, I say, my eyes finding Julian's again, challenging him. But he wasn't hiding from the world. He was protecting his peace. He used to say, "Kenna, the world is loud. It screams for your attention. But the best stories, the ones that matter, they whisper. You have to be quiet to hear them." I share the story of how he found my first manuscript in a slush pile, how he called me personally, his booming voice on the other end of the line, making my foster mother think I was in trouble. I talk about late nights in his study, the smell of wood smoke and leather, the way he'd push his spectacles up his nose and read my clumsy prose as if it were the most important text in the world. He didn't just teach me how to write, I say, my voice thick with emotion now. He taught me how to be worthy of the stories I wanted to tell. He was a father to me, in every way that mattered. The words are a pointed dart. And I know it hits its mark. I see a flicker of something in Julian's stormy eyes, a flash of raw, unguarded pain, before it's shuddered away, replaced by that infuriating mask of cold indifference. Our gazes lock across the cavernous church, and the air crackles. It's a silent, instantaneous declaration of war. He sees a usurper, the girl who got the love he was denied. I see a bitter, ungrateful son who abandoned the man who, for all his faults, would have moved mountains for him. I finish my eulogy, my words about his legacy and his immortality, through his books hanging in the still, heavy air. The congregation dissolves into a chorus of soft, respectful sniffles. A few people even offer a muted, solemn applause. My legs feel like jelly as I step down from the lectern, my entire body trembling from the emotional exertion. As I walk back to my seat in the front pew, I can feel his eyes on me. It's not a look of admiration or respect. It's a physical weight, a piercing gaze that feels like it's peeling back my skin, layer by layer, searching for my weaknesses. The service concludes in a blur of hymns and prayers. I am hugged, my hand is squeezed, condolences are whispered in my ear. But all I think about is the wake to follow. It won't be a celebration of Alistair's life. It will be a battlefield. And I have just met my enemy. He is more handsome, more formidable, and more infuriating than I could have ever imagined. And as I sit here, surrounded by sorrow, a traitorous part of me, a deep, dark, primal part, whispers that the war has already begun.
Chapter 2. Julian, the wake is a goddamn circus. I stand in a corner of my father's cavernous living room, a tumbler of whiskey sweating in my hand, and watch the performance. The air is thick with the stench of expensive perfume and insincere condolences. Vultures, all of them. Editors, agents, critics, and a gaggle of wannabe writers, all circling the carcass of my father's legacy, picking at the scraps. They murmur about his genius, their faces arranged in masks of sorrow, but their eyes are sharp, calculating. They're networking at a funeral. It's the most publishing world thing I've ever seen. My father would have hated it. Or maybe he would have loved it. Who the hell knows? I stopped trying to figure him out a decade ago. It was an exercise in futility, like trying to nail water to a wall. My gaze sweeps through the room, and then it lands on her. Kenna James, the main event, the star of today's tragic little play. She's standing by the massive stone fireplace, a glass of what looks like water untouched in her hand. She looks exactly as she did at the church, a portrait of quiet, dignified grief. Her long, intricate microlocks are swept up, exposing the elegant column of her neck and her high, proud cheekbones. Her simple black dress clings to curves that are both modest and maddeningly alluring. She's a masterpiece of understated beauty, and it sets my teeth on edge. She's holding court, of course. My father's editor is patting her hand. His agent is murmuring in her ear. They look at her with such reverence, such pity. The devoted protégé, the daughter he always wanted. The thought is a bitter pill on my tongue. I watch as she inclines her head, her dark, intelligent eyes full of a sorrow that looks so goddamn authentic it has to be fake. No one is that pure. Especially not someone who attached herself to a rich, famous, and lonely old man. She saw an opportunity, and she took it. It's a move I can almost respect, from a purely strategic standpoint, but the fact that everyone here is buying her saintly act makes my blood boil. I take a long, burning swallow of whiskey. The liquid fire does nothing to quell the cold fury coiling in my gut. I need to know. I need to see the cracks in that perfect porcelain facade. I need to see the ambitious, calculating woman I know is lurking beneath the surface. I wait, my patience a honed weapon. I watch her disengage from the sycophants, her shoulders slumping just a fraction when she thinks no one is looking. She drifts toward the French doors that lead out onto the rain-slicked terrace, seeking a moment of peace. Her mistake. I push off the wall and move through the crowd, my path a straight, deliberate line toward her. The mourners part from me, their whispers trailing in my wake. The son, the estranged one, the capitalist. I feel their judgment like a physical touch, and I welcome it. Their world rejected me, so I built my own. One where success is measured in billions, not literary awards. She's staring out at the manicured gardens, her reflection a ghostly image on the glass. I stop just behind her, close enough to feel the warmth radiating from her body, close enough to catch the clean, subtle scent of her skin, something like jasmine and citrus. Quite the performance at the church, I say, an intimate murmur meant only for her. She stiffens, her back going ramrod straight. She doesn't turn around immediately, and I can see her reflection in the glass, her eyes closing for a brief second as she composes herself. The mask slips back into place. When she finally turns, her expression is carefully neutral, but I see the fire banked deep in her dark eyes. "It wasn't a performance," she says, her voice quiet but firm. "It was a eulogy." "Right." A eulogy. I take a step closer, crowding her, forcing her to tilt her head back to look up at me. I have a good 6 inches on her. I want her to feel it. "The part about him being a father to you was a particularly nice touch. Very poignant. I'm sure it will look great in the papers tomorrow." Her chin lifts, a flash of defiance in her eyes. "I'm sorry you see something so genuine as a transaction. But then, I suppose that's all you understand, isn't it?" A direct hit. I almost smile. "So, the saint has claws. Good." "I understand value, Miss James," I counter, letting my gaze drift down her body before meeting her eyes again. "And you clearly recognize my father's. You attached yourself to his name, lived in his house, and now you've positioned yourself as the chief mourner of his legacy. It's a brilliant play. My compliments." Her nostrils flare. "You think I wanted this? You think I wanted him to be gone?" Her voice cracks on the last word, and for a second, I see raw, unadulterated pain on her face. It's so real it almost throws me off balance. Almost. "I think you're smart enough to capitalize on any situation," I press, refusing to back down. "You're the grieving orphan, the keeper of the flame." Every book, every posthumous collection, it will all have to go through you. You've made yourself indispensable. Unlike you, she shoots back, her voice dropping to a furious whisper. You, who couldn't be bothered to even call him on his birthday. He waited, you know. Every year. He'd sit by the phone, pretending to read, but he was waiting for it to ring. It never did. The words are a punch to the gut, knocking the air from inside my lungs because they're true. I cover the flash of pain with more anger, a familiar, comfortable shield. Don't you dare, I snarl, my hand shooting out to grip her upper arm. Her skin is soft, warm, and the contact sends a jolt of electricity through me. It's unwelcome. It's infuriating. Don't you dare pretend you knew anything about him and me. You were living the life he paid for while I was building something for myself, something that had nothing to do with his goddamn books. He was proud of you, she insists, trying to pull her arm away. I tighten my grip. He kept every article written about you, even the terrible ones. They're in his desk, in a folder labeled, My Son. My throat closes up. I see the folder in my mind, the image so clear, so painful that I have to fight for control. I can't let her see she's getting to me. I need to be the one in charge here, the one inflicting the wounds. A folder! I scoff, my voice rough. How sentimental. Did he show it to you while you were fluffing his pillows and fetching his tea? What else did you do for him, Kenna, to earn your keep? The insult lands. I see it in the way the color drains from her face, leaving her stunning cheekbones stark. Her eyes, wide with shock and hurt, glitter with unshed tears. And in that moment of victory, a wave of something else crashes over me. A dark, ugly, possessive desire. I want to see those tears fall. I want to be the one who breaks her. Let go of me, she breathes, her voice trembling with rage. We are not done, I say, my thumb stroking the soft skin of her inner arm. Her pulse is rabbiting against my touch. I think you and I need to have a real conversation. Somewhere we won't be interrupted. Without waiting for an answer, I pull her along with me, away from the prying eyes of the wake, through a side door and into the cold, damp night. She stumbles after me, her protests dying as she realizes we're heading for the parking area. What are you doing? She demands, digging her heels in. I'm taking you to my hotel, I say flatly. We're going to get a few things straight. The fight in her eyes is magnificent. I'm not going anywhere with you. Aren't you? I stop under the dim glow of a lamppost, turning to face her fully. The rain has started again, a fine mist that clings to her hair and makes her skin gleam. You want to protect his legacy, don't you? Oh, that's what this is all about. Well, I'm half of that legacy. You're going to have to deal with me. The truth of my words hangs between us. She knows I'm right. Her shoulders slump in defeat. Without another word, I lead her to my car, the sleek, black German machine a stark contrast to my father's beat-up Volvo. The drive to the Connaught is silent, thick with unspoken hostility and a thrumming sexual tension that makes the air in the car feel thin. I can feel her watching me, can feel her anger, and her fear, and something else. A reluctant curiosity. My suite is on the top floor, a minimalist expanse of gray, black, and glass overlooking the Port Blossom skyline. I don't offer her a drink. I don't offer her a seat. I just shut the door behind us, the heavy click echoing in the tense silence. She stands in the middle of the room, looking small and out of place, her arms wrapped around herself. What do you want, Julian? I want the truth, I say, shrugging out of my suit jacket and tossing it onto a chair. I unbutton my cuffs, rolling up my sleeves. How much did he leave you? What's your cut of the estate? You're disgusting, she whispers, shaking her head. It was never about money. Everything is about money, I say, advancing on her. He taught you how to write stories. Let me teach you how the real world works. I back her up against the floor-to-ceiling window, the lights of the city a glittering backdrop to our confrontation. Her breath hitches as I place my hands on the glass on either side of her head, trapping her. "He was a good man," she says, her voice shaking but defiant. "He was kind and generous, and he loved you. He was a selfish bastard who loved his own reflection in the eyes of his adoring fans," I snarl, my face inches from hers. I can see every detail of her face now, the faint spray of freckles across her nose, the way her full lips tremble. "And you were his favorite mirror. And you're just like him," she breathes, and the words are a lit match to gasoline. Selfish. Cruel. Incapable of seeing anything beyond your own pain. I don't know who moves first. Maybe it's the way her lips part on a gasp. Maybe it's the raw, animalistic need that finally snaps my control. All I know is that my mouth crashes down on hers. It's not a kiss. It's a collision. It's rage and grief, and 2 years of unspoken resentment poured into one brutal, punishing act. I kiss her like I hate her, my teeth grazing her lower lip, my tongue plunging into her mouth to dominate, to possess. I expect her to fight me, to push me away.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
And as I roll away from her, already feeling the loss of her warmth, the only thought that echoes in the ruins of my control is that I am utterly, irrevocably doomed. But I gather my composure and get off the bed, not bothering to look at her. I want to take a shower, erase her warmth against my skin, to forget the feel of her. There's no meaning to this, I assure myself. This is just a meaningly one-night stand, nothing more. As I turn on the shower and I let it wash everything away. Hopefully.
Chapter 3. Kenna. I wake to the chilling kiss of expensive cotton sheets on my bare skin. For a disoriented second, I don't know where I am. This isn't my bed in the guest room at Alistair's house. This room is a study in minimalist frost. The walls are a stark, unforgiving gray. The furniture is all sharp angles and gleaming chrome. The air smells sterile, of money, and a cologne so potent, it's practically a statement of ownership. Memory crashes down on me like a tidal wave of ice water. The funeral, the wake, Julian. My eyes fly open. I'm alone in a vast king-sized bed, the white duvet a tangled mess around my waist. Sunlight, pale and unforgiving, streams through a gap in the heavy curtains, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. A wave of nausea, thick and oily, rolls through my stomach. Shame. It's a physical thing. A toxic sludge coating my insides. I slept with him. I didn't just sleep with him. I let him consume me. I met his anger with my own, his grief with mine, and we created a storm that left nothing but wreckage in its wake. I think of Alistair, of the eulogy I gave just hours ago, and the shame curdles into self-loathing. I have desecrated his memory. I have taken the purest, most sacred relationship of my life and dragged it through the mud with the one person on earth who despised it. A sound comes from the adjoining room. The soft clink of ceramic on glass. He's here. My heart leaps into my throat, a frantic, terrified bird. I have to get out. I scramble out of bed, my body aching in places I didn't know could ache. My dress is a crumpled heap on the floor, a sad black puddle. My slip is tangled with it. I snatch them up, my movements clumsy and frantic. My skin feels bruised, branded. I still feel the rasp of his stubble against my inner thighs, the bruising grip of his hands on my hips, the weight of his body pinning me to the mattress. I need to shower. I need to scrub him off my skin, out of my pores. But there's no time. I just need to go. The door to the living area of the suite swings open, and he's standing there, Julian. He's already dressed, not in a suit, but in dark trousers and a crisp white shirt, the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing taut, muscular flesh dusted with fine, dark hair. He looks fresh, powerful, completely unaffected. He holds a cup of coffee in one hand, and his stormy gray eyes rake over me, taking in my disheveled state, the clothes clutched to my chest like a shield. There is no softness in his gaze, no regret, only a cool clinical assessment. "Running away?" he asks, his voice a low mocking drawl. He takes a slow sip of his coffee, his eyes never leaving mine. I can't find my voice. I just stand there, frozen, feeling naked and exposed, even with my dress held in front of me. He walks toward me, his movements fluid and predatory. He stops just out of arm's reach, his presence sucking all the air from the room. "I have to say," he continues, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, "you're full of surprises. I had you pegged as a saint, but you make love like a sinner. My father would have been so proud." The words are a physical slap. I flinch, my cheeks burning as if he'd actually struck me. "Don't," I whisper, my voice hoarse. "Don't talk about him." "Why not?" He sets his coffee cup down on a chrome side table. "He's the reason we're here, isn't he? He's the reason you came back to my room. A final, desperate attempt to get your hands on the Croft legacy now that the old man is gone." "That's not true," I choke out, shaking my head. The accusation is so vile, so far from the chaotic, grief-stricken truth of last night that it makes me feel sick. "No? Then what was it?" He takes another step, closing the distance between us. He smells of coffee and that expensive, arrogant cologne. "Was it my irresistible charm, a sudden, uncontrollable passion, or was it just a simple transaction? You gave me a night, and now you're expecting a payout." My blood runs cold. This is it. This is what I was afraid of. He doesn't see a grieving woman who lost control. He sees a prostitute, a gold digger. "I don't want anything from you," I manage to say, my voice trembling with a fury that is rapidly eclipsing my shame. "Everybody wants something." He reaches into the pocket of his trousers and pulls out a slim black wallet. He flips it open, his movements deliberate, insulting. "So what's the going rate for a night with my father's most devoted disciple? 1,000? 5? I want to make sure I'm compensating you fairly for your very enthusiastic services." I finally find my strength. Fueled by a rage so pure it burns away my fear, I swing my hand and slap him across the face. The crack of my palm against his cheek echoes in the silent room. It's not a powerful blow, but it's satisfying. A bright red mark blooms on his skin. He doesn't even flinch. He just slowly turns his head back to look at me, and the coldness in his eyes intensifies into a glacial freeze. A slow, dangerous smile spreads over his lips. "There she is," he murmurs, his voice soft and menacing. "The fighter. I knew you were in there somewhere." He raises a hand and gently touches the red mark on his cheek. "That will cost you extra." That's it. I'm done. Without another word, I turn and bolt. I run into the ensuite bathroom, slamming and locking the door behind me. My hands are shaking so violently I can barely hold my clothes. I dress in a frenzy, not caring that my dress is wrinkled, that I don't have a bra. I just need to be covered. I splash cold water on my face, staring at my reflection in the mirror. My eyes are puffy, my lips are swollen, and there's a faint, telltale bruising on my neck, the mark of his possession. I feel his presence on the other side of the door, a silent, looming threat. I hold my breath, waiting. But he doesn't try the handle. He doesn't speak. After a moment, I hear his footsteps walking away. Taking my chance, I unlock the door, creep out of the bathroom, and snatch my purse from the chair where I left it. I don't look back. I flee the suite, run down the hallway, and jab the button for the elevator, my heart hammering against my ribs. The walk through the opulent hotel lobby is the longest walk of my life. I feel the eyes of the immaculately dressed staff on me. My wrinkled dress and bare face, a clear sign of a walk of shame. I keep my head held high, my expression a mask of stone, and I don't stop until I'm outside, the cold, damp port blossom air hitting my face like a benediction. I hail a cab and give the driver Alistair's address, sinking into the worn leather of the back seat. The city flies by in a blur of buildings and red buses, but I see none of it. I only see Julian's face, his cruel smirk, his accusing eyes. When I arrive at Alistair's house, it's silent. Maria, the housekeeper, must be out. The house feels like a tomb now, empty of his booming laughter, his shuffling footsteps. I let myself in and go straight to his study. This was my sanctuary. This is where I will heal. The room is exactly as he left it. Stacks of books teeter on every surface. Notes are scribbled on napkins and the backs of envelopes. The air still holds the faint, sweet scent of his pipe tobacco. It smells like home. It smells like forgiveness. I need a task. I need something to do with my hands, something to occupy my mind. My eyes land on the massive oak desk, piled high with manuscripts, letters, and research papers. It's a chaotic mess he was always meaning to organize. This is what I will do. I will put his life in order. I will create a perfect cataloged archive of his genius. I will bury the memory of last night under the weight of his father's words. I spend the rest of the day in that room, working with a feverish intensity. I sort letters by date. I stack manuscripts into neat piles. I label folders with my precise academic script. With every paper I touch, I feel closer to Alistair and further from Julian. This is real. This is what matters. The words, the stories, the legacy. Not the ugly, brutish collision of two grieving bodies in a sterile hotel room. By the time evening falls, I am bone weary. Maria has come and gone, leaving a tray with a sandwich and a pot of tea outside the study door, which I've barely touched. My back aches. My eyes burn from reading his tiny, spidery handwriting, but my mind is blessedly, mercifully blank. I retreat to my room, shower for a long, long time, scrubbing my skin until it's raw, and fall into bed. I'm so tired. I just want to sleep. I just want oblivion. But as I lie in the darkness, suspended between exhaustion and sleep, my body betrays me. My mind might want to forget, but my body remembers. A phantom heat spreads through my limbs. I can feel the ghost of his weight on top of me, the hard planes of his body pressing me into the mattress. I can feel the scrape of his teeth on my lower lip, the possessive plunge of his tongue. My skin tingles with the memory of his hands, not gentle but sure, demanding, learning every curve and hollow of my body. A traitorous, involuntary tremor runs through me as I remember the feeling of him inside me, a brutal, perfect fit. The friction and the heat, and the way my own body arched to meet his, betraying every rational thought in my head. A sob escapes my lips, raw and broken in the silent room. I curl into a tight ball, wrapping my arms around my stomach. He was right. I'm a sinner. And my penance, I know, is just beginning. Chapter 4. Kenna. 6 weeks have passed since the funeral. 6 weeks since I fled that sterile hotel suite in Boston. Julian's cruel words branding my soul. I have poured every second of that time into Alastair's study, transforming it from a place of chaotic genius into a meticulously organized archive. It's my penance, my sanctuary. The house, a sprawling shingle-style estate, perched on a cliff overlooking the Atlantic, has become my entire world. The scent of old paper, sea salt, and wood smoke is the only air I breathe. The rustle of manuscripts and the distant cry of gulls are the only sounds I hear. I have created order from Alastair's chaos. My neat labels and color-coded files, a stark contrast to the swirling turmoil inside me. I work until my fingers are stained with ink and my back aches, seeking the blessed oblivion of physical exhaustion. It's the only way to keep the nights at bay, to silence the phantom whispers of my body's memory. Most days, it works. Today is not most days. A wave of nausea hits me so suddenly, so violently, that I have to grip the edge of the heavy oak desk to keep from swaying. My stomach churns, a bitter, acidic taste rising in the back of my throat. I close my eyes, breathing slowly through my nose, watching the swirling gray mist outside the window, waiting for the feeling to pass. Kenna, child, are you all right? I open my eyes to see Maria standing in the doorway, a tray in her hands. She's a small, sturdy woman in her late 50s, her dark hair pulled back in a neat bun, and her warm brown eyes full of a concern that I've come to cherish. She was Alastair's housekeeper for 20 years, but in the last 6 weeks, she has become my quiet, steadfast guardian here in Port Blossom. I'm fine, Maria. I lie, forcing a smile that feels brittle. Just stood up too quickly? She clucks her tongue, her gaze sharp and knowing as she sets the tray down on a cleared corner of the desk, a steaming mug of peppermint tea and a plate of toast. My stomach lurches again at the sight of the food. You are not fine, she says. Her voice, a gentle New England melody, holds no room for argument. You are pale. You are tired. You have been working in this tomb for weeks. You need fresh air. You need proper food, not just toast and tea. I'm not hungry, I murmur, pushing the plate away gently. Of course you are not hungry. You are grieving, she says, her voice softening with sympathy. She places a warm, work-roughened hand on my shoulder. But Alastair would not want you to waste away. He would want you to live. Her kindness is a balm, but it also makes the lie I'm living feel heavier. I am grieving, but this bone-deep weariness, this persistent nausea that has plagued me for the last 2 weeks, it feels like something else. I've been blaming it on stress, on grief, on the endless, dusty work, but a small, cold knot of dread has been tightening in my gut. I'll take a walk later, I promise, just to appease her. She gives my shoulder a final comforting squeeze. You see that you do. As she turns to leave, she pauses in the doorway. And you should see a doctor, Kenna. This is not just grief. The body, it knows things the mind does not want to see. Her words hover in the air long after she's gone. The body knows things the mind does not want to see. My hand drifts down to my stomach, resting on the flat plane beneath my sweater. It's impossible. It was one night. A night fueled by whiskey and rage, and a grief so profound it felt like a temporary madness. Things like this don't happen, not from one mistake, but the nausea is real. The exhaustion that feels like lead in my veins is real, and the fact that my period, usually as regular as clockwork, is now 2 weeks late, that is terrifyingly real. My gaze falls on the calendar on Alastair's desk. I trace the dates with a trembling finger. 6 weeks. Exactly 6 weeks since that night in Boston. The room suddenly feels small, suffocating. The walls are closing in. I push back from the desk, my chair scraping harshly against the floorboards. I need air. I need to know. I grab my coat and purse, my movements jerky and uncoordinated. I mumble something to Maria about needing to run an errand as I hurry out of the house, ignoring her worried call behind me. The keys to Alistair's old Volvo wagon feel heavy in my hand. The drive to the pharmacy is a blur. The familiar winding coastal road feels alien. The faces of the locals I pass like distorted masks. Every boutique window seems to display tiny nautical-themed baby clothes. Every other woman on the street seems to be pregnant. Their round bellies a mocking testament to my own rising panic. Inside the pharmacy, I feel like a criminal. I grab a box from the shelf without looking at the brand, my cheeks burning with shame. I pay in cash, avoiding the kind, crinkly eyes of old Mr. Henderson behind the counter, and clutch the small paper bag to my chest like it contains a bomb. Back in the house, I lock myself in my bathroom, the one place that feels solely mine, untouched by Alistair's memory or Julian's ghost. My hands are shaking so badly I can barely open the box. The instructions on the leaflet swim before my eyes. I follow the steps, my heart pounding a frantic, deafening rhythm against my ribs. And then comes the wait. 3 minutes. The longest 3 minutes of my life. I pace the small space, from the clawfoot tub to the door and back again, my arms wrapped tightly around myself. I stare at the little white stick sitting on the edge of the pedestal sink, a tiny oracle that holds my entire future. Please be negative. Please, please, please be negative. I will do anything. I will be better. I will eat properly. I will go outside. I will stop hiding. Just please let this be a mistake, a cruel trick of grief and stress. My mind flashes to Julian, to his cold, contemptuous face in the morning light. What's the going rate? The memory is a splash of ice water, hardening my resolve. This cannot be happening. I cannot be tied to that man, to his cruelty, to his cynicism. I cannot bring a child into that. The timer on my phone buzzes, the sound like a gunshot in the silent house. My feet feel like they're encased in lead. I force myself to walk to the sink, to look down at the plastic stick. 2 lines, not faint, not ambiguous. 2 stark, bold, undeniable pink lines, positive. The air leaves my lungs in a whoosh. My legs give out, and I slide down the wall to sit on the cold tile floor. The test clutched in my hand. The world tilts, the edges of my vision going fuzzy. Pregnant. I am pregnant. A hysterical laugh bubbles up in my throat. It's a harsh, broken sound, pregnant with the child of a man I despise, a man who thinks I'm a gold digger, a man who would see this child not as a miracle but as a weapon. A pawn in a game I never wanted to play. My mind races, a chaotic whirlwind of fear and panic. What do? What are my options? No, I can't even think the word. I look down at my flat stomach, and my hand instinctively covers it, a primal, protective gesture that surprises me with its ferocity. There is a life inside me, a tiny, innocent life, a part of me, a part of Alistair's legacy in a way he never could have imagined, and a part of Julian. The thought is a physical blow. This child will have his stormy gray eyes, his dark, unruly hair, his stubborn jaw. How can I look at this baby every day and not see the man who wounded me so deeply? But then I think of the alternative. Telling him. I picture his face. The initial shock, quickly replaced by suspicion. The cold, calculating assessment in his eyes. He wouldn't see a child. He would see a liability, a complication, a scheme. He would accuse me of trapping him, of trying to secure my place in the Croft fortune. He would want lawyers and contracts and paternity tests. He would try to control everything, to sanitize the situation, to manage the problem. He would never, ever believe that this child was conceived in a moment of shared, broken humanity. He would only see a transaction, and he would teach our child that they were the result of one. No. The single word solidifies in my mind, clear and hard as a diamond. No, he will never know. This child deserves better than that. This child deserves to be wanted, to be loved without condition, without suspicion, to be protected from the bitterness and cynicism that has poisoned Julian's soul. I will do it alone. The decision doesn't erase the fear, but it gives it a purpose, a direction. The terror coalesces into a fierce protective resolve. I have been alone before. I grew up in the system, moving from house to house. My only companions, the characters in the books I read. I survived. I know how to be strong. I know how to build a life from nothing. I will do it again. For my child. I stand up, my legs still shaky, but my purpose firm. I look at my reflection in the mirror. The same face looks back at me, but everything is different. The grief is still there, but it's no longer the only thing I see. There is a new light in my eyes, a warrior's light. I walk back into the study, the little white stick still in my hand. I sit at Alistair's desk and open my laptop. The half-finished catalog of his work is still on the screen. I minimize the window. I open a new one and type into the search bar, "Best places to live for single mothers, USA." Then I delete it and type again. Cottages for rent, down East Maine. I will leave Port Blossom. I will leave the Croft name and its complicated, painful legacy behind. I will find a quiet place further up the coast, a place where no one knows me, a place where I can write, and where my child can grow up surrounded by the rugged peace of the sea, not ghosts and recriminations. My hand rests on my stomach again. "It's just you and me, little one," I whisper to the silent, empty room. And I promise, that will be more than enough.
Chapter 5. Julian. The view from my office on the 54th floor is a testament to power. The city of Boston sprawls below me, a complex network of glass and steel, its arteries clogged with the lives of people I will never meet. From up here, it's all just a map, a territory, and I am its king. My world is one of clean lines, hard data, and quantifiable results. The office reflects this. It's an expanse of Italian marble, chrome, and smoked glass. The only art on the wall is a live feed stock ticker. Its glowing green and red numbers the only poetry I need. Control. Precision. That's what I've built my empire on. The final offer stands at $1.2 billion, with a 20% stock transfer. They have until 5 p.m. to accept my voice as calm, measured, betraying none of the predatory thrill coursing through my veins. Across the massive black marble desk, the board members of Omnicorp squirm in their seats. They're old money. Dinosaurs who think business is done with a handshake and a round of golf. They're about to be devoured and they don't even see the teeth. That's an aggressive valuation, Mr. Croft, says the chairman, a portly man named Henderson, whose face is the color of a ripe plum. It's an accurate valuation, I correct him smoothly. Your company is bleeding talent. Your Q3 projections are a fantasy. And your primary competitor, the one I happen to own, is set to launch a product that will make your flagship technology obsolete in 6 months. I lean back in my leather throne, steepling my fingers. Frankly, Henderson, I'm being generous. This is a rescue mission, not a negotiation. The silence that follows is thick with their impotent fury. I live for moments like this. The kill, the absolute certainty of victory. This is my art form, not dusty books and maudlin poetry. This is real, tangible. My private line buzzes, a discreet chime that cuts through the tension. Only my executive assistant Evelyn has this number. She knows better than to interrupt me unless the building is on fire. I press the speaker button. What is it, Evelyn? My apologies for the interruption, Mr. Croft. Her voice is crisp, professional, but I can hear an uncharacteristic edge to it. But this is time-sensitive. I'm sending it to your tablet now. I glance at the tablet embedded in my desk. A news alert from the New York Times literary section flashes onto the screen. I feel a familiar wave of annoyance. Disgraced journalist Victor Thorne to publish explosive, unauthorized biography of literary giant Alistair Croft. Victor Thorne. I remember the name. A washed-up hack my father exposed for plagiarism years ago. The man's been dining out on his grudge ever since. I skimmed the article. It promises tales of fraud, affairs, and stolen manuscripts. The usual garbage. Vultures picking at a corpse. It's disgusting, but it's not my problem. My father's world can choke on its own scandals. It's nothing, Evelyn, I say, ready to dismiss it. File it under irrelevant. Sir, she says, her voice tight, that's not all. Look at the other alerts from the last 15 minutes. A new set of notifications pop up. A rapid-fire assault from financial blogs, industry watchdogs, and even mainstream news outlets. My blood runs cold. These aren't about my father. They're about me. Croft Capital's hostile takeover of Omnicorp raises ethical questions. Inside Julian Croft's ruthless playbook, is the vulture capitalist going too far? Whistleblower alleges strong-arm tactics and data manipulation in Omnicorp deal. Father and son, the Croft legacy created from the bones of countless others. The articles are a coordinated barrage of slander. They paint me as a monster, a corporate raider using illegal tactics to destroy a venerable company. They quote anonymous sources from within Omnicorp. They twist the facts of the deal into a narrative of pure villainy. The timing, coming on the exact day I'm closing the deal, is surgical. My gaze snaps up to the board members across the desk. Their expressions have changed from defeated to smug. Henderson is looking at his phone, a slow, triumphant smile spreading across his fat face. He knew. The old bastard knew this was coming. This was his Hail Mary pass. The pieces click into place in my mind with sickening speed. The Thorne biography isn't the main event. It's the cover fire. The real attack is on me. Thorne, or whoever is backing him, isn't just trying to tarnish my father's legacy. They're trying to cripple mine. They're preemptively destroying my reputation to discredit me, to ensure that when I inevitably try to sue to stop the publication of that trashy book, I'll have no moral or legal high ground to stand on. I have been outmaneuvered. The realization is a physical blow. Me, Julian Croft, the man who is always 10 steps ahead, who anticipates every move, who controls every outcome. I've been blindsided. A fury, cold and absolute, rises in my chest. It's so potent it almost chokes me. I want to reach across this desk and wrap my hands around Henderson's throat. I want to destroy him, not just his company, but his life. But I don't. My face remains a mask of calm indifference. Control is my armor. I will not give them the satisfaction of seeing a crack. Gentlemen, I say, my voice dangerously soft. It appears you've been busy. Henderson puffs out his chest. I don't know what you're talking about, Croft, but it seems your aggressive tactics are finally catching up with you. In light of this new information, our board will need to reconsider your offer. There's nothing to reconsider, I state, my voice dropping to a glacial temperature. The offer is on the table until 5 p.m. After that, it's gone. And I will spend every waking moment of my life dismantling your company from the outside, piece by painful piece. I will poach your top talent, I will undercut your prices, and I will bleed you dry until you are nothing but a footnote in a textbook on failed businesses. Am I clear? The threat hangs in the air, heavy and real. The smugness drains from Henderson's face, replaced by a flicker of fear. He knows I can do it. He knows I will. 5 p.m., I repeat. I stand up, a clear dismissal. Evelyn will show you out. They shuffle out of my office, a pack of defeated hyenas. The moment the door clicks shut behind them, the mask drops. I sweep my arm across the desk, sending a carafe of water and a stack of documents crashing to the floor. The sound of shattering glass does nothing to quell the inferno raging inside me. Powerless. It's a feeling I despise more than anything. A feeling I haven't experienced since I was a boy, waiting for a father who was always more interested in his fictional characters than his own son. I've spent my entire adult life ensuring I would never feel that way again. I built a fortress of wealth and influence around myself, a fortress that was supposed to be impenetrable. And some washed-up journalist and a board of incompetent old men have just breached the walls with lies, slander, innuendo, things I can't fight, things I can't quantify or control. I stalk over to the window, staring down at the city, but I don't see it. I see a chessboard where my opponent has just made a move I never anticipated. This isn't about business. This is personal. Thorn isn't just attacking my father. He's using my father to get to me. He's exploiting our fractured relationship, our public estrangement. He's weaponizing my pain. An image flashes in my mind, unbidden and unwelcome. Kenna James. Why is she jumping in my mind again? Now isn't the time to be thinking of the past. The thought is irritating. A ghost from a past I have meticulously purged from my life. Her name, her face, it's all tied up in the world I escaped. The world of emotion and sentimentality that is now threatening to destroy the cold, hard reality I have built. I slam my fist against the reinforced glass of the window. The pane shudders, but doesn't break. The victory of the Omnicorp deal is ash in my mouth. My fortress has been breached. I am cornered, exposed, and under attack. And for what seems like a first time, a very, very long time, I don't know what my next move is. All I know is the rage, and I know that I will burn down the entire world to find the person responsible for this. And when I do, they will learn what it truly means to be powerless. Chapter 6. Julian. 2 years have passed since my father died, but I'm yet to feel his wrath. The conference room at Sterling Beck and Lowell is a monument to expensive, soul-crushing silence. The walls are paneled in a dark, glossy wood that probably costs more than the average American home. The air conditioning hums a low, monotonous tune. The only thing on the massive mahogany table between me and my $300,000 a year legal team is a bottle of sparkling water I haven't touched, and a stack of printouts detailing my own public execution. Marcus Beck, the firm's senior partner, and a man whose face looks permanently pinched from decades of calculating billable hours, clears his throat. To summarize, Julian, he begins, his tone funereal. The articles are cleverly constructed. They pose questions rather than making direct statements. They attribute the most damaging allegations to anonymous sources. Legally, it's a minefield. So, sue them for defamation, I say, my voice flat. It's not a question. It's an order. Marcus shares a pained look with his two younger, equally expensive associates. A defamation suit would be protracted. To win, we'd have to prove malice. We'd have to unmask their sources. It would mean months, possibly years of discovery. Your business dealings, your private life, all of it would become public record for them to pick apart. I pay you a fortune not to tell me what's difficult, Marcus. I bite out, my patience, already a finite resource, evaporating. I pay you to fix things. Some things can't be fixed with a lawsuit, he says, pushing the printouts toward me with the tips of his manicured fingers as if they're contaminated. And then there's the matter of the book. Thorne's fantasy novel. Get an injunction. Kill it before it ever sees a printing press. Again, problematic, Marcus says, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. To file for an injunction, you'd need to prove irreparable harm. Given the current climate of public opinion the other side has so skillfully created, a judge would be highly unlikely to grant it. They would see it as a powerful, ruthless billionaire trying to silence a small-time author. You'd be painted as a censor. He leans forward, his voice dropping. Right now, Julian, you are not a sympathetic plaintiff. Not a sympathetic plaintiff. The words hang in the sterile air. They are the legal equivalent of being told I'm doomed. My money can't fix this. My power can't fix this. I am bound by the gossamer threads of public perception, and it is the most infuriating, emasculating feeling I have ever known. I stare at Marcus, my face a mask of stone. I don't let him see the rage coiling in my gut, the violent urge to flip this obscenely large table and watch him and his little sycophants scurry for cover. I built my empire on the principle of absolute control. I don't have messy problems. I have obstacles that I obliterate with overwhelming force. But this is a ghost. How do you obliterate a ghost? So you're telling me, I say, my voice dangerously quiet, that I am paying your firm a 7-figure retainer for you to tell me to do nothing? We are advising a period of strategic inaction, Marcus corrects, puffing up slightly. We let the news cycle move on. We issue a few carefully worded denials. I stand up, my chair scraping back harshly. The meeting is over. Send me your bill, I say, my voice dripping with contempt. I'm sure it will be exorbitant. I don't wait for a reply. I stride out of the conference room, my footsteps echoing on the marble floor. My security detail falls in step behind me, but I feel exposed, vulnerable. The ride back to my office is a silent torment. I stare out the tinted window of the Maybach, the city of Boston a blur of brick and steel. The fury inside me is a living thing, a caged beast clawing at my ribs. Strategic in action. Let the news cycle move on. It's the advice of cowards. I don't wait for storms to pass, I command them. But how? I can't sue. I can't get an injunction. I can't buy my way out of this. The trap is elegant in its simplicity. They've attacked me in the one arena where I have no power, the court of public opinion. They've used my father's legacy, the very thing I've spent my life rejecting, as the knife to stab me with. So, if I can't fight them in a court of law, I have to fight them there. I have to change the narrative. I need to counter their ghost with one of my own. I need a symbol, a shield, someone whose reputation is so pure, so unimpeachable, that it will make their lies look like the cheap, desperate slander they are. I need someone who embodies the myth of Alistair Croft, the myth of the benevolent literary genius. And then, like a ghost herself, she appears in my mind, Kenna James. The name materializes from the recesses of my memory, a place I keep locked and guarded. I see her at the funeral 2 years ago, not as a woman, but as an asset, a symbol. I remember her standing at that lectern, a figure of quiet, unshakable dignity. The entire church was captivated by her. She wasn't just reading a eulogy, she was weaving a spell. Her voice, low and melodic, wrapped around the congregation, pulling them into her narrative of the great, misunderstood man. My mind, always cataloging, had registered her as a threat then. A usurper. But now I see her as an opportunity, a weapon. I remember the way the simple black dress she wore seemed to accentuate, rather than hide, the strength in her frame. It was a stark canvas for her skin. I've bedded women of every conceivable shade and nationality, but I remember hers with a clarity that is unsettling. It was the color of rich, dark coffee infused with cream, a warm, deep brown that seemed to absorb the dim, holy light of the church, making her look solid and real in a room full of weeping ghosts. It was flawless, perfect, an image of pure, unblemished integrity. And her eyes, dark, intelligent, and filled with a conviction that could stare down God himself. She wasn't performing. I knew it then, and I know it now. She believed every word she said. She believed in the myth. To the world, she is the myth, the devoted protégé, the keeper of the flame, the daughter my father chose. My mind flashes against my will to the hotel room. The memory is a brand, a moment of absolute loss of control that I've spent 2 years trying to forget. I remember the feel of that skin under my hands, the impossible softness of it, the heat that radiated from it. I remember tearing my way through layers of silk and lace just to feel it against mine. The memory sends a jolt of unwelcome, primal heat through my body. I push it down ruthlessly. That is irrelevant. The woman is irrelevant. Her reputation is what matters. Her power is the inverse of mine. My power is transactional, built on leverage and capital. Hers is emotional. It's built on loyalty, sentiment, and public goodwill, the very currencies I've always disdained. And they are the only currencies that can save me now. The idea begins to form in my mind. It's audacious. It's borderline insane. And it is absolutely, ruthlessly perfect. I can't just ask for her help. A statement from her, a quote in a newspaper, that's temporary. It's weak. It can be dismissed as the words of a woman paid for her loyalty. I need something more, something permanent, something undeniable. I need to bind her reputation to mine. I need to acquire her. The plan solidifies, its cold, brilliant logic cutting through the fog of my rage. A partnership, a union, a merger of assets. It's a business deal, the most important one of my life. I will offer her something she can't refuse. The resources to protect her beloved mentor's legacy forever. And in return, she will give me her name, her credibility, her shield, a marriage. A slow, cold smile spreads across my face. The feeling of powerlessness evaporates, replaced by the familiar, exhilarating thrill of the hunt. I am no longer the hunted. I am the hunter once again. I lean forward, my voice crisp and clear as I speak into the intercom. Evelyn. Yes, Mr. Croft. I need you to find someone for me. Her name is Kenna James. I have no current address, no phone number. I believe she was last seen in Port Blossom, Maine, at my father's estate 2 years ago. I want to know where she is. I want to know everything about her. I want it on my desk by morning. Yes, sir, she says, without a hint of surprise. I lean back against the cool leather of the seat, the city lights beginning to glitter in the twilight. The beast inside me is no longer clawing at its cage. It's been unleashed, its sights set on a new target. Kenna James thinks she escaped me 2 years ago. She thinks she's safe in whatever quiet little life she's built for herself. She's about to find out that when I want something, I don't just acquire it, I conquer it. And I want her. Or rather, what she represents. The distinction is crucial. It has to be. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylerWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylerWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler. Chapter 7. Kenna. The salt-laced air drifting through the open window of my cottage is my favorite perfume. It smells of freedom, of peace. It's the scent of the new life I have painstakingly built for myself, board by board, word by word. My fingers hover over the keyboard of my laptop, the cursor blinking on a half-finished sentence. Outside, the endless, rhythmic shush of the Atlantic against the rocky Maine shore is the only music I need. This small 2-bedroom cottage, nestled in a cove a few miles from the nearest town, is my fortress. It is my sanctuary. From the other room, I hear a soft murmur, the sound of a little body shifting in sleep. A smile touches my lips, warm and involuntary. Leo, my son, my entire world. He's almost 2, a whirlwind of boundless energy and infectious laughter. His afternoon nap is my sacred writing time, a precious 2-hour window where I am not just Mama, but Kenna James, novelist. This life is quiet. It is simple. It is a universe away from the ghosts of my past. Here, there are no expectations, no legacies to uphold, no cynical billionaires with stormy gray eyes. Here, there is only the sea, my stories and my son. And it is more than enough. A knock sounds at the door. It's not a friendly, neighborly rap. It's a sharp, authoritative 3-part tattoo against the wood. Loud, impatient, out of place. No one comes out here unannounced. My nearest neighbor is a retired lobsterman half a mile down the road, and he only ever visits if a nor'easter is blowing in. My brow furrows in annoyance. I save my document. My creative bubble popped. Maybe it's a delivery driver who's taken a wrong turn. I pad to the door in my bare feet. My worn jeans and soft paint-stained sweatshirt, the uniform of my peaceful existence. I glance through the peephole, and my blood transforms to ice. It can't be. My mind refuses to process what my eyes are seeing. It has to be a hallucination, a specter conjured from my deepest fears. But the man standing on my porch is no ghost. He is terrifyingly real. Julian Croft. He looks different, yet achingly the same. 2 years have done nothing to soften him. They have only sharpened him, honing him into a more potent, more dangerous version of the man I fled from. He's wearing a dark, exquisitely tailored peacoat that probably cost more than my car. The collar turned up against the wind. It does nothing to hide the stark, unforgiving lines of his jaw. His dark hair is shorter than I remember, ruthlessly styled. But the ocean breeze has dared to disturb a few strands, sending them skittering across his forehead. He's not looking at the door. He's looking out at the ocean, his profile to me, a study in arrogant impatience. And in that unguarded moment, I see it. I see my son. It's in the stubborn set of his jaw, the same determined jut of the chin Leo gets when he refuses to eat his peas. It's in the shape of his earlobe. It's in the dark, thick sweep of his eyelashes against his cheek. The resemblance is so stark, so absolute, it steals the air from my body. I feel a wave of dizziness, and my hand flies to the doorframe to steady myself. He must sense me, because his head snaps around. His eyes, those turbulent gray storms, lock onto mine through the tiny peephole. There is no surprise in them, only the cold, hard certainty of a predator that has found its prey. He knew I was here. He came for me. The lock feels heavy and useless in my hand, but I know I can't just stand here. Leaving him on my doorstep is not an option. He is not a man who goes away. My heart hammering against my ribs, I turn the deadbolt. The click is deafeningly loud. I pull the door open just enough to block the entrance with my body. "What are you doing here?" My voice is a reedy whisper. I clear my throat and try again, forcing strength into my tone. "How did you find me?" A slow, cold smile touches his lips, a chillingly familiar sight. It doesn't reach his eyes. "I can find anyone, Kenna. You should know that by now." He doesn't wait for an invitation. He simply takes a step forward, forcing me to stumble back into my own home. He follows, shutting the door behind him, and the sound of the latch clicking into place feels like a prison sentence. He fills my small living room, his presence a violation. He is too big, too dark, too expensive for this space. He dwarfs my comfortable second-hand furniture. The clean salt and cedar scent of my home is instantly contaminated by the sharp, arrogant scent of his cologne. His gaze sweeps the room, taking in the stacks of books, the framed photos of a laughing, baby-faced Leo on the mantelpiece, the colorful, toddler-sized drawings taped to the wall. His eyes linger on the photos, his expression unreadable before moving on. He doesn't seem to make the connection. To him, they are just the generic trappings of a woman's life, not evidence of the secret I am desperately trying to hide. Cozy, he says, the word an insult. You've been busy playing house. I have a life here, I say, my arms crossed tightly over my chest, a useless shield. A life that really has nothing to do with you, so whatever this is, say it and get out. From Leo's room, a floorboard creaks. My blood freezes. My entire body goes rigid. We both hear it. Julian's head tilts, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Please, please stay asleep, little one. Please? I'm not here to reminisce, he says, his attention returning to me. I'm here on business. We have no business. We do now? He shrugs out of his peacoat, revealing a dark gray cashmere sweater that probably costs a month's rent. He drapes the coat over my favorite armchair as if he owns it. Have you seen the news about a man named Victor Thorne? My stomach plummets. I've seen it. I saw the announcement online a few days ago, and it's been a knot of anxiety in my chest ever since. Thorne's venomous, unauthorized biography of Alistair. What about it? I ask, my voice carefully neutral. He's planning to publish a book full of slanderous, unsubstantiated lies designed to destroy my father's reputation, Julian says, his voice flat, devoid of the emotion the words should carry. And you care? I scoff, unable to help myself. Forgive me if I find that hard to believe. You hated him. What I felt for my father is irrelevant. He snaps, a flash of genuine anger in his eyes before it's suppressed. This is about the legacy, the brand. Thorne's book is an attack on the Croft estate, and as the executor of that estate, it is an attack on me. He pauses, his gray eyes pinning me in place. He's also attacking me personally, a coordinated media assault to discredit me, to ensure I can't stop him. I stare at him, my mind reeling. I don't understand. What does any of this have to do with me? As if reading my mind, he continues. My lawyers inform me that my public image is tarnished. I am not a sympathetic plaintiff. Any legal action I take to stop this book will be seen as the bullying of a ruthless billionaire. It will fail. He takes a step toward me, his voice dropping lower. But you are a different story. You are Saint Kenna, the devoted protege, the keeper of the flame. The world adores you. Your reputation is flawless. Your credibility is absolute. I see where this is going, and a wave of dread washes over me. No, I whisper. Whatever you're thinking, no. I haven't even told you what I'm thinking, he says, that cold smile returning. I'm not making a statement for you. I'm not being your character witness. I won't be a pawn in your corporate games. I'm not asking you to be a pawn, he says. He takes another step. We are so close now I can see the tiny flecks of silver in his gray eyes. I'm asking you to be a queen. He stops directly in front of me. I need your reputation, Kenna. I need to bind it to mine in a way that is public, undeniable, and permanent. I need a shield. And you are the only one who will do. My heart is a frantic drum against my ribs. I can't breathe. I am proposing a merger, he says, sounding as calm and steady as if he were discussing a stock acquisition. A 1-year contractual marriage. The words linger in the air between us, monstrous and absurd. I stare at him, certain I've misheard, but the look on his face is absolute deadly seriousness. You're insane, I manage to choke out. I'm pragmatic, he counters. Think of it, Kenna. As my wife, your sterling reputation becomes my own. Your unimpeachable character will be my armor. Together, we present a united front. The loving son and the devoted protege, joined together to protect the legacy of the great man we both loved. Thorne's narrative falls apart. The media attacks become meaningless. We will have the moral high ground to crush him and his book into dust. He lays it all out. A cold, calculated business strategy. There is no emotion, no sentiment, just assets and leverage. He's talking about our lives, about marriage, as if it's a hostile takeover. And what do I get out of this merger? I ask, my voice dripping with sarcasm. Anything you want, he says simply. Financial security for life, a foundation in Alistair Heir's name, with you as the director, and unlimited funding. His entire archive, preserved and digitized at your discretion. I will give you the power and the resources to protect his memory in any way you see fit, forever. All you have to do is be my wife for 1 year. It's a deal with the devil. He's offering me the one thing he knows I can't refuse, the absolute permanent protection of Alistair's legacy in exchange for my soul. And in the next room, my son, the living, breathing consequence of our shared past, stirs in his sleep, making a soft whimpering sound. Julian's eyes dart toward the sound. What was that? My blood turns to liquid nitrogen in my veins. The wind, I say, my voice high and thin. This old house makes noises. I have to get him out, now. Your offer is grotesque, I say, backing away from him, trying to subtly herd him toward the door. You can't just buy a person, Julian. I'm not buying you, he says, not moving an inch. I'm entering into a mutually beneficial partnership. It's the best deal you'll ever get. He pulls a slim platinum card case from his pocket and extracts a business card. He places it on the small table by the door. You have 48 hours to decide. My jet will be waiting at the airfield in Portland. Be there tomorrow at noon. Or don't. But know that if you refuse, Thorne will win. And everything you believe my father stood for will be turned to ash. He turns and walks to the door, grabbing his coat. He pauses with his hand on the knob, his back to me. It's a logical move, Kenna, he says, without turning around. Don't let emotion cloud your judgment. And then he's gone. The door clicks shut behind him, and I finally exhale. I sag against the wall, my legs trembling too hard to hold me up. He's gone. Leo is still asleep. The secret is safe. For now. My eyes drift to the business card on the table. His name, embossed in severe black letters. A phone number. A choice. My quiet, peaceful life, or the protection of Alistair's legacy. My freedom or my devotion. And floating above it all is the terrifying, unspoken truth. The choice isn't just about me anymore. It's about the little boy sleeping in the next room. The little boy with his father's stormy gray eyes.
Chapter 8. Julian. The engines of the Gulfstream G650 hum a low, powerful thrum on the tarmac, a sound I usually find soothing. It's the sound of my power, my freedom, my ability to bend the globe to my will. Today, it sounds like a ticking clock. It is 11:58 a.m. I stand at the base of the jet stairs, the wind whipping at my coat. The private airfield in Portland is gray and desolate, a fitting backdrop for my current mood. I'm not a man who waits. I'm a man who is waited for. Yet here I am, my entire multi-billion-dollar empire hanging on the decision of a woman who ran away from me 2 years ago. The situation is galling. My pilot, a stoic ex-Air Force officer named Miller, gives me a questioning look from the top of the stairs. I give him a curt nod. We wait. Part of me, the part that built my fortune on ruthless logic, knows she will come. My offer was perfect. It appealed to her one great weakness, her sentimental, almost fanatical devotion to my father's memory. I gave her an offer she couldn't logically refuse. But there is another, smaller part of me, a part I despise that recognizes the illogical nature of the woman herself. She is all emotion, principle, and quiet defiance. She might just tell me to go to hell, content to live in her little seaside shack with her books and her whatever it is she does there. The thought of returning to Boston, defeated, with Marcus Beck's pathetic advice as my only option, makes my jaw ache. At 11:59, a beat-up dark green station wagon, a relic from the 90s, rattles into the private lot. It looks like my father's old car. Of course. The car parks, and for a long moment, nothing happens. The clock ticks over to noon. The driver's side door opens and she gets out. Kenna James. She's not dressed for travel, not for boarding a private jet to a new life. She's wearing the same worn jeans and a simple gray sweater. Her hair, those intricate locks that I remember tangled in my fists, is pulled back in a simple, severe bun. She looks tired. There are faint, purplish smudges under her dark, intelligent eyes. But she is not defeated. Her shoulders are straight, her chin is high, and as she walks toward me, her expression is one of grim, resolute fury. She carries a single small duffel bag. I allow myself a flicker of internal satisfaction. I've won. She's here. Cutting it a little close, aren't you? I say as she stops in front of me, my voice cool and even. Don't mistake my presence for enthusiasm, she bites out, her voice low and tight. I'm not here because of your generous offer. I'm here because I have no other choice. I raise an eyebrow. That sounds like semantics to me. You're here. That's all that matters. I gesture toward the stairs. Shall we? We can discuss the finer points of our arrangement in the air. She doesn't move. She just stares at me, and the raw animosity in her gaze is so potent it's almost a physical force. You think you've won, don't you? You think you've cornered me, backed me into a deal that serves your purposes. You have no idea what you've done. Enlighten me, I say, my patience wearing thin. You're a little media problem? It's not just in the news anymore, Julian. It's on my doorstep. Her voice trembles with a rage she's barely holding in check. The day after you left my house, they started showing up. A car I didn't recognize parked at the end of my road. A man with a long-lens camera trying to hide in the woods behind my cottage. My quiet life, the peace I built for myself. You shattered it. You led them right to me. I process this. It's an unfortunate but predictable consequence. The price of being associated with me, I'm afraid. It gets worse, she continues, ignoring my comment. Her eyes flash. This early morning, Victor Thorne came to my house. My entire body goes still. What? He knocked on my door. A smarmy weasel of a man with sweat on his upper lip. He had the audacity to offer me his condolences for Alistair, and then he offered me money. He wanted me to give him quotes for his book. He wanted me to corroborate his lies. He wanted me to say that Alistair was a fraud, that he stole his best work. He wanted me to help him desecrate the memory of the only good man I've ever known. A cold, clean fury washes through me. The sheer audacity of the man. To approach her, to try and turn her. It confirms every one of my assumptions about him. He's not just a liar. He's scum. What did you do? I ask, my voice a low growl. I told him to get the hell off my property before I called the sheriff, she says, her chin lifting higher. He just smiled. He told me it was a shame I was choosing the wrong side. He said he had other sources who knew all of Alistair's secrets. And yours. So that's it. The final push. Thorne overplayed his hand. He showed her the face of the enemy, and it was so repulsive that I became the lesser of two evils. My perfect offer didn't win her over. Thorne's disgusting tactics did. The realization is both satisfying and intensely irritating. So you see, she says, her voice breaking slightly before she masters it again. I'm not here to be your shield out of the goodness of my heart. I'm here because that man, that parasite, has left me no choice. I will not let him win. I will not let him destroy Alistair. If that means making a deal with a devil like you, then so be it. A devil like you. The words should sting, but they don't. They're a confirmation of my power. She fears me, but she fears Thorn more. That's leverage. I'm glad we've reached an understanding, I say smoothly. I gesture to the jet again. Now, if you're done with the theatrics, we have contracts to sign. This time, she walks up the stairs, her back ramrod straight. I follow her into the cabin, the plush cream leather and polished mahogany, a stark contrast to her worn-out clothes and single duffel bag. She looks like a refugee seeking asylum in an embassy. She sits down, refusing the glass of champagne Miller offers. I take a seat opposite her, the table between us. My legal team has already drawn up the prenuptial agreement and the 1-year marriage contract. They are ironclad. They protect my assets, define the terms of our public appearances, and outline the generous but strictly defined settlement she will receive upon the contract's successful completion. I slide the portfolio across the table to her. A formality. My lawyers are thorough. She doesn't even open it. She just looks at me, her dark eyes hard as obsidian. I have one condition. I lean back, steepling my fingers. Here it comes. The negotiation. I'm listening. I will be your wife in public. I will smile for the cameras. I will attend your galas and your charity balls. I will say whatever you need me to say to destroy Victor Thorn. I will hold up my end of the bargain. She takes a deep breath. But in private, we are strangers. When we are at your home, I want a separate private wing. A suite of rooms that are mine and mine alone. I stare at her. A private wing? It's an odd request, but manageable. My penthouse in Boston is more than large enough. Fine. You can have the entire East Wing. That's not all, she says, her gaze unwavering. You're never to enter it, ever. And you're never to ask what or who is in it. It is my space. Off limits to you. No questions asked. The words hang suspended in the air, and my mind grinds to a halt. No questions asked. What the hell is that? My brain, conditioned to analyze every variable and identify every potential threat, goes into overdrive. What is she hiding? The question is a sudden, sharp alarm bell. A private wing is one thing. A secret, forbidden zone inside my own home is another. It's a black box in my equation, an unknown variable. I don't tolerate unknown variables. Is it a lover? Is she planning on continuing some affair under my own roof? The thought sends a flash of hot, possessive rage through me that is completely illogical. Our marriage is a sham. Who she sleeps with is irrelevant to the contract. But the idea of another man in my house, with my wife, it's unacceptable. Or is it something else? Is she a drunk? A drug addict? Is she planning on turning her wing into some kind of den of vice where I can't see it? The potential for scandal for a liability I can't control is enormous. That's an unusual request, I say, my voice carefully neutral, though my mind is racing. Why would my wife need a part of our home to be a secret from me? That is one of the questions you are not allowed to ask, she replies coolly. Those are my terms. Your perfect, unimpeachable shield comes with a locked door. Take it or leave it. She's bluffing. She has to be. She just laid out exactly why she needs this deal. She has no other options. She's trying to claw back some semblance of control. I call her bluff. I'm afraid that's not acceptable. I will not have secrets in my own home. Whatever you're planning on hiding in there, the answer is no. I expect her to argue, to crumble, to renegotiate. She does none of those things. She simply stands up. She picks up her duffel bag. Then we have no deal, she says, and turns to walk toward the exit. My blood runs cold. She's not bluffing. She is actually walking away. She would let Thorn win, let my father's legacy be destroyed, let her own peace be shattered, all to protect this one ridiculous secret condition. What in God's name is she hiding that is so important? The question burns in my mind, an infuriating, unsolvable puzzle. And I realize with a fury that tastes like acid that I have no choice. I need her more than I need to know. For now. Stop, I say, the word sharp, a command. She pauses at the top of the stairs, her back to me. Fine, I bite out, hating the word, hating the concession, hating her for forcing my hand. You can have your secret room. You can have your goddamn private wing. She turns slowly, her expression unreadable. But know this, I say, my voice sounding like a firm promise. Our contract is for 1 year. I will honor the terms of this agreement, but I will find out what you're hiding, Kenna. I will find out your secret. A flicker of something. Fear. Triumph. Crosses her face before it's gone. She gives a single sharp nod. Then we have a deal. She walks back to her seat and sits down. The tension in the cabin is thick enough to cut with a knife. Miller's voice comes over the intercom, announcing my imminent departure. Give me your address. I'll have to take care of things here. I'll arrive as soon as possible, she tells me, her hand hovering on air. I stare at it, remembering how they touched him that night. Warm and soft. I look away. As soon as possible isn't a choice. You need to come tomorrow, I declare in a tone that brooks no argument. My jet will pick you up, so is my chauffeur. She frowns, tucks her hand, and says through gritted teeth, Fine. I'll see you tomorrow, Croft. She exits, not looking back. As the jet accelerates down the runway, pushing me back into the soft leather, I watch her form slowly disappear. I have my shield. I have my weapon. The deal is done. But as the coast of Maine disappears below me, I don't feel victorious. I feel like I've just willingly invited a Trojan horse into the center of my fortress. And I have no idea what's inside.
Chapter 9. Kenna, the elevator doors slide open with a silent, hydraulic hiss, revealing not a hallway, but the entrance to the penthouse itself. My breath catches in my throat. It's not an apartment, it's a void. An expanse of gleaming black marble floors stretches out before me, reflecting a cold gray sky from a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows that seem to span the entire length of the building. This isn't a home. It's a statement. A declaration of power so absolute it has no need for warmth or comfort. The air is cool and still, smelling of polished stone, expensive leather, and a faint, clean scent that is utterly sterile. There are no photographs, no clutter, no life. Just a few pieces of severe low-profile furniture, arranged with geometric precision, looking more like sculptures than places to sit. Sweet Mary, Mother of God, Maria whispers from behind me. I look at her. Her warm, round face is pale, her eyes wide as she takes in the scene. She's clutching the handle of Leo's diaper bag like it's a rosary. My own duffel bag feels ridiculously small and shabby in this cavernous space. My gaze drops to the bundle snuggled against my chest in the baby carrier, hidden beneath my oversized coat. Leo is fast asleep, his little face peaceful, his dark curly hair a soft fuzz against my chin. He is a splash of vibrant, innocent life in this mausoleum, and the contrast is so stark it makes my heart ache. He doesn't belong here. We don't belong here. Julian stands by the windows, his back to us, staring out at the panoramic view of the Boston skyline. He's a silhouette of dark power against the gray light, perfectly at home in this cold, empty kingdom. He hasn't said a word since I got off the jet, and we're ushered into a black SUV that drove us through a private underground entrance and up in this private elevator. Every step of this journey has been designed for discretion, for invisibility. A cruel irony, given that his calculated plan is the only reason I'm now forced to hide my own son. This is it, he says, without turning around. His voice echoes slightly in the vast, silent room. It's big, Maria says, her voice small. Julian finally turns, his stormy gray eyes sweeping over us. They linger for a split second on the lump under my coat before moving to Maria. There is no welcome in his gaze, only assessment. "You must be the nanny," he says. It's not a question. Why ask? He probably knows Maria worked for his father before. "I am," Maria says, lifting her chin. She's not a woman who is easily intimidated, but even she seems diminished by his presence, by the sheer scale of this place. "Your living quarters are through there," he says, gesturing with his chin toward a hallway that disappears into the shadows. "They are adequate." He turns his attention to me, and the full force of his cold authority hits me. "Your wing is this way." He walks past us, and I have no choice but to follow. My hand protectively covering Leo's sleeping form, Maria trails behind me, her footsteps hesitant on the marble. He leads us down another long, sterile hallway. It feels like we're walking through a modern art museum after hours. He stops in front of a heavy, dark wood door that looks no different from any other. "The East Wing," he announces. He pushes it open. I step inside, and my breath catches again, but for a different reason. It's not one room. It's an entire apartment within the apartment. A spacious living area with its own fireplace and kitchenette, a large bedroom with an ensuite bathroom, and a smaller second bedroom. The furniture is the same severe minimalist style as the rest of the penthouse, but the rooms feel contained, manageable. There are windows here too, but they look out over the Boston Harbor, a view of water and sky that is slightly less intimidating than the sprawling cityscape. "The entire wing is soundproofed," Julian says from behind me. "A feature I insisted upon when I had the place renovated. I require absolute quiet when I work." Soundproofed. The word is both a blessing and a curse. It means Leo's cries might not reach Julian's ears. It also means that if we needed help, no one would hear us scream. We are utterly, completely isolated. "This will be your space," he continues, his voice a low formal rumble. "As per our agreement, I will not enter. I expect the same courtesy. The rest of the penthouse is my domain. You are free to use the main kitchen and living area should you need to. But I expect you to be discreet." Discreet. The word hangs in the air, a clear, cold threat. "Be invisible. Keep your secret hidden." "And your guest," he says, his eyes flicking to Maria. "She will use the service elevator when coming and going. My personal elevator is for family only." The insult is deliberate, a clear line drawn between me, his fake wife, and the woman who is my only real family here. Maria's lips thin, but she says nothing. "Are the terms acceptable?" he asks, his gaze locking onto mine. He is the warden, laying down the rules of my incarceration. "They are," I say, my voice tight. "Good." He gives a single sharp nod. "I have a dinner engagement this evening. I trust you can get yourself settled." He turns to leave, and in that moment, Leo chooses to stir. He makes a soft, sleepy sound, a little whimper as he shifts against my chest. Every muscle in my body seizes. I freeze, my heart stopping dead. Julian pauses in the doorway, his back still to me. The silence stretches, taut and thin. I can feel his focus, his sharp, analytical mind processing the tiny, unexpected sound. He knows. Oh God, he knows. I hold my breath, waiting for the accusation, for the cold, triumphant, "What was that?" But it doesn't come. After a beat that lasts an eternity, he walks out, pulling the heavy door closed behind him. The latch clicks into place with a sound of absolute finality. The breath I've been holding escapes in a ragged, shuddering gasp. My knees feel weak, and I stumble over to the nearest sofa, sinking into its cold leather cushions. "That was too close," Maria breathes, rushing over to me. My heart, I thought it would beat out of my chest. "I know," I whisper, my hand trembling as I stroke Leo's soft hair. He's still asleep, oblivious to the fact that he just came within a hair's breadth of being discovered by his own father. Maria walks around our new prison, her practical nature taking over. She inspects the kitchenette, the bedrooms, the bathroom. "Well," she says, her voice regaining some of its usual strength, "it is a cage, but at least it is a big one. And he gave us a second bedroom for the boy." I look around the space. It's beautiful in a cold, sterile way. The view is breathtaking. The amenities are top of the line. It's the most luxurious place I have ever lived. And it is, without a doubt, the most terrifying. The sheer difficulty of what I've agreed to do crashes down on me with all the force of a physical blow. In my little cottage in Maine, hiding Leo was simple. It was our space, our world. But this is Julian's world. We are intruders here. We are living in the lion's den, praying he doesn't catch the scent of his own cub. How will we manage it? Every day will be a high-wire act. Every cry, every laugh, every dropped toy will be a potential disaster. How do I explain the need for diapers? For formula? For a high chair? How do I keep a curious, growing toddler contained in this wing without him ever being seen or heard by the man who owns the very air we breathe? I'm banking on what I gleaned from the rumors in the internet that he's always traveling, always on the go, that he rarely stays in one place. He can spend months in different places. But Julian's presence is a constant oppressive weight. Even with him gone for the evening, he is everywhere. His scent lingers in the hallway. His taste is reflected in the severe, unforgiving furniture. His power is in the silent hum of the building systems. He is the master of this domain, and I have willingly walked into his trap. I look at Leo, my beautiful, perfect son. His face, so peaceful in sleep, is a miniature echo of the man who just walked out the door. The same stubborn jaw, the same dark sweep of lashes. The secret I am keeping is not an object I can hide in a closet. He is a living, breathing person, a little boy who will soon be walking, talking, and making noise. How are we going to do this, Maria? I whisper, the question raw with a despair that feels bottomless. She comes and sits beside me, taking my hand in her warm, strong one. "We will do it one day at a time, Kenna," she says, her voice firm. "We will be careful. We will be quiet. And we will be brave. For him." She nods toward the sleeping child in my arms. "He is all that matters." She's right. He is all that matters. I look out the window at the glittering lights of the city. I have traded my quiet freedom for this gilded cage, all to protect Alistair's legacy, all to protect my son from his father. The door is locked. The 1-year sentence has begun, and I have never felt so alone in my entire life.
Chapter 10. Julian. The number on the screen is 1.2 billion. It's a good number. A strong number. It represents the successful acquisition of a floundering biotech firm that will net my investors a 40% return within 18 months. My team is ecstatic. My phone has been buzzing with congratulatory messages all morning. I should be feeling the familiar, satisfying thrill of conquest. Instead, I'm staring at the number, and my mind is blank. My focus, usually a laser beam that can dissect a balance sheet from 100 paces, is fractured. It's been 3 weeks since Kenna James moved into my penthouse, 2 weeks since we signed our names on a marriage certificate, and my concentration has been bleeding out ever since. I made a mistake yesterday. A rookie mistake. During a crucial conference call, I misquoted a key financial projection. My CFO corrected me so smoothly, no one else on the call would have noticed, but he knew. And I knew. It was a slip I haven't made since I was 25 and hungry. And it was because, instead of analyzing quarterly growth, I was wondering if the door to her wing was still locked. It always is. I've checked. Twice. The first time I told myself it was a casual stroll through my own home. The second time I admitted I was looking. The heavy wood door is an impassive, silent rebuke in my own hallway. An affront. It represents a part of my own territory that is not under my control, and it is driving me to distraction. Her presence in my home is both a constant irritant and a magnetic pull. Our public appearances have been flawless. We attended a charity gala for the Boston Children's Hospital last week, and the press ate it up. Julian Croft's new bride. A picture of grace and poise. A perfect union to protect a storied legacy. The articles about my ruthless tactics have been buried under a landslide of saccharine praise for our love story. The strategy is working perfectly. The price is my sanity. Living with her is like living with a ghost who occasionally materializes to get a glass of water. Our interactions are brief, stilted, and charged with enough electricity to power the entire Prudential Tower. Last night, I found her in the main kitchen. It was after midnight. I couldn't sleep, my mind churning over her locked door, so I came out for a drink. The lights were off, but the glow from the city skyline illuminated her form. She was standing in front of the open refrigerator, the cool light bathing her in a ghostly luminescence. She was wearing a simple pair of gray sweatpants and a thin, white tank top that clung to the curve of her chest. Her hair was down, a glorious, wild cascade of locks tumbling over her shoulders and down her back. She looked softer, younger, more vulnerable than I have ever seen her. The sight hit me with the weight of a physical blow. My hand still remembers the feel of that hair, the surprising weight and softness of it. The memory is a spark of heat in my blood, unwelcome and infuriating. She was just standing there, staring into the fridge. When I spoke, her name a low rumble in the quiet kitchen, she jumped as if I'd fired a gun. She spun around, her hand flying to her chest, her eyes wide and panicked. She clutched a small carton of organic strawberries to her chest like it was contraband. "You startled me," she breathed, her voice husky with sleep. "It's my kitchen," I replied, moving further into the room. I leaned against the marble island, crossing my arms. "What are you doing?" "I was hungry." Her answer was clipped. She avoided my eyes, her focus on the carton of strawberries in her hand. "There's a private chef on call 24 hours a day. You have his number." "I just wanted some strawberries," she said, her tone defensive. She shut the refrigerator door, plunging the kitchen back into near darkness. "I can get them myself." "You have a craving?" I asked, the question laced with a mocking edge. Her head snapped up, her eyes flashing with fire in the dim light. "It's none of your business what I have." The air between us crackled. I wanted to push her. I wanted to ask her why she looked like a cornered animal every time I entered a room. I wanted to walk over there, take the damn strawberries out of her hands, and demand to know what secret she was hiding behind that locked door. Instead, I just watched as she brushed past me, her scent, that clean, citrusy fragrance mixed with something uniquely her, assaulting my senses. She disappeared down the hall, and I heard the soft, final click of her door locking. I am someone who solves puzzles. I dismantle companies, I analyze markets, I predict trends. A person's motivations are just another data set to be analyzed. But Kenna James is an encrypted file I cannot crack. Her behavior is a collection of contradictions. The hushed phone calls are the most baffling. I've walked in on her twice while she's been on the phone in the main living area. She stands by the windows, her back to the room, her voice a low, melodic murmur. It's the same tone I heard her use at the funeral. Soft, intimate, full of a gentle affection that makes my teeth ache. The moment she senses my presence, she ends the call abruptly. "I have to go," she'll whisper, and hang up without another word. Who is she talking to with such tenderness? A lover? The idea of her whispering to another man on the phone, in my home, sends a hot, possessive spike of rage through me. It's illogical. Our marriage is a contract. But logic has no place in this feeling. I push back from my desk, the billion-dollar acquisition forgotten. I need to go home. The office, once my kingdom, now feels like a cage keeping me from the real problem I need to solve. When I arrive at the penthouse, the main living area is empty. The silence is absolute. The door to her wing is, of course, closed. I walk past it, my hand itching to try the knob again. I resist. I pour myself a whiskey and stand by the windows, looking out over the city. My city. My empire. And yet, all I can think of is the small, sealed-off territory just down the hall. The main elevator chimes, and a moment later she walks in. She's been out. She's wearing a simple trench coat, and her cheeks are flushed from the autumn chill. She's carrying a few grocery bags. She stops dead when she sees me, her body instantly tensing. "You're home early," she says, her voice carefully neutral. "It's my home," I reply, taking a sip of my whiskey. My eyes drop to the bags in her hands. "I see you've been shopping. The chef can procure anything you need. You only have to ask." "I prefer to get some things myself," she says, moving toward the kitchen. "What things?" I ask, my curiosity getting the better of me. I follow her, leaning against the doorframe of the kitchen as she begins to unpack. She places a carton of milk on the counter, a box of some kind of organic, whole-grain cereal, a jar of applesauce, a bunch of bananas. It's the food of a child. The thought is bizarre, out of place. "You have very simple tastes," I remark. She doesn't look at me. "I like what I like." "That applesauce, isn't that what they feed to?" I stop myself. The word is on the tip of my tongue. Babies. But that's insane. She stiffens, her back to me. "It's good for you. Lots of fiber." The lie is so blatant, so clumsy, it's almost insulting. She's hiding something, and she thinks I'm too stupid to notice. "Of course," I say, my voice smooth as silk. "Fiber?" I watch her put the groceries away, her movements quick and efficient. She's desperate for me to leave, which only makes me want to stay. "We have the museum benefit on Saturday," I say, changing the subject. "Black tie. The car will be here at 7. "I'll be ready," she says, still not looking at me. "I'm sure you will." I push off the doorframe. "You play your part very well, Kenna. You're a natural." She finally turns to face me, her hands planted on her hips. Her eyes are blazing. Is that a compliment or just another line in our contract? "It's an observation," I say, taking a step toward her. "You're an excellent actress. It makes me wonder what else you're acting about." We're standing close now, the marble island between us. The air is thick with unspoken words, with the ghosts of our past and the tension of our present. Her chest rises and falls with her angry breaths, and my eyes are drawn to the pulse beating rapidly at the base of her throat. I want to put my thumb there. I want to feel her life, her fear, beating against my skin. "I am holding up my end of the bargain," she says, her voice sounding low and calm despite the fire in her eyes. "That's all you need to know." She turns her back on me. A clear dismissal. I should leave. I should go to my office and do some work. I don't. I walk out of the kitchen and back into the main living area. I sit on the long, low-slung leather sofa, my whiskey in hand, and I wait. I don't know what I'm waiting for, but I know I'm not done with her yet. She eventually emerges from the kitchen and walks toward her wing, assuming I've gone. She doesn't see me sitting in the shadows. She passes the sofa, and as she does, something small and colorful slips from the pocket of her trench coat, falling silently onto the plush, dark gray rug. She doesn't notice. She continues down the hall. I hear the soft click of her door opening, and then closing. The final, definitive click of the lock. I sit there for a long moment, my heart beating a slow, heavy rhythm. Then I set my glass down and walk over to the spot where she was standing. Lying on the rug is a small plastic spoon. It's bright yellow, with a handle shaped like a giraffe. It is, without a doubt, the most ridiculous, out-of-place object I've ever seen in my home. I bend down and pick it up. It's light, cheap, designed for a tiny, clumsy hand. I stare at it, the plastic giraffe smiling inanely up at me. An applesauce spoon, a child's spoon. My mind races, trying to connect the dots. The strange groceries, the hushed, affectionate phone calls, the way she flinches when I get too close, the fierce, desperate need for a private wing with a locked door. It doesn't make any sense. And yet, it's the only thing that does. I close my hand around the spoon, the plastic biting into my palm. My suspicion is no longer a vague, nagging feeling. It has a shape, it has a name, and it is a secret I will uncover. I am no longer just intrigued. I am obsessed, and my obsession has just found its first clue.
Chapter 11. Kenna, the woman staring back at me from the full-length mirror, is a stranger. She's wearing a gown the color of midnight, a swath of deep blue silk that clings to my curves before pooling at my feet. The neckline is a daring plunge that I would never have chosen for myself, showcasing the warm brown skin of my collarbones and the swell of my chest. My hair, my beautiful familiar locks, have been swept up by a stylist Julian sent over into an intricate, elegant chignon, with a few delicate tendrils left to frame my face. Diamonds, real heavy, cold diamonds, glitter at my ears and throat. This woman is a work of art, a carefully constructed illusion. She is Mrs. Julian Croft. She is not Kenna James, the woman who spent her morning wiping strained carrots off a giggling toddler's face. A soft knock sounds on my bedroom door. Kenna, are you ready? It's Maria. I take one last fortifying breath and open the door. Her warm, kind face breaks into a wide smile, her eyes shining. Oh, my child, she breathes, her hand flying to her heart. You look like a queen. I feel like an imposter, I whisper, smoothing down the impossibly expensive silk. Nonsense. She straightens a diamond earring that I hadn't even realized was crooked. You are showing that man and the whole world who you are. You are more than a match for him. From the other room, a happy shriek erupts, followed by the sound of tiny running feet. My heart clenches with a love so fierce it's a physical ache. Leo toddles into the room, his face lighting up when he sees me. Mama! He runs toward me, his arms outstretched. I automatically bend to scoop him up, my movements practiced and easy even in this constricting gown. He wraps his chubby arms around my neck, burying his face in my shoulder. He smells of baby soap and milk. He smells like home, like everything that is real and true in my life. Hi, my sweet boy, I murmur into his soft, dark curls. Curls that are a perfect miniature echo of the man waiting for me outside this door. Was Mama's little lion good for Maria? He pulls back, his big gray eyes, his father's eyes, wide with wonder as he takes in my glittering attire. He reaches out a tiny, curious hand and pats the diamond necklace. Mama, Piety, he babbles. Tears prick my eyes. Thank you, baby. I kiss his forehead, inhaling his scent, trying to bottle it up, to take it with me as armor for the night ahead. This is why I'm doing this. For him. To protect the quiet, peaceful world I want to give him. I hand him back to Maria, my arms feeling empty the moment he's gone. I have to go. We will be fine, Maria says, her voice a rock of certainty. You just remember who you are and come back to us. I nod, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. I walk out of my wing, the heavy door clicking shut behind me, sealing my real life away. I walk down the long marble hallway toward the main living area, my silk gown whispering against the floor. My steps are slow, deliberate. I am walking toward the stage. Julian is standing by the massive windows, a glass of whiskey in his hand, staring out at the glittering Boston skyline. He's wearing a tuxedo, tailored to utter perfection. The stark black and white of the suit makes him look even more formidable, more dangerous than usual. He looks like a king surveying his domain. He hears my approach and turns. His eyes, cool and assessing, sweep over me, from the top of my head to the tips of my satin heels. He doesn't move. He doesn't speak. But I see something flicker in the stormy depths of his gaze, a flare of heat, a flicker of surprise that he quickly smothers. His jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. The silence stretches, charged and heavy. He's taking me in, every detail, and my skin prickles under the intensity of his scrutiny. I feel like a specimen under a microscope. "You'll do," he says finally, his voice a low, rough murmur. "Highest praise, I'm sure," I retort, my voice sharper than I intend. He sets his glass down and walks toward me. He stops just in front of me, his height, his sheer presence, dominating the space. He smells incredible, a clean, crisp scent of expensive cologne and cold, hard power. "The car is waiting," he says. He holds out his arm. It's not a request. It's a command. I place my hand on his forearm. His muscle is rock hard beneath the fine wool of his jacket. The contact sends a bolt of pure, unwelcome electricity up my arm. I ignore it. The moment we step out of the elevator and into the public eye, the transformation happens. It's instantaneous. The air around us shifts. His expression softens almost imperceptibly at the edges. A ghost of a smile touches his lips. He leans down, his mouth close to my ear. "Showtime," he murmurs, his warm breath ghosting against my skin. He tightens his grip on my hand, lacing his fingers through mine as we walk toward the waiting town car. The move is so smooth, so natural. It catches me off guard. His hand is large and warm, enveloping mine completely. It feels protective. The thought is so absurd, so dangerous. I immediately push it away. The Museum of Fine Arts is a swarm of activity. Cameras flash like 1,000 tiny lightning storms. Voices shout our names. Julian handles it all with an easy, practiced grace, one hand holding mine, the other resting possessively on the small of my back, guiding me through the throng. His touch is a brand, a hot, firm pressure that I can feel through the silk of my gown. It's a declaration of ownership for the cameras, but my body doesn't know it's an act. My skin hums where he touches me. Inside, the gala is a glittering sea of Boston's elite. We are immediately descended upon. "Julian, darling, you look wonderful." A woman with a surgically tightened face and a dress covered in sequins air kisses him. Her eyes, sharp and hungry, land on me. "And this must be the lovely Kenna. We've all been so eager to meet you." Before I can even formulate a response, Julian smiles. A warm, devastatingly charming smile that I have never seen before. It transforms his entire face, making him look handsome in a way that is almost breathtaking. "Cynthia, a pleasure," he says smoothly. "Kenna, this is Cynthia Vance. Her husband sits on the board of the symphony." He squeezes my hand. My wife is still getting used to all this. She prefers a quieter life. His words are perfect. They paint me as a modest, private intellectual, overwhelmed by his glamorous world. It's a narrative the public will adore. "Oh, you are just as lovely as everyone says," Cynthia gushes, her eyes scanning my dress, my diamonds. "Julian, she's a keeper. You look so happy together." "I'm the luckiest man in the world," Julian says, his gaze finding mine. He holds my eyes, and for a split second, the performance is so flawless, so utterly convincing, that my heart gives a stupid, traitorous little flutter. The night continues like this. We move through the crowd, a perfect, united front. He is the charming, attentive husband. I am the graceful, adoring wife. We have an answer for everything. "So how did you two meet?" asks a portly man with a booming voice. I heard Alistair introduced you. He did, I say, finding my rhythm, my voice soft and steady. Years ago, Alistair was my mentor, but Julian and we didn't truly connect until after he was gone. I place my free hand on Julian's chest, a gesture of affection that feels both shockingly intimate and perfectly natural. We found comfort in our shared grief. A silver lining to a terrible tragedy, Julian adds, covering my hand with his. His thumb strokes the back of my knuckles, a slow, sensual caress that sends shivers down my spine. I knew from the moment I saw her that I couldn't let her go. We are disgustingly good at this. We build our fiction together, seamlessly, each adding a detail, a glance, a touch that makes the lie more real. He'll tell a story about my supposed love for obscure poetry, and I'll counter with a playful jab about his terrible taste in modern art. We banter, we laugh, and the people around us soak it up, their faces glowing with approval. At one point, he leans in close, his lips brushing my ear, his hand tightening on my waist. "You're a natural," he murmurs, his voice sounding like a low vibration that I feel deep in my bones. All those years writing fiction have paid off. "Look who's talking," I whisper back, a smile playing on my lips for the benefit of a nearby photographer. "You're a better actor than I am." "It's not acting," he says, his voice dropping even lower, so low I can barely hear him over the din of the party. "It's strategy." But his thumb is drawing lazy circles on the bare skin of my back, and my body isn't listening to his words. It's listening to his touch. Later, we find a moment of relative quiet on a deserted terrace overlooking the museum gardens. The cool night air is a welcome relief from the stuffy heat of the ballroom. "Well," I say, leaning against the stone balustrade, "I think we've successfully convinced Boston that we're madly in love." "The mission is proceeding according to plan," he says, standing beside me, close but not touching. He takes a sip of his whiskey. "Is that all this is to you? A mission?" I ask, looking at his reflection in the dark glass of the terrace doors. He turns to face me, his expression unreadable in the dim light. "What else would it be?" "I don't know," I admit, my voice barely a whisper. "It just feels easy with you. Frighteningly easy." He sets his glass down on the balustrade. "You are an intelligent, beautiful, and articulate woman, Kenna. It is not a hardship to pretend to be your husband." The words are delivered in his usual, flat, factual tone. But they land differently out here, away from the prying eyes. They sound almost sincere. My heart does that stupid little flip again. He takes a step closer, and the carefully constructed wall between us seems to dissolve. The air grows thick, heavy with the things we aren't saying. His gaze drops to my mouth, and I know, with a terrifying certainty, that he's going to kiss me. And the most terrifying part? I want him to. I want him to shatter this fragile truce with the same raw, angry passion he showed me in that hotel room. I want to feel his mouth on mine, to feel his control finally snap. His hand comes up, his fingers gently tracing my jawline. His touch is electric, a jolt of pure lightning. "The lie is only dangerous," he murmurs, his voice like a rough caress, "if you start to believe it." He leans in, and I close my eyes, my breath catching in my throat. "Julian, there you are!" Cynthia Vance's shrill voice shatters the moment. Julian drops his hand as if he's been burned. He takes a step back, the distance between us once again a vast, unbridgeable chasm. The mask of the charming husband slams back into place. "Cynthia," he says, his voice smooth as silk once more. "We were just getting some air." He takes my hand, his grip firm, impersonal. "Come, my love," he says, his voice loud enough for Cynthia to hear. "I believe they're about to start the auction." He leads me back into the glittering ballroom. back onto the stage. But something has shifted. The performance no longer feels like a game. It feels like a tightrope walk over a canyon, and I've just realized I'm working without a net. The lie is supposed to be our shield. But as Julian pulls me closer to his side, smiling for the crowd, I have the terrifying thought that it might just be the weapon that destroys me. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 12. Julian. The ride back to the penthouse is a masterclass in silence. It's not the comfortable quiet of two people at ease with each other. It's the tense, humming silence of a high-voltage wire stretched to its breaking point. The air in the back of the Maybach is thick with the ghost of what almost happened on that terrace. The unspoken kiss hangs between us, a tangible thing. I can feel the phantom warmth of her skin under my hand, still taste the anticipation on my tongue. I stare out the window, watching the city lights smear into streaks of gold and white, but I'm not seeing them. I'm replaying the moment in my mind, dissecting it with the ruthless precision I usually reserve for a hostile takeover. I analyze my own failure. I, Julian Croft, a man whose entire existence is predicated on absolute control, almost kissed my fake wife on a museum terrace. Not as part of the performance, not as a strategic move, but because I wanted to. The admission is a shard of glass in my gut. Desire is a liability. Wanting something you cannot control is a fatal flaw. And I wanted her. In that moment, with the moonlight turning her skin to liquid bronze and her dark eyes full of a confusing, vulnerable fire, I wanted her with a primal urgency that obliterated all logic. Beside me, Kenna is a statue carved from midnight silk. She sits perfectly still, her hands clasped in her lap, her gaze fixed on the road ahead. Is she thinking about it too? Is her heart hammering against her ribs the way mine is? Or has she already dismissed it, filed it away as just another part of the charade? The not knowing is an irritant, a grain of sand in the gears of my mind. When we arrive, the transition from the public sphere to the private one is jarring. The elevator doors slide shut, sealing us in our silent marble cage, and the performance is officially over. The invisible string connecting us snaps. She takes a half step away from me, her posture stiffening. The adoring wife is gone. The wary stranger is back. The elevator opens directly into the penthouse. The vast, empty space feels even colder and more cavernous than usual. "Well," she says, her voice quiet but steady, "I believe the mission was a success." She doesn't look at me. She's already moving toward her hallway, toward her locked door, toward her secret. "Good night, Julian," she says over her shoulder, and the words are a clear dismissal. Before I can formulate a response, she's gone. I listen to her footsteps retreat down the hall. I wait for the soft, final click of the lock. It's a sound that has become both familiar and infuriating. It's the sound of her shutting me out. I am alone. I shrug out of my tuxedo jacket, tossing it onto a leather chair. I rip the bow tie from my throat as if it's choking me. The silence of the penthouse presses in. Usually I find it peaceful. Tonight it feels like a judgment. I walk to the wet bar and pour myself a whiskey. A double. The expensive, peaty liquid burns its way down my throat, but it doesn't touch the restlessness coiling inside me. I stalk over to the windows, my domain, my kingdom spread out before me in a carpet of glittering lights. The view, my testament to power, offers no comfort. My empire feels hollow. My mind keeps circling back to her. The way she laughed at that old man's terrible joke. The proprietary way she put her hand on my chest. The look in her eyes on the terrace. A confusing mix of defiance and longing that mirrored the chaos in my own gut. She makes me feel unbalanced, unmoored, and I despise it. I drain my glass and pour another. I need a distraction, something to focus on. My gaze sweeps over the room and lands on a built-in bookshelf against the far wall. It's not a library, not like the one my father had. It's a curated collection. First editions. Signed copies. I don't keep them for sentimental reasons. They are assets, investments whose value appreciates with time. I walk over to the shelf, my fingers trailing over the leather-bound spines. My hand stops on a slim, worn volume. The Lighthouse Keeper's Son. It was my father's first novel, the one he wrote before the fame, before the awards, before he became a public monument and forgot how to be a private man. I pull the book from the shelf. The leather is soft and cracked with age. The gold leaf of the title is faded. It's not the pristine collector's edition. This is the copy that sat on his bedside table for years. His personal copy. When he died, and I was forced to go through the motions of dealing with his estate, it's one of the only things I took. I told myself it was because it was the most valuable. It was a lie. I open the cover. The inscription on the flyleaf is written in his familiar, spidery scrawl. For Julian. May you always find your way back to shore. The words are a bitter irony. He was the lighthouse keeper who was never home, the one who let his own son's ship crash against the rocks. That was his favorite. Her voice, soft and unexpected, makes me start. I hadn't heard her approach. I turn. Kenna is standing at the entrance to the hall, a glass of water in her hand. She's shed the diamond armor and the silk gown. She's wearing the same simple gray sweatpants and white tank top I saw her in the other night. She looks like herself again. Soft real, and infinitely more dangerous. I couldn't sleep, she offers, as if she needs to explain her presence in what is technically her own home. Neither could I say, my voice rougher than I intend. I close the book, the sound a soft thud in the quiet room. She walks slowly toward me, her bare feet silent on the marble floor. She stops a few feet away, her eyes on the book in my hand. He told me he wrote it for you, she says quietly. He told a lot of people a lot of things, I retort, my defensive walls slamming into place. He was a storyteller. It's what he did. He was proud of it, she continues, ignoring my cynicism. He said it was the most honest thing he ever wrote. Before everything else. Her quiet sincerity is a chisel, chipping away at my armor. I hate how easily she does it. I hate that she makes me want to drop the shield just for a second. He was a good writer, I concede, the admission feeling like a betrayal of my own long-held resentment. He was a terrible father. I don't know why I say it. The words just come out, raw and unfiltered. I've never said them aloud to anyone. Kenna doesn't flinch. She doesn't offer a platitude or a defense of him. She just watches me, her dark eyes full of a deep, unnerving understanding. She simply listens, and her silence is an invitation. I look down at the book in my hand, the worn leather a tangible link to a past I've tried to bury. A memory surfaces, sharp and clear as if it were yesterday. There was a school play, I hear myself say, the words feeling like they belong to someone else. I was 8 years old. I was the third lobster. I had one line. Hark, the tide comes in. I practiced it for weeks. He was never home, always locked in his study, always on a deadline. But he promised he'd be there for this. Front row. I can feel the memory in my bones, the scratchy red felt of the costume, the hot stage lights, the sea of adult faces in the audience, all of them a blur. I remember standing backstage, waiting for my cue. I kept peeking through the curtain, looking for him in the front row where he promised he'd be. There was an empty seat right next to my mother. My voice is flat, a monotone recitation of facts. I kept thinking he was just late, that his car had broken down, that he'd burst through the doors at any second. I traced the faded gold letters of the book's title with my thumb. He never came. I got on stage. I saw the empty chair, and I forgot my line. The humiliation of that moment washes over me, as fresh and stinging as it was 30 years ago. The silence of the auditorium, the prompter whispering from the wings, the snickers of the other kids, the look of pity on my mother's face. When I got home, he was in his study, I continue, my gaze fixed on the book. He'd forgotten. Completely. He was working on a new story, he said. He was on a roll and couldn't stop. He ruffled my hair and told me I'd be in his next book, as if that would fix it. I finally look up at her. I expect to see pity in her eyes, the same look my mother gave me. It's what I always see when people hear the fractured story of my childhood. But Kenna isn't looking at me with pity. Her expression is one of profound, aching empathy. She understands. Not just the story, but the feeling behind it. The crushing disappointment. The feeling of being less important than a fictional character. In her quiet, non-judgmental gaze, I feel seen. And the feeling is terrifying. It's a vulnerability I have never allowed. I shove the book back onto the shelf with unnecessary force, the sound jarring in the stillness. The moment of connection is broken. The armor is back in place, heavier than before. It's just a book, I say, my voice harsh, dismissive. A valuable first edition, nothing more. I turn my back on her, walking over to the bar to pour another drink I don't need. It's a clear rejection, a signal that the conversation is over. I feel her presence behind me for a long moment. I can feel her wanting to say something, and I brace myself for it. But she says nothing. After a moment, I hear her bare feet padding softly away. I hear the click of her door. I'm alone again. I drain my whiskey in one long, burning swallow. The crack in my armor is sealed, but I can still feel the cold air seeping through. I shared something with her, something I've never shared with anyone. And she didn't flinch. I hate her for it. I hate her for making me feel anything other than the cold, clean rage that has fueled me for years. And as I stand alone in my silent, empty kingdom, a terrifying thought occurs to me. My locked door, my private wing, my carefully constructed fortress. It might not be enough to keep her out. She's already found a way inside.
Chapter 13. Kenna, the silence in my wing of the penthouse, is a fragile, precious thing. It's 2 a.m. Leo is finally asleep, his little body still and peaceful in his crib after a bout of teething-related fussiness. I sit in the living area of my private suite, the soft glow of a single lamp illuminating the pages of a book I'm not actually reading. My body is humming with a restless energy, a side effect of the constant, low-grade fear that has become my new normal. Living here is like living on a knife's edge. Every day is a minefield of potential exposures. I've become an expert in logistics, a master of misdirection. Maria and I have a system. Groceries are delivered via the service elevator and whisked into our wing. Diaper bags are disguised as tote bags. Leo's naps and bedtimes are scheduled with military precision, around Julian's known routines. We are ghosts in this house, haunting the edges of his life, and it is utterly, soul-crushingly exhausting. My stomach rumbles. I haven't eaten much for dinner, too preoccupied with soothing Leo. I need something, but our small kitchenette is low on supplies. The main kitchen, Julian's kitchen, is fully stocked. The thought of venturing out there, into his domain, makes my stomach clench. But the hunger is a dull, persistent ache. I grab the parent unit of the baby monitor from the coffee table. It's my lifeline, my security blanket. The soundproofing in this wing is so absolute that without it, I wouldn't be able to hear Leo if he cried out from his room. The small gray device feels heavy in my hand, a symbol of my secret. I slip out of my wing, my bare feet silent on the cold marble of the hallway. The main part of the penthouse is dark, save for the ambient glow of the city lights pouring through the massive windows. The silence here is different. It's not peaceful, it's watchful. It feels like Julian's silence, controlled, powerful, and absolute. I make it to the kitchen without incident. I open the massive stainless steel refrigerator, the cool light spilling over me. My eyes scan the contents: gourmet cheeses, exotic fruits, things I don't recognize. I just want something simple. I find a container of yogurt and a carton of milk. I'll warm the milk. It might help me sleep. I'm standing at the stove, gently heating the milk in a small saucepan. The baby monitor resting on the counter beside me when a soft whimper crackles through the speaker. My entire body tenses. I freeze, my hand hovering over the stove's controls. Mama. Leo's sleepy, plaintive cry is a dagger to my heart. He's having a bad dream. Usually I would rush to his side, scoop him up, and hold him until his fear subsided. But I can't. I'm trapped out here. Another whimper, this one a little louder, more distressed. My heart starts to pound. If he starts crying in earnest, I'll have to run back, and if Julian is home, instinct takes over. It's a stupid, reckless maternal instinct. I pick up the monitor, press the talk button, and bring it to my lips. Shh, my sweet boy. I whisper, my voice a low melodic hum. Mama's here. It's okay. Just a bad dream. I start to sing. It's the lullaby Alistair used to hum when I was a stressed-out college student, a simple, haunting melody from the coast of his childhood. Sleep now, little one. The tide is low. My voice is barely a breath, meant only for the small speaker and the ears of my son. I'm so focused on his sleepy whimpers, on soothing him back into a deep sleep, that I don't hear the footsteps behind me. Who are you singing to? Julian's voice, a low, gravelly rumble in the darkness, slices through my concentration. I gasp, spinning around so fast I nearly drop the monitor. My heart flies into my throat, choking me. He's standing at the entrance to the kitchen, a dark, powerful silhouette against the city lights. I can't see his expression, but I can feel the intensity of his gaze. He heard me. Oh God, he heard me. My mind races, scrambling for a lie. My hand, acting of its own accord, shoves the baby monitor behind my back, hiding it against the small of my back. Julian, I breathe, my voice high and thin. You scared me. I didn't know you were home. You were so busy after the event. Evidently, he doesn't move. He just watches me, his stillness more intimidating than any movement would be. I asked you a question, Kenna. Who were you singing to? No one, I say, the lie tasting like ash in my mouth. I was just humming to myself. It's a nervous habit. That wasn't humming, he says, taking a slow step into the kitchen. The moonlight catches his face now, and his expression is one of sharp, predatory curiosity. His eyes are narrowed, his jaw set. It was a lullaby, and you were talking to someone. You said, Mama's here. Panic, cold, and absolute floods me. He heard everything. You misheard, I insist, my back pressing against the cold steel of the counter. The baby monitor digs into my spine. I was on the phone with my mother. The lie is idiotic. I'm an orphan. I've told him I grew up in foster care. A slow, dangerous smile spreads across his face. He knows I'm lying. He's enjoying this, backing me into a corner. Your mother? That's fascinating. I was under the impression you didn't have one. My foster mother, I amend quickly, my mind grasping at straws. We're close. She's not well. I was just leaving her a message. He takes another step. He's so close now I can smell the faint, clean scent of his skin, see the dark stubble shadowing his jaw. At 2 a.m, singing a lullaby into her voicemail? You'll have to do better than that, Kenna. He reaches out, his hand moving with lightning speed, not toward me, but behind me. My breath catches. He's going for the monitor. I spin away, knocking over the saucepan on the stove. Hot milk splashes across the floor, and the pan clatters loudly in the silent kitchen. The distraction works. His attention is diverted for a split second. It's all I need. I'm tired. I'm going to bed, I say, my voice trembling. I shove the monitor into the deep pocket of my robe and brush past him, my shoulder knocking against his hard chest. The contact is like a lightning strike, a jolt of pure, physical awareness. I don't look back. I flee, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm of terror and relief. I don't stop until I am safely back in my wing, the door locked securely behind me. I sag against it, my body shaking uncontrollably. That was too close. Far, far too close. He knows something. He doesn't know what, but the suspicion in his eyes was unmistakable. Sleep is impossible now. My nerves are shot, my body thrumming with adrenaline. I check on Leo, who is sleeping peacefully again, my lullaby having worked its magic. I watch him for a long time, his innocent face a balm to my frayed soul. I need to move. I need to burn off this nervous energy. The penthouse has an indoor pool. It's on the floor below, accessible by a private staircase. Julian has never mentioned it, but I saw it on the building plans Evelyn sent me before I moved in. He's probably never used it. It will be empty, deserted. I change into the simple black one-piece swimsuit I own, pulling a robe over it. I grab a towel and slip out of my wing, my footsteps silent. I make my way to the staircase and down to the pool level. The space is stunning. It's a long, dark lap pool surrounded by black slate tile. One wall is entirely glass, looking out at the glittering harbor. The air is warm and humid, smelling of chlorine and clean water. And it is, as I predicted, completely empty. I drop my robe and towel on a lounge chair and slide into the water. The coolness is a shock, a welcome balm to my overheated skin. I swim, my strokes long and even, cutting through the silky water. I swim until my muscles burn and my lungs ache, trying to exorcise the fear, trying to exorcise him. I'm floating on my back, staring up at the dark vaulted ceiling, feeling a moment of weightless peace when a sound makes my eyes fly open. He's here. Julian is standing at the edge of the pool, watching me. He's wearing nothing but a pair of black swim trunks that hang low on his hips, showcasing the sharp and masculine V of his torso. My breath catches. I've felt his body against mine, but I've never truly seen it. He is perfectly, ruthlessly built. A landscape of hard muscle and lean power. His chest is broad, dusted with the dark hair that tapers down over the ridged planes of his abdomen. His shoulders are wide, his arms corded with strength. He is magnificent. A predator in his natural habitat. He dives into the water, a clean, powerful slice that barely makes a splash. He surfaces a few feet from me, shaking his head, sending droplets of water flying. His dark hair is slicked back from his forehead, making his features look even sharper, more severe. I seem to be running into you a lot tonight, he says, his deep voice a rumble that vibrates through the water. It's a big penthouse, I say, treading water, trying to keep a casual distance between us. But maybe not big enough. Maybe not. He swims closer, his movements sleek and confident. He stops when he's just an arm's length away. Couldn't sleep either? Your little interrogation was hardly relaxing, I retort. A ghost of a smile touches his lips. I'm a curious man, and you, Kenna, are a very curious woman. His eyes drop, sweeping over my body in the water, and I feel the look like a physical touch. The water suddenly feels too thin, my simple swimsuit too revealing. I didn't take you for a swimmer. There's a lot you don't know about me. I'm beginning to realize that, he says, his voice dropping. I know you like strawberries. I know you sing lullabies to your foster mother. I know you have a secret you're willing to go to war for. He moves closer still, until his knees are almost brushing mine in the water. And I know what your skin feels like under my hands. The words hit me like a wave, knocking the air out of me. The memory of that night, the one I try so hard to suppress, rises to the surface. Vivid and undeniable. The heat, the desperation, the brutal, shattering pleasure. My body remembers. A traitorous warmth pools low in my belly. My areolas pebble against the thin fabric of my suit. That was a mistake, I whisper, my voice hoarse. Was it? His gaze is intense, hypnotic. He lifts a hand from the water, and his wet fingers trail a line of fire from my shoulder down my arm. It didn't feel like a mistake. I can't breathe. The air is thick, heavy with chlorine and memory and a raw, undeniable desire. He is going to kiss my lips. Here, now, and this time, there will be no one to interrupt. My body sways toward him, a willing ship drawn into a magnetic current. His other hand comes to rest on my hip, his thumb stroking the sensitive skin just above the line of my swimsuit. This is insane. This is dangerous. This is the man who thinks I'm a gold digger, the man who would despise me if he knew the truth. But he is also the father of my child, and my body, my stupid, traitorous body, recognizes its mate. I have to get out of here. I put my hands on his chest to push him away. The contact is a mistake. His skin is slick and warm, his muscles hard as rock beneath my palms. A shudder runs through me. He feels it. His eyes darken, and his hand on my hip tightens, pulling me closer. "Don't," I breathe, but it sounds more like a plea than a command. "Don't what, Kenna?" he murmurs. His mouth just inches from mine. "Don't do this." His lips brush against mine, a feather-like touch that sets my entire nervous system on fire. "Or don't stop." I summon every last ounce of my willpower. I shove him, hard. The move surprises him enough that he loosens his grip. I use the opportunity to turn and swim, my strokes frantic, desperate. I haul myself out of the pool, my body trembling, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I don't look back. I snatch my robe and towel and flee, the sound of his low, knowing chuckle following me up the stairs. Back in the safety of my wing, I lean against the locked door, my heart a wild, panicked bird. The fear I felt earlier in the kitchen was a cold, sharp thing. This is different. This is a hot, terrifying fire. The constant fear of my secret being discovered is exhausting. But this reawakened, undeniable pull toward Julian. This is a threat of a different kind. It's not just about protecting my son from him anymore. It's about protecting myself.
Chapter 14. Julian. The storm raging outside my windows is a pale imitation of the one raging inside me. It's been hours since the encounter at the pool. Hours since I fled from her, from the scent of her wet skin, from the terrifying, exhilarating brink of losing control. I retreated to my study, the heart of my empire, a room paneled in dark wood and filled with the quiet hum of technology. This is my fortress within the fortress, the place where I am most myself, most in command. Tonight it offers no sanctuary. I stare at the complex algorithm on the triple monitor display, but the numbers and code are just a meaningless jumble. My mind isn't here. It's back at the pool. It's in the warm, chlorinated water, my hands on her body. My body remembers what my mind tries to deny. The feel of her skin under my palms, so impossibly soft, yet firm with the strength I know she possesses. The way her simple black swimsuit clung to the generous curve of her hips and the swell of her chest, the look in her dark, beautiful eyes, a combustible mixture of fear and a deep, answering desire that she tried and failed to hide. "Don't stop." She didn't say the words, but I saw them in her eyes. I felt them in the way her body swayed toward mine, in the way her breath hitched when my lips brushed against hers. For one insane moment, we were no longer two enemies bound by a contract. We were just a man and a woman, drowning in a current far too strong to fight. And then she ran. She pulled herself from the brink, leaving me alone and burning with a raw, unslaked need that feels like a sickness. I hate this feeling, this lack of control, this obsession. I deal in facts and figures, in assets and liabilities. Kenna James has become a variable I cannot solve, an emotional equation that defies all logic. Her secrets, her locked door, her quiet defiance, it's all a challenge. And the raw physical pull she has on me is a weakness I cannot afford. A colossal boom of thunder shakes the penthouse, so powerful I feel the vibration through the floor. The lights flicker violently. Rain lashes against the windows in furious wind-driven sheets. The city below has vanished into a churning vortex of black cloud and rain. I should go to bed. I should put an end to this fruitless, self-torturing night. But the thought of lying in the dark, alone with my thoughts of her, is untenable. So I stay here, nursing a whiskey, letting the storm outside be the soundtrack to my own internal chaos. Another flash of lightning, brighter this time, illuminates the room in a stark, blue-white strobe. It's followed almost instantly by a deafening crack of thunder that sounds like the sky splitting apart. And then everything goes black. The sudden absolute darkness is shocking. The hum of the servers, the whisper of the climate control, the glow of my monitors. All gone. The silence is profound, unnerving. For the first time, I feel the true isolation of being this high above the city. A king on a throne of glass and steel, completely cut off. A moment later, emergency lights flicker on, casting long, eerie shadows across the room. They're powered by the building's backup generators, providing just enough low, amber light to see by. The main power is out. My first thought is the building's security systems. My second, professional to the core, is my company's data servers. But a third thought pushes through, sharp and unwelcome. Kenna. In the new, unnatural quiet of the penthouse, I hear something. It's faint at first, a high, thin sound that I almost dismiss as the wind whistling through a vent. I stand up from my desk, straining to listen over the drumming of the rain. There it is again, closer this time, higher. It's a wail, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. It's the sound of a child crying. My blood runs cold. I stand perfectly still, every muscle in my body tensed. It's impossible. This penthouse is a fortress. The walls are concrete, the windows are reinforced, and her wing is soundproofed. I know it is. I commissioned the work myself, nothing gets in or out. So what the hell am I hearing? Another clap of thunder rocks the building, and the cry escalates into a full-blown, panicked scream. It's the sound a child makes when they are scared out of their mind. It's coming from down the hall, from the direction of her wing. My logical mind scrambles for an explanation. The power outage. It must have knocked out the soundproofing system. That's the only possibility. But the conclusion my brain leaps to next is not that Kenna has a child hidden in her room. That idea is too insane, too outlandish to even consider. No, the sound is real. The wing is no longer soundproof. Therefore, someone is in there who shouldn't be. An intruder. The thought ignites a cold, violent rage inside me. Someone has breached my home, sanctuary. And they have a child with them. Who brings a child to a break-in? Unless they're not here to steal. Unless they're here for her. The thought sends a spear of ice through my chest. Thorn, that slimy jerk. Did he send someone? Is she hurt? The question, is Kenna okay? Blazes through my mind with a protective fury that startles me with its intensity. All thoughts of our contract, our animosity, our charged encounters evaporate. All that's left is a primal, territorial need to protect what is mine. And she, as my wife, fake or not, is mine to protect. I move without thinking. I pull the small, heavy maglite from my desk drawer. I don't own a gun. My security detail handles that. But the flashlight is solid metal, a formidable weapon in a pinch. I move out of my study and down the long, shadowy hallway, my socked feet making no sound on the marble. I am a predator stalking through my own territory, every sense on high alert. The crying is louder now, a series of terrified, gulping sobs punctuated by the roar of the storm. It's definitively coming from behind her door. I reach her wing and press my ear against the heavy wood. The crying is heartbreakingly clear, and I can hear something else. A woman's voice. Kenna's voice. It's a low, soothing murmur, but it's laced with a frantic edge. Shh, baby. Shh. It's okay, Mama's here. The words are the same ones I heard her whisper into the device in the kitchen. The lullaby. The foster mother. The lies. But the crying is real. My mind is a war zone of conflicting information. The intruder theory is starting to crumble, replaced by a confusion so profound it's disorienting. What is going on in there? Kenna! I hammer my fist on the door, my voice a loud, authoritative bark. Kenna, open this door right now! There's no response from inside. Only the child's crying, which seems to intensify at the sound of my voice. Kenna, I swear to God, if you don't open this door, I will break it down. I know you can hear me. Silence, just the storm and the sobbing. That's it. My patience, My control. It all snaps. I don't know what's happening, but I know that I am the master of this house. There will be no more locked doors, no more secrets. I take a step back, planting my feet firmly on the marble floor. I square my shoulders, my body coiling with violent intent. My promise to her, our agreement, it's all meaningless now, incinerated by the sound of that terrified child. I am coming through that door, and I will get my answers. Chapter 15, Julian. There is no more thought, no more strategy. There is only the splintering of wood and the roar of my own blood in my ears. I slam my shoulder into the door. The solid oak groans, the frame shuddering in protest. It's not enough. The rage inside me is a white-hot furnace, and I pour all of it into the next blow. I take a step back, gathering my entire weight, and launch myself at the door again. This time, the lock gives way with a sound like a gunshot. The wood around the bolt splinters, and the door flies inward, crashing against the interior wall. The scene that greets me is a tableau from a nightmare, illuminated in the eerie amber glow of the emergency lights. The room is in chaos, and in the center of it all, standing frozen like a terrified doe, is Kenna. But I barely see her. My entire universe, my entire understanding of reality, narrows to the small, trembling bundle clutched in her arms. It's a child. A little boy. He's wrapped in a blue blanket, his face buried in the crook of her neck. He's sobbing, a series of terrified, gulping breaths that hitch in his small chest. And as he turns his head, his face wet with tears, his wide, frightened eyes find mine. The world doesn't tilt on its axis. It shatters. It's like looking into a distorted mirror that reflects the past. I'm looking at my own face, aged down 3 decades. The same dark, unruly hair that refuses to be tamed. The same stubborn set of his jaw, even trembling with fear. And his eyes. God, his eyes. They are my eyes. The same stormy, turbulent gray, currently swimming with tears. The pieces of the puzzle, the strange, disparate clues I've been collecting, slam into place with the force of a physical blow. The locked, soundproofed wing. The hushed, affectionate phone calls where she whispered, "Mama's here." The organic applesauce and the children's cereal. The bright yellow, giraffe-shaped spoon that I still have tucked away in my desk drawer. The way she ran from me at the pool. The way she fights me at every turn. The secrets she guards with the ferocity of a she-wolf. It all connects, forming a picture so monstrous, so utterly inconceivable, that my mind struggles to accept it. But my heart, an organ I've long ignored, knows the truth with a certainty that is absolute and devastating. This is my son. She hid my son from me for 2 years. The rage from a moment ago is nothing. A pale, insignificant flicker compared to the inferno that now engulfs me. This is not anger. This is a cataclysm. A tectonic shift in the foundation of my soul. Julian. Kenna breathes, her voice a broken whisper. She takes a half-step back, pulling the child tighter against her, a purely instinctual protective gesture that only fuels my fury. At that moment, an older woman with kind eyes and a terrified face rushes out from a side room. It's the nanny. She moves with purpose, her focus intent on the crying child. "Give him to me, Kenna," the woman says, her voice becoming low and urgent. She holds out her arms. Kenna hesitates, her eyes darting between me and the nanny. She looks trapped, her face a mask of pure primal fear. "Now, Kenna," the nanny insists gently. With a sob, Kenna relinquishes the boy into the woman's arms. The nanny immediately turns her back on me, murmuring soothing words in a language I don't recognize, and carries my son, away into the other bedroom, shutting the door behind her. Now it's just the two of us, me and her, the betrayer. We stand in the wreckage of the door, the storm raging outside, the silence inside charged with a violence that is almost unbearable. "Explain," I say. The word is not a request. It is a command, ripped from the very depths of my being. My voice is a low, dangerous thing I don't recognize as my own. There's nothing to explain, she says, her voice trembling, but her chin is high. Even now, even caught, she defies me. You shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have broken down my door. Your door? A harsh, humorless laugh escapes my lips. Your door? In my home. The home where you have been hiding my son? He is not your son, she cries, the words a desperate, pathetic lie. Don't, I snarl, taking a step toward her. She flinches but holds her ground. Do not lie to me. Not now. I'm looking at a ghost. I'm looking at my own childhood face. He has my goddamn eyes, Kenna. Lots of people have gray eyes, she insists, her voice gaining a hysterical edge. It's a coincidence. He's not yours. A coincidence? I'm stalking toward her now, my movements slow, deliberate. I am the predator, and she is the prey who has stolen my bloodline. The timeline is a coincidence too, I suppose. He looks to be about 2 years old. What a remarkable coincidence that is, seeing as we shared a bed 2 years ago. Her face pales, the rich, dark brown of her skin turning ashen in the dim light. She wraps her arms around herself, a futile attempt to ward me off. You have no right, she whispers. No right? My voice explodes, a roar that echoes the thunder outside. I have no right. You hid my child from me for 2 years. You let me walk these halls, day after day, not knowing that my own flesh and blood was sleeping just a few feet away. You denied me my son. The enormity of her betrayal washes over me again, and for a second I feel dizzy with it. It's not just the lie. It's the sheer, calculated cruelty of it. She made me him. She made me my father, the absentee, the ghost, the man who didn't know his own son. The very thing I've spent my entire life raging against, she turned me into. I did it to protect him, she shouts back, tears streaming down her face now. To protect him from you. From your cynicism, from your cruelty. I didn't want him to be a pawn in your world. I didn't want him to be the son of a man who thinks everything, and everyone, has a price. So you decided I would have no price at all? That I was worthless, that I deserved to be erased from his life completely. I'm right in front of her now, my body thrumming with a violent energy I'm struggling to contain. I want to shake her. I want to break her, just as she has broken me. You don't get to make that decision. He is half me. He is my son. My son. From the other room, the child's crying intensifies again, a fresh wave of terrified sobs. The sound cuts through the red haze of my rage. It's a needle piercing a balloon. The fury doesn't vanish, but it recedes just enough for another feeling to push through. A fierce, guttural, paternal possessiveness. My son is scared. And I am the one scaring him. The realization is a splash of ice water. I clench my fists at my sides, forcing myself to take a step back, to put some space between me and her. I drag a hand through my hair, my entire body trembling. I need to see him. I don't know what I need. I just need to be in the same room as him, to confirm that he is real. I turn toward the bedroom door where the nanny took him. No, Kenna says, her voice sharp with panic. She moves to block my path, her body a fragile but determined barrier. Julian, please. Don't. Get out of my way, Kenna. Please, she begs, her hands coming up as if to ward me off. He's terrified. You're a stranger to him. You'll only scare him more. Please, just for tonight. Let me calm him down. I look at her, at the genuine maternal terror in her eyes. And I look at the closed door, behind which my son is crying for his mother. She is still lying to me, still trying to control the situation. But she is right about one thing. I am a stranger to him, a stranger she created. This changes nothing, I say, voice sounding like a harsh, cold promise. This conversation is not over. I look her dead in the eye, letting her see the full, unvarnished depth of my fury. I want a DNA test. She flinches, a fresh wave of tears spilling down her cheeks. That's not necessary. Oh, it's absolutely necessary, I interrupt, my voice laced with ice. Not for me. I don't need a piece of paper to tell me what I'm looking at. I know he's mine. The test is for you. It is a formality. It is the official, legal, undeniable end to your lies. I don't wait for her to respond. I can't be in this room, in this wing, with her for another second. I feel like I'm suffocating. I turn my back on her, on the closed door to my son's room, and I walk away. I stride through the wreckage of the door I broke down, back into the cold, empty silence of my own life. But it's not empty anymore. It's been filled with a truth so monumental, it has obliterated everything else. I have a son, and the woman I'm bound to by contract, the woman I share my home with, is the one who stole him from me.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyler. Chapter 16. Kenna. For 2 days, the penthouse is a tomb. The silence is a living entity, a cold, heavy presence that suffocates the air and presses in on me from all sides. The broken door to my wing has been replaced by a sleek, new one, installed by a silent, efficient crew who never made eye contact. It locks, but the security it offers is an illusion. The real locks have been shattered. The secret is out. Julian is a specter of fury. I feel him more than I see him. He moves through the vast marble spaces like a shadow, his presence a constant low-grade hum of rage that makes the hair on my arm stand up. We don't speak. We don't even make eye contact. If I am in the kitchen when he enters, he turns and walks away. If we pass in the hallway, his gaze goes right through me. As if I am nothing more than a ghost he refuses to acknowledge. His icy rage is more terrifying than any shouting match could ever be. It's a controlled, contained fury, the kind that builds pressure until it implodes. It's the chilling calm at the eye of a hurricane. I spend these 2 days barricaded in my wing with Leo and Maria. My son is my anchor, my reason for breathing. I play with him on the floor, his happy, nonsensical babbles a fragile shield against the oppressive silence outside our door. I read him stories, my voice steady, even as my heart hammers against my ribs. I hold him close, his small, warm body a comfort, and a constant, aching reminder of what I've done. I'm not sorry I protected him. I stand by my choice. When I think of Julian's initial cruelty, his cynical worldview, his assumption that I was a gold digger, I know I did what I had to do. I saved my son from being born into a war zone, from being seen as a mistake or a liability. But my heart is broken. It's broken for the silence, for the hate radiating from the man just down the hall. It's broken for the future I have so thoroughly destroyed. On the third morning, the summons comes. It's not a knock. It's a crisp, formal email from his executive assistant, Evelyn, appearing on my phone. Mr. Croft requests your presence in his study at 10 a.m. It's not a request. It's a command. Maria senses my terror. Do you want me to come with you? She asks, her hand on my arm. I shake my head, handing a sleeping Leo into her arms. No, I have to do this alone. At precisely 10 o'clock, I walk to his study. The door is slightly ajar. I push it open and step inside. The room is as cold and controlled as he is. Dark wood, leather, and a wall of monitors displaying the ceaseless, silent flow of the global market. He's not at his desk. He's standing by the windows, looking out across the city, a dark silhouette against the bright morning sky. He turns as I enter, and my breath catches. The rage is still there, simmering in the depths of his stormy gray eyes, but it's overlaid with a profound, bone-deep weariness. He looks like a man who hasn't slept in 2 days. He doesn't speak. He simply gestures to the massive polished desk. Lying in the middle of the vast, empty surface is a single, crisp manila envelope. My feet feel like lead as I walk toward it. I know what it is. My name is printed on the front in sharp black ink. My hands tremble as I pick it up. The paper is thick, expensive. I slide my finger under the flap and pull out the single sheet inside. It's a lab report, a string of scientific jargon, numbers, and percentages. But my eyes find the only words that matter. Probability of paternity, 99.999%. The numbers are a death sentence to my denial. They are the official, legal, undeniable end to my lies. I stare at the paper, the words blurring through the sudden hot sting of tears. It's one thing to know the truth. It's another to see it laid bare in black and white, a weapon he can now wield against me. The formality is complete, he says, his voice flat, devoid of any emotion. It's colder and more cutting than any shout could ever be. I look at him, my throat tight. I want to say something. I want to defend myself. I want to tell him why. But the words won't come. What can I possibly say? I'm sorry I stole your son from you. Now, he continues, his voice still terrifyingly calm. I am going to see him. He starts to walk toward the door, toward my wing, toward Leo. Wait, I whisper, my voice cracking. He pauses, his hand on the doorknob, but he doesn't turn around. He's just a baby, Julian, I plead. He doesn't understand any of this. You're a stranger. You'll scare him. I am his father, he says, his back still to me. The words are raw, absolute. And I will not be a stranger to him for one more second. You've stolen enough of my time. You will not steal this. He walks out, leaving me alone in his cold, silent study with the piece of paper that has just destroyed my world. I follow him, my heart a wild, panicked bird against my ribs. I find him standing hesitantly outside the open door to my living area, where Maria is playing on the floor with Leo. My son looks up, his happy babbling fading as he sees the tall, dark stranger in the doorway. He scrambles to his feet and toddles over to Maria, hiding his face in her side, peeking out with wide, wary eyes. His father's eyes. Julian stops, frozen. He looks lost. The powerful, ruthless billionaire is gone. In his place is a man who looks utterly, completely terrified. He's staring at Leo with an expression of such raw, agonizing hunger that it makes my own heart crack. This isn't the face of a man who sees a liability. This is the face of a man staring at a miracle he never knew existed. He takes a slow, hesitant step into the room. He's holding something in his hand. It's a book. A slim, worn volume with a faded gold title, The Lighthouse Keeper's Son. Alistair's first novel, the copy from his study. He crouches down, a slow, awkward movement, as if his body doesn't know how to make itself smaller. He doesn't get too close. He just stays there, on his haunches, making himself less intimidating. "Hello," he says in his gravelly voice, something I've never heard before. It's thick with an emotion he's struggling to control. Leo just stares at him, his thumb creeping into his mouth. Julian holds out the book, not to Leo, but just placing it on the floor between them, and offering a bridge. I brought you something," he says, his voice strained. "It was your grandfather's. He was a great man. He would have loved you very much and have been a very good grandfather." I hear the crack in his voice when he talks of Alistair. The emotions, the pain. It breaks my heart, and I just realize that this is him, the real Julian. He just stays there, crouched on the floor, not moving, just letting Leo get used to him. He doesn't try to touch him. He doesn't try to force it. He just waits. He waits with a patience I never would have thought him capable of, his entire being focused on the small boy who is staring back at him with his own face. And in that moment, my righteous anger, my carefully constructed justifications, they all crumble to dust. I didn't just protect my son from Julian's cynicism. I robbed him of this. I robbed him of this man who is looking at our child with a love so profound, so absolute it's like a physical force in the room. I robbed Julian of 2 years of this, of first steps and first words and sleepy, milky cuddles. I didn't just save Leo. I stole from them both. The weight of it, the sheer staggering gravity of my actions crushes me. The tears I've been holding back for 2 days finally fall, silent and hot down my cheeks. This is not the monster I built up in my mind. This is a man, broken and hurting, trying to connect with the son he never knew he had. Leo, sensing the shift in the room, sensing that this stranger is not a threat, takes a hesitant step away from Maria. He toddles toward the book, his curiosity overriding his fear. He pats the worn leather cover with his small, chubby hand. He looks up at Julian, and he smiles. A small, shy, gap-toothed smile. The sound that Julian makes is not a word. It's a raw, guttural noise, a sound of pure, unadulterated pain and joy and heartbreak all rolled into one. A single tear escapes his eye and traces a path down his cheek before he quickly, angrily wipes it away. I can't watch anymore. It's too intimate. It's a sacred, shattered moment that I have no right to witness. I turn and flee back to the sanctuary of my bedroom, shutting the door behind me. I slide down to the floor, my body shaking with silent, racking sobs. The Cold War isn't over. In fact, it has just entered a new, more terrible phase. Before, his anger was a shield against me. Now I see his pain, and it is a far more formidable weapon. I want to apologize. I want to fall on my knees and beg his forgiveness. But the words are a stone in my throat. How do you apologize for a theft of this magnitude? How do you bridge a chasm you yourself have created? The silence that falls over the penthouse now is no longer just angry. It's heavy with the weight of everything we have lost, and I don't know where to even begin to build a bridge.
Chapter 17. Julian. Sleep is a foreign country I cannot enter. I lie awake in my bed, the silk sheets a cold, suffocating shroud. The storm outside has passed, leaving behind a city washed clean and a sky of impenetrable black. But the storm inside me rages on, a tempest of fury, betrayal, and a new, terrifying emotion so profound it has no name. I have a son. The 3 words detonate in my mind over and over again. I see his face when I close my eyes. The perfect miniature replica of my own, his gray eyes wide and wary. I feel the ghost of his tiny hand patting the cover of the book I offered him. A book about a lighthouse keeper's son who loses his father to the sea, only to find his way back to shore. The irony is a bitter acid in my throat. My anger at Kenna is a living thing. It's a cold, hard knot of rage in my chest. She stole 2 years from me. She stole his first word, his first step, 2 years of bedtime stories and scraped knees. She made me into the one thing I swore I would never be, an absent father. The betrayal is so deep, so fundamental, it has rewritten the landscape of my soul. And yet, underneath the anger, there is something else. The memory of her face when she saw me with Leo. The raw maternal fear, the fierce protective love. She did it to protect him from me, from the man she believes me to be. The man I have so carefully crafted for the world. The monster. A frantic, desperate knocking on my bedroom door shatters the silence. "Julian!" It's Kenna's voice. It's not angry or defiant. It's pure, undiluted panic. I'm out of bed in an instant, my heart slamming against my ribs. I pull on a pair of sweats and throw open the door. She's standing there, a vision of terror in the dim hallway light. She's wearing a thin t-shirt and pajama pants, her glorious hair a wild, tangled mess around her face. Her beautiful, dark skin is ashen, her eyes wide with a fear that has absolutely nothing to do with me. "It's Leo!" She chokes out, her voice breaking. "He's burning up." He woke up crying, and he's so hot, Julian. I don't know what to do. All the anger, all the betrayal, all the cold fury, it evaporates. It vanishes as if it never existed, incinerated by the white-hot terror that floods my veins. My son is sick. I don't remember moving, but suddenly I'm in her wing, in the room that has been a forbidden territory for weeks. It's a simple, soft room, filled with the things of a child's life. A rocking chair, a bookshelf filled with colorful board books, and a crib. I rush to the side of it. Leo is thrashing, his small body slick with sweat, his face flushed a painful, feverish red. He's making a weak, whimpering sound that tears through me, a physical pain far worse than any corporate loss or personal insult. Maria is at the side, applying a wet cloth on his head. This is my first test as a father, and I am utterly, terrifyingly powerless. I command boardrooms, who moves markets, who bends the world to his will, and I have no idea how to fix this. "His temperature is 104, Kenna says from behind me, her voice trembling. "I gave him infant Tylenol, but it's not coming down. It's the first time he got sick like this. He's always been a healthy child. I don't know what's going on." "Okay," I say, my voice coming out rough, unfamiliar. I force myself into action. Control is my nature. I have to control this. I pull out my phone, my fingers fumbling on the screen. I dial the private number for my personal physician, Dr. Alistair Wright, a man whose services cost more per year than most people's homes. "Right," his sleepy voice answers. "It's Julian Croft," I say, my voice sharp, clipped. "I have an emergency. A child. My son. He has a fever of 104. I need you at my penthouse. Now." "Julian? A son?" There's a rustle on the other end of the line. I'll be there as fast as I can. It will take me at least an hour to get across town. An hour. 60 minutes. An eternity. "Not good enough," I snap, but he's already hung up. I turn back to the crib. Leo's whimpers have escalated into a full-blown, desolate cry. He's reaching his little arms up, his face contorted in misery. Kenna is trying to soothe him, her hands fluttering uselessly over his hot skin. "Let me," I say, pushing her gently aside. I reach into the crib and scoop him up. His small body is terrifyingly hot against my bare chest, limp and burning. He wails, arching his back, not knowing who I am. "Shh, shh," I murmur, my voice a rough sound I don't recognize. I start to pace the room, holding him close, rocking him. "It's okay. It's okay, son. Daddy's here." The word feels foreign on my tongue. Daddy. I am his daddy. And he is sick. And he is scared. And I'm all but useless. The feeling of helplessness is a poison, a familiar ghost from my own childhood. And I will not let my son feel it. Kenna is watching us, her hands pressed to her mouth, her eyes swimming with a mixture of fear and something else. Something I can't decipher. The wall between us is gone, obliterated by this shared primal terror. We are not enemies. We are not parties in a contract. We're just two parents terrified for our child. An hour is too long, I say, my voice grim. I can feel the heat radiating from Leo's body, and every instinct in me is screaming. The hospital? The New England Private General is 20 minutes from here. Kenna just nods, her eyes wide. Okay. Yes, okay. There's no more discussion. We move. I keep Leo cradled against my chest while Kenna throws essentials into a diaper bag with frantic, shaking hands, and Maria packing milk and water. We don't bother to change. Be careful, Maria reminds us as we rush out. I barely nod at her. We fly through the penthouse, a strange, desperate trio in pajamas and sweats. I bypass my own driver, and we take my personal car from the garage, a sleek black Aston Martin that has never been used for anything so mundane, so terrifyingly important. I drive, my hands gripping the wheel, my focus absolute. I break every speed limit, the city lights a blur of red and gold. Kenna is in the back seat, murmuring to Leo, trying to soothe his endless, heartbreaking cries. We arrive at the private hospital's emergency entrance in 17 minutes. A team is waiting for us, a testament to my name and the power it wields. They whisk Leo away, and for a moment, my arms are empty, and the feeling of loss is so profound, I stagger. Kenna and I are left in a private waiting room, a sterile beige box. The adrenaline fades, leaving behind a raw, nerve-jangling exhaustion. We don't speak. There are no words. We just sit, feet apart, staring at the closed door, united in our silent, desperate prayer. After what feels like a lifetime, a doctor comes in. She's a calm, reassuring woman in her 40s. Mr. and Mrs. Croft, she says, her smile kind. Leo is going to be fine. He has a simple respiratory virus that caused a febrile seizure. It's very common in children his age. Frightening for the parents, but rarely dangerous. We've given him medication to bring the fever down, and we'd like to keep him overnight for observation, just to be safe. Relief washes over me so powerfully my knees feel weak. He's okay. My son is okay. I look over at Kenna, and she is sobbing, her face buried in her hands, her shoulders shaking with silent, grateful sobs. Without thinking, I move to her, sitting beside her, placing a hesitant hand on her back. She doesn't flinch. She leans into my touch, just for a second, a silent acknowledgement of the truce our shared terror has forged. They give us a private suite. Leo is asleep in a hospital crib, an IV drip taped to his tiny hand. His breathing is even, his face no longer flushed, but a peaceful soft brown. He looks perfect. Kenna has fallen asleep in the armchair beside his crib, her face etched with exhaustion. I watch them, my two-person family I never knew I had, my son, and his mother, the woman who betrayed me, who lied to me, and who loves our child with a fierceness that I am only just beginning to understand. I can't sleep. I sit in the dark, watching the steady rise and fall of my son's chest. Sometime before dawn, I pull out my phone. It's a habit. I need to connect to my world, to check the markets, the news. And that's when I see it. A headline from a major gossip column already going viral. Secret Croft heir revealed. Julian Croft's sham marriage, hiding love child. My blood turns icy in my veins. I click the link. The article is vicious. It paints a picture of our marriage as a desperate cover-up, a scheme to legitimize a secret child and secure another heir for the corrupt Croft dynasty. It's filled with quotes from anonymous insiders. And then I see the final, devastating blow. Sources close to acclaimed biographer Victor Thorne, whose upcoming tell-all, The Croft Deception, promises to expose the family's dark secrets, have provided an exclusive excerpt. What follows is a venomous passage from Thorne's book, twisting my father's reclusiveness into agoraphobic paranoia and his mentorship of young writers into something predatory and sinister. It's a character assassination. He knew. Thorne knew about Leo. He didn't just hint at it. He leaked it. He used my son, my sick, innocent son, as a publicity tool for his disgusting book. He put a target on my child's back. The fury that rises in me is nothing like I have ever felt before. The rage I felt at Kenna was a personal, internal agony of betrayal. This is different. This is primal. This is the murderous rage of a father whose child has been threatened. The game has changed. This is no longer about my father's legacy. It is no longer about my reputation or a business deal. Victor Thorne has made this about my son. He has taken my child and thrown him to the wolves for profit and revenge. I look from the cold blue light of my phone screen to the warm, peaceful face of my sleeping son. And in that moment, something inside me solidifies into a purpose as hard and as sharp as a diamond. The Cold War with Kenna is over, replaced by a searing, unifying clarity. My anger at her is a luxury I can no longer afford, because the threat is no longer inside my home. It's outside, and it has just declared war on my son, and I will burn the entire world to the ground to protect him.
Chapter 18. Kenna. I wake with a gasp, my body stiff and aching. For a disoriented second, the sterile beige walls of the hospital room don't register. Then, it all comes rushing back. The fever, the frantic drive, the terror. My eyes fly to the crib. Leo is sleeping peacefully, his small chest rising and falling in a steady, even rhythm. His face, bathed in the soft gray light of dawn, is no longer flushed, but its usual, beautiful, creamy brown. The relief is so profound, so absolute, it feels like I can breathe at last. He's okay. My son is okay. My gaze shifts. Julian is sitting in the other armchair, the one by the window. He hasn't slept. His powerful frame is slumped with an exhaustion that seems to go bone deep. His tuxedo trousers from the gala are rumpled. His hair is a mess, and a dark stubble shadows his sharp jaw. He looks ravaged, undone, and more human than I have ever seen him. He's staring at his phone, his face illuminated by its cold blue light. The expression on his face is something I have never seen before. The icy control is gone. The cynical detachment is gone. What's left is a stillness so absolute, so terrifying, it looks like the moment before an explosion. It's the calm at the center of a nuclear reactor, just before it goes critical. The fragile truce we forged in the crucible of last night's terror hangs between us. We are not enemies. We are not business partners. We are two parents who have just been dragged through hell and back. He must sense my gaze, because he looks up. His stormy gray eyes meet mine, and the raw, violent fury in them makes me flinch. But it's not directed at me. I know his anger. I've been on the receiving end of its cold, cutting edge. This is different. This is a feral, murderous rage. This is the rage of a predator whose territory has been invaded, whose young has been threatened. Without a word, he stands up and walks over to me. He holds out his phone. His hand is perfectly steady. "You should see this," he says, voice a low, flat, deadly thing. I take the phone, my fingers trembling. The headline of a major online gossip column screams up at me in bold, ugly letters. Secret Croft heir revealed, Julian Croft's sham marriage, hiding love child. My blood turns to ice. My vision narrows. The words swimming before my eyes. I read on, my stomach churning with a sick, rising horror. The article is a masterpiece of poison. It calls our marriage a fraud, a desperate ploy. It calls my son a love child, an illegitimate heir to a corrupt dynasty. It's filled with vicious, anonymous quotes. And then the final devastating blow, an excerpt from Victor Thorne's book. A vile, twisted passage that paints Alistair as a monster. They've used my son. They've taken my beautiful, innocent child and thrown him into the center of their disgusting public war. They've put a target on his back. A sob escapes my lips, a raw, wounded sound. I look from the phone to Julian, expecting to see the blame in his eyes, expecting the accusation. This is your fault. You brought this into my world. But that's not what I see. His fury is a wall, a shield, directed entirely outward. He put a target on my son, Julian says. His voice so low it's almost a whisper, but it vibrates with a promise of violence that chills me to the bone. My son, not the child, not him. My son. And in that moment, something inside me breaks. The dam of fear and secrets and justifications I have been hiding behind for 2 years finally shatters. He sees Leo as his son to be protected. Not a problem to be managed. Not a mistake to be sanitized. His son. The tears I've been holding back begin to fall, hot and fast. Julian, I choke out, my voice thick with unshed grief and guilt. I ran, I whisper, the confession tumbling out of me, raw and unfiltered. I ran away from you 2 years ago, and I hid him from you. And I was wrong. He just watches me, his expression unreadable, his fury a banked fire. It was the morning after. I continue, the words pouring out of me now, a torrent of pain. In that hotel room, you looked at me with such contempt. You called me a gold digger. You pulled out your wallet, Julian. You tried to pay me. The memory is as sharp and as painful as it was that day. And in that moment, I saw the future. I just knew that if I told you I was pregnant, you wouldn't see a baby. You would see a scheme, you would see a trap, you would see a transaction. I'm on my feet now, pacing the small room, my arms wrapped around myself. I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't let our child be born into that. I couldn't let him grow up feeling like a mistake or a bargaining chip or a line item in a contract. I had to protect him, not from you, the man, but from the man you were then, the man who believed everyone had a price. I didn't want my son to have one. I finally stop, turning to face him. I lay my soul bare. I was scared, and I was alone, and I did the only thing I could think of to protect him. I'm not sorry I protected him, but I am so sorry that I hurt you. I'm sorry I stole him from you. The silence that follows is absolute. He just stands there watching me, his face a mask of stone. I've given him the truth, all of it, and now he will deliver his judgment. I brace myself for the final, killing blow. He closes his eyes for a long moment. When he opens them, the rage is still there, but it's tempered with something else. A deep, profound, soul-deep weariness. The man I was then, he says, voice rough, as if the words are being dragged over broken glass. He wouldn't have listened. He wouldn't have believed you. He finally looks at me, and finally, I feel like he is truly seeing me. He would have done exactly what you were afraid of. I probably would have done everything in my power to take our son away, so don't blame yourself only. The admission is not forgiveness. It's not absolution. But it is something far more valuable. It is understanding. It is a bridge, fragile and tenuous, across the chasm of our shared pain. The last of my strength gives out. A sob racks my body, and my legs give way. He's there before I hit the floor. He moves with a speed that is shocking, his arms coming around me, catching me, pulling me against his hard chest. I collapse against him, my face buried in the soft fabric of his sweatshirt, and I weep, I weep for the last 2 years, for the lies, for the fear, for the loneliness. I weep for the family we could have been, and for the broken pieces we are now. His arms tighten around me, one hand cradling the back of my head, his fingers threading through my hair. He doesn't offer empty platitudes. He doesn't say, "It's okay." He just holds me. He holds me as I fall apart, his solid presence the only thing keeping me anchored to the ground. When the storm of tears finally subsides, I'm left empty, exhausted, and still wrapped in his arms. I should pull away. I should reestablish the boundaries, but I can't. I'm too tired. And his embrace, for the first time, feels like a sanctuary. I tilt my head back to look at him. His face is inches from mine. His gray eyes are dark, turbulent, filled with a maelstrom of emotions I can't begin to decipher. "Kenna," he whispers, his voice thick with a raw vulnerability that undoes me. And then he kisses me. It is nothing like the first time. There is no anger, no punishment. It is nothing like the almost kiss on the terrace. There is no game, no strategy. This is a kiss of pure, desperate, emotional necessity. His lips are soft, tentative, questioning. It's a kiss that asks for comfort and offers it in return. It's the kiss of two survivors clinging to each other in the wreckage. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Afterward, we lie tangled on the too small sofa, my head on his chest, his arm wrapped tightly around me. The first rays of dawn are painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and soft pink. The war is not over. In fact, it has just begun. The world outside this room is now our enemy. But for the first time in 2 years, I am not facing it alone. The Cold War is over, and in its place, something new, something fragile and unnamed and terrifyingly real, has begun to grow.
Chapter 19. Julian. Awake to a foreign warmth pressed against my side and a weight on my chest that is both unfamiliar and deeply, primally welcome. For a disoriented moment, I am adrift. The room is sterile, the air thin and tasting of antiseptic. The first light of the morning filters through the blinds, casting stripes across a too small sofa. Then it all comes back. The fever. The hospital. Kenna. I look down. She is asleep, curled against me, her head resting on my chest. One of her arms is thrown across my waist, her hand resting trustingly on my stomach. Her glorious tangled locks spill over my shoulder, and her soft rhythmic breaths are a ghost of a touch against my skin. The scent of her, jasmine, citrus, and a deeper, warmer scent that is uniquely Kenna, fills my senses. My first instinct is to move, to disentangle myself, to reestablish the cold distance that has defined our relationship. But I don't. I can't. Last night, something broke. Not just in her, but in me. The sex wasn't a battle, not like the first time. It wasn't a strategic move. It was a desperate, mutual seeking of solace. It was two fractured people clinging to each other in the dark, trying to piece themselves back together. It was a raw, messy, emotional surrender. And in the harsh light of morning, the intimacy of it is both terrifying and undeniable. I look at her sleeping face. The lines of tension around her eyes are gone, replaced by a soft vulnerability. Her full lips are slightly parted. In sleep, she is not the defiant adversary or the graceful performer. She is just a woman, a mother. My gaze shifts to the hospital crib across the room. My son. He's stirring, his little fists batting at the air, his gray eyes blinking open to the new day. A feeling, fierce and overwhelming, clenches in my chest. It's a terrifying, all-consuming love that I have no frame of reference for. It's a brand on my soul. I look back at the woman sleeping on my chest. The woman who hid him from me. The anger, the white-hot rage of betrayal is still there. It's a wound that will not heal easily. But looking at her now, seeing the exhaustion etched onto her beautiful features, listening to the raw confession she poured out last night, the anger is complicated by something else. Understanding. She wasn't trying to wound me. She was trying to protect him. From the man I was. A cold, ruthless man who measured the world in transactions and saw sentiment as a weakness. She wasn't just a betrayer. She was a fierce, desperate protector. A mother lion guarding her cub from a world she perceived as hostile. A world personified by me. The realization doesn't excuse what she did. It doesn't erase the 2 years I lost. But it reframes it. It makes it logical. And my mind, for the first time, can begin to process it. Kenna stirs, her lashes fluttering against my chest. She wakes with a soft gasp, her body tensing as she realizes where she is. She pushes up, her dark eyes wide and clouded with sleep and confusion. "Julian," she whispers. Before I can respond, a happy gurgle comes from the crib. Leo is awake, and just like that, the awkward intimacy is gone, replaced by the immediate, practical needs of parenthood. "I'll get him," she says, moving to stand. "No," I say. "Let me." I stand up, my body stiff from the cramped sofa. I approach the crib, my heart pounding a strange, unsteady rhythm. He looks up at me, his gray eyes curious, a small smile playing on his lips. He recognizes me. "Hey, buddy," I murmur, my voice thick. I reach down and scoop him up. He's warm and solid in my arms, heavier than I expected. He smells of baby powder and sleep. He fists a hand in my sweatshirt and babbles something that sounds vaguely like "da." The simple, nonsensical sound hits me like a ton of bricks. I have to lock my knees to keep from stumbling. I turn to face Kenna. She's watching us, a complex, heartbreaking expression on her face. "He needs a diaper change," she says softly. And so begins the most surreal hour of my life. We move around the small hospital room in a strange, silent dance. She shows me where the diapers and wipes are. I lay him down on the bed, and with clumsy, unfamiliar fingers, I manage to change him. It's a messy, awkward process, but when I'm done... And Leo giggles as I tickle his stomach. The feeling of accomplishment is more profound than closing any billion-dollar deal. Kenna prepares a bottle, her movements efficient and practiced. We sit on the sofa together, and I feed my son for the first time. He holds the bottle with his own chubby hands, but his gaze is fixed on my face, his gray eyes studying me with an unnerving intensity. It's like he's trying to solve the puzzle of me, just as I am trying to solve the puzzle of him. In this small, quiet bubble, the world outside ceases to exist. There's no contract, no media storm, no legacy. There's only the three of us, a man, a woman, and their child. We are a family. The thought is both terrifying and so deeply, fundamentally right that it shakes me to my core. The doctor comes in, confirms that Leo's fever is gone, and signs his discharge papers. The spell is broken. The real world, with all its ugly threats, comes crashing back in. As Kenna gets Leo dressed, I stand by the window, my phone in my hand, my mind shifting from father back to strategist. The truce we found in the dark is one thing. The war that awaits us outside these doors is another. She comes to stand beside me, Leo now dressed and balanced expertly on her hip. "What now?" she asks, her voice quiet. Now, we fight, I say, turning to face her. I look from her determined face to the curious eyes of my son. Thorn made this even more personal. He didn't just attack my father's memory or my business. He used our son as a weapon. That is an act of war, and it's a war he is going to lose. What do we do? She asks. We can't just issue a denial. No one will believe us. No, I agree. A defensive strategy is a losing strategy. We don't just counter his narrative. We destroy it. We go on the offensive. I start to pace, my mind firing on all cylinders now, the familiar thrill of battle taking over. The plan has two fronts. First, the shield. That's Leo. He is to be protected at all costs. When we leave this hospital, he doesn't just go back to the penthouse. He goes into a bubble. I'll hire a full-time live-in security detail. The best. No one gets in or out of the penthouse without my authorization. We create a sanctuary that the press and their cameras cannot penetrate. He will not be a pawn in this. Kenna nods, her hand stroking Leo's back. Okay, the shield. What's the second front? The sword, I say, my voice hardening. That's Thorn. His entire book, his entire attack, is built on lies and anonymous sources. It's a house of cards. We need to pull out the foundations one by one until the whole thing collapses. I couldn't do anything when he attacked me first because he was leveraging public opinion, and it was a losing battle. But marrying you, that eliminates most of the problem. So how do we do this? I stop pacing and look at her. That's where you come in. I have the resources, I have the money, the lawyers, the investigators. I can dig into Thorn's life, find his sources, and expose them for the paid liars they are, but I don't have the knowledge. I don't know my father's life. I don't know his work. My gaze is intense, unwavering. But you do. I see the understanding dawn in her eyes. You know his archives better than anyone, I continue, pressing the advantage. You know his letters, his journals, his drafts. Thorn's book is filled with claims of plagiarism, affairs, fraud. You are the only person on Earth who can find the primary source documents to systematically, publicly, and irrefutably prove him wrong. You know the instrumental people that can prove who he is. I can fight the business attacks, but only you can defend the man. This is our new arrangement. It's not the cold, contractual marriage I proposed a few weeks ago. That was a sham, a piece of theater. This is real. This is a partnership, a war council. Our goals are now perfectly aligned, Kenna, I say. We both want the same thing and more. You wanted to clear Alistair's name, and now we have to protect our son too. And the only way to do that is to destroy the man who is threatening him. To do that, we have to clear my father's name and dismantle Thorn's credibility until he has none left. She looks at Leo, her expression fierce, her resolve hardening into something that reminds me of tempered steel. She is the mother lion, and her cub has been threatened. Okay, she says, her voice sure and steady. She gazes up at me, and I know we are not adversaries. We are allies. What's the first step? A slow smile touches my lips. The first genuine smile I felt in days. The feeling of control is back, but it's different now. It's not just my own power I'm wielding. It's ours. The first step, I say, is we go home. All three of us.
Chapter 20. Kenna. The world has shrunk to the size of this room. It's a space Julian had constructed in the East Wing shortly after we arrived, a climate-controlled, glass-walled vault for the contents of Alistair's study. It is my old sanctuary, reassembled in the heart of my gilded cage. The familiar scent of aging paper, leather, and dried ink fills my lungs, a perfume that has always meant safety. But the context is different now. This isn't a retreat from the world anymore. This is a war room. And the work I'm doing is not just an act of remembrance. It's the sharpening of a sword. For the past week, I have lived in these archives, I wake before dawn, slip out of my room while Leo is still sleeping, and I work. I sit at the massive oak desk that was once Alistair's, surrounded by stacks of banker's boxes filled with his life's work. Letters, journals, manuscripts, legal pads covered in his spidery scrawl. It's a mountain of paper, a mountain of truth, and my job is to find the weapons hidden within it. My fingers, smudged with the dust of decades, carefully unfold a brittle, yellowed letter. It's from Alistair's editor at Bloomsbury, dated 1988. I scan the elegant, typewritten script. Alistair, my dear boy, The Crimson Tide is a masterpiece, but the parallels to Conrad are a bit on the nose, don't you think? Let's rework the storm sequence. Your own voice is far more compelling. A small, triumphant smile touches my lips. I place the letter in a clear, archival sleeve and label it with a red tag. Exhibit A, refuting plagiarism claim, Thorne allegation #7. Victor Thorne's disgusting book excerpt claimed Alistair stole the central storm sequence of his most famous novel from a lesser-known contemporary. This letter, this simple piece of correspondence, proves it was his editor who saw a similarity Alistair was then encouraged to write away from, not lean into. It's a small victory, but it's a start. One by one, I will dismantle Thorne's lies with the truth. My motivation now is a clean, sharp blade. Every letter I read, every journal entry I catalog is for Leo. It's to protect him, to ensure he grows up knowing his grandfather was a great man, not the monster Thorne is painting him to be. And it's for Julian. The thought is a treacherous, unwelcome warmth that spreads through my chest. I try to ignore it, to focus on the work, but he is a constant, unavoidable presence. The man I thought I knew, the cold, ruthless capitalist, has been replaced by someone far more complex, far more dangerous to my carefully guarded heart. He doesn't interfere with my work, but he supports it with a quiet, efficient intensity. Every morning, a fresh pot of coffee appears on the desk beside me. Around noon, a tray with a simple, healthy lunch. He never says much. Just a quiet, "You need to eat." His voice a low rumble that vibrates through the glass walls of the archive. But the gestures are a form of intimacy, a quiet caring that feels more real than any of the flowery words we exchanged at the gala. "Mama?" The small voice from the doorway pulls me from my work. I look up, and my heart melts. Leo is standing there, his hand in Maria's, his dark curly hair a wild halo around his head. He's holding up a colorful drawing, a mess of green and blue crayon. "I made a petty for you," he says, his gray eyes, his father's eyes, shining with pride. I push back from the desk, a real, genuine smile spreading across my face. "Oh, my sweet boy, let me see." I crouch down, and he toddles into my arms, pressing the drawing into my hand. "It's beautiful," I say, kissing his soft cheek, inhaling the sweet baby powder scent of him. "Thank you, my love." Maria smiles warmly. He missed his mama. We are going for a walk by the harbor. The new security men say it is clear. The new security men. They are another part of our new reality. Two large, discreet men in simple, dark suits who are a constant, silent presence. They don't intrude, but they are always there, one stationed in the main living area, another by the service elevator. Their names are David and Sam, and they have kind eyes. David even smiled yesterday when Leo offered him a sticky cracker. They are the physical manifestation of Julian's promise. They are the walls of our bubble. "Have fun, you two," I say, giving Leo one last squeeze before handing him back to Maria. "Be good for me." As they leave, I tape Leo's drawing to the glass wall of the archive. Its childish, vibrant chaos is a stark contrast to the meticulous order within. It's a reminder of what I'm fighting for. I work for another few hours, losing myself in Alistair's world. I'm deep into his journals from the early 90s. When the door to the archive opens, I look up, expecting to see Maria and Leo, but it's Julian. He's shed his suit jacket and tie, the sleeves of his crisp white shirt rolled up to his forearms. He looks tired, but the restless, angry energy that used to radiate from him is gone, replaced by a quiet, focused intensity. He's holding 2 mugs. "You've been in here for 10 hours, he says, his deep voice a low murmur. He sets one of the mugs on the desk in front of me. It's tea, Earl Grey, just how I like it. Even strategists need to rest. "Thank you," I say, my fingers wrapping around the warm ceramic. Our eyes meet over the rim of the mug, and the air crackles with the memory of the hospital room, of our bodies tangled together on that too small sofa. I look away first, my cheeks flushing with heat. He doesn't leave. He leans against the edge of the desk, crossing his powerful arms over his chest. He's not crowding me, but his presence fills the small space, making the air feel thin. "Find anything?" he asks, his gaze sweeping over my color-coded files and neatly stacked papers. "A few things," I say, pushing the letter from Bloomsbury toward him. This refutes the plagiarism allegation about the Crimson Tide. He picks it up, his long, deft fingers surprisingly gentle with the fragile paper. He reads it, his expression unreadable. "Good," he says, his voice flat, but there's a flicker of something in his eyes. Respect. This is good, hard evidence, irrefutable. He looks at my system, at the way I've cross-referenced journal entries with letters and manuscripts. You're creating a timeline of truth to counter his timeline of lies. "It's the only way," I say. "We can't just say he's lying. We have to show it, with Alistair's own words. My investigators have started digging into Thorne's known associates," he says, shifting into his own area of expertise. "We're looking for financial trails, people with grudges, anyone he might have paid for a story." He looks at me, and now I know we are not just a man and a woman with a complicated, painful past. We are partners. We are a team. He built this war on a foundation of secrets. We'll win it with a foundation of facts. The harmony between us is a strange, heady thing. His strategic, logical mind complements my intuitive, academic one. We are 2 sides of the same coin, a formidable, united force. He leans over my shoulder to look at a journal I have open on the desk, and my breath catches. His body heat envelops me, and the clean, sharp scent of his cologne makes my head swim. His arm brushes against mine, and my skin ignites. My body, my treacherous, stupid body, remembers the feel of his skin against mine, the weight of him, the heat of him. My heart starts to pound, a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I try to focus on the page, on Alistair's familiar script, but all I can feel is Julian, the sheer masculine power of him, so close it's a physical pressure. "This entry?" he says, murmuring right beside my ear. "The one about the fishing trip to Montauk? The one where he lost his watch?" "Yes," I managed to say, my own voice sounding thin and reedy. "Thorne alleges he was having an affair in the city that weekend." "He wasn't," Julian says softly. "He was with me." I turn my head to look at him, and my face is only inches from his. His gray eyes are dark, intense, and they are not looking at the journal. They are looking at my mouth. "I was 12, he continues, his voice dropping even lower, a rough, intimate whisper. "It was one of the only times he ever took me anywhere, just the 2 of us. He was so proud of that watch. It was a gift from his publisher. He was devastated when he lost it in the surf. He's sharing a piece of himself with me, another crack in his armor, another thread of connection weaving itself between us. The space between us shrinks. The air is thick, electric. I can see the tiny flecks of silver in his eyes, the faint scar that cuts through his eyebrow. I can feel his breath on my lips. He is going to kiss me, And God help me, I am going to let him. I am going to lean into him and let the fire that simmers constantly between us finally burn. The door to the archive opens. Mama, look. Leo toddles in, holding up a bright red toy car. Maria smiling apologetically from the doorway. The moment shatters. Julian straightens up instantly, taking a step back, the connection broken. The cool, controlled mask slams back into place. He is once again the strategist, the commander. But I saw it. I saw the look in his eyes, the same raw, unslaked hunger I feel in my own soul. He gives Leo a small, tight smile, a gesture that is still new and awkward for him, and then he turns and leaves the archive without another word. I pull Leo onto my lap, hugging him tight, burying my face in his soft curls. He is my shield. He is my reason. But he is also a constant reminder of the man who just walked away. The man who is steadily, terrifyingly breaking down every defense I have. I am busy. I am focused. I am building a fortress of facts to protect my family. But I know, with a confidence that terrifies me, that the walls I'm building around my heart have crumbled.
Chapter 21. Julian. My study has become a war room, the hushed, sterile environment that once echoed with the cold, clean language of acquisitions and hostile takeovers now hums with a different kind of energy. A righteous fury. My triple monitor display, usually filled with stock tickers and market analyses, is now a web of digital breadcrumbs, financial records, and surveillance reports. This is my world. These are my weapons. At last I am wielding them not for profit, but for blood. I don't care what it costs, I say into the encrypted phone line, my voice a low, flat command. The source is a former assistant at my father's publisher who was fired for embezzlement. Find him. I want to know where he lives, where he eats, where he gets his goddamn haircut. I want to know about every offshore account, every burner phone, every dirty little secret he has. I want to own him before the week is out. I end the call without waiting for a reply. My private investigators are the best in the world. They are ghosts who move through the digital and physical worlds with impunity. They are a line item on my corporate budget that has paid for itself 100 times over. And now, they are my personal hounds of hell, unleashed on Victor Thorne, and the network of rats he paid to slander my family. There is a grim, clean satisfaction in this work. It's a feeling I recognize. It's the thrill of the hunt, the methodical dismantling of an opponent. But the motivation is different. When I look at the grainy surveillance photo of one of Thorne's sources, I don't see a business rival. I see a threat to my son. And the fury that motivates me is no longer cold. It's white hot. A soft knock sounds on the study door. Come in, I call out, my eyes still glued to the screen. The door opens and Kenna enters. She's carrying a large, leather-bound journal and a stack of color-coded folders. My entire body registers her presence before my mind does. A subtle shift in the air. The faint, clean scent of jasmine and old paper that seems to follow her everywhere. She looks tired, but her eyes are bright with a fierce, intellectual fire. The last week has transformed her. She is no longer just the grieving protégé or the terrified mother. She's a scholar, a historian, a general mapping out a battlefield. She moves with a purpose that I find deeply, unexpectedly compelling. I found something, she says, her voice low and steady. She walks over to my desk, and the professional distance I try to maintain evaporates. She leans over my shoulder to place the journal on the desk, and a strand of her locks brushes against my cheek. The touch is electric, a jolt that my body registers with an immediate visceral response, a tightening in my gut, a clenching of my jaw. I ignore it. I have to. This is Alistair's journal from 1995, she explains, her focus completely on the book. Thorne's excerpt claims this was the year Alistair stole the concept for the Winter Sea from a graduate student. He alleges the student threatened to expose him, and Alistair paid him off, buying his silence. I watch her as she works, Her long, elegant fingers, free of any polish, trace the lines of my father's familiar, spidery script. She's brilliant. It's a fact I've always known on an academic level, but I've never truly appreciated it until now. She doesn't just read the words. She understands the context, the nuance. She connects a casual mention in a journal to a corresponding letter, a royalty statement, a plane ticket stub she found in another box. She's building a fortress of truth around my father's memory, brick by painstaking brick. And the respect I feel for her is a new, unsettling emotion. It's not the grudging respect I have for a worthy business adversary. It's a deep, genuine admiration for her mind, for her dedication. The student's name was Michael Reeves, she continues, her brow furrowed in concentration. Thorne claims he disappeared from the literary scene after the supposed payoff. But look. She flips through the journal to a specific entry. Alistair writes here about Michael getting a massive multi-book deal with a rival publisher. He writes, "So proud of the boy. He's earned it, though I'll miss having his sharp mind to argue with." She then slides one of the folders across the desk. I remembered the name. I spent all morning going through the financial records. This is a copy of a royalty statement from Alistair's publisher from that same year. It shows a $10,000 payment made out to Michael Reeves. My heart sinks. So Thorne was right. He paid him. No, Kenna says, and a small, triumphant smile touches her lips. It transforms her face, making her look radiant. Look at the memo line! I lean closer, my eyes scanning the faded dot matrix print. And there it is. 2 simple words. Memo. Wedding gift. He didn't pay him off. I breathe, the pieces clicking into place. He gave him a wedding present. Exactly, Kenna says, her eyes shining. And in this box, she pats another folder. I have the wedding announcement from the Boston Globe and a thank you letter from Michael and his new wife, gushing about Alistair's generosity. Michael Reeves didn't disappear. He got married, published 3 successful novels, and is now a tenured professor at Stanford. Thorne didn't just lie. He was lazy. He didn't do the work. I lean back in my chair looking at her, at the fierce intelligence in her eyes, the flush of victory on her high cheekbones. In this moment, she is beautiful in a way that has nothing to do with silk gowns or diamond earrings. This is her power. It's raw, and it's real. This is good, Kenna, I say, my voice gruff with an emotion I can't name. This is more than good. This is a kill shot. Our eyes lock, and the air between us is thick with more than just strategy. It's charged with the memory of the hospital, of the pool, of my hands on her skin. I see a flicker of that same memory in her eyes, a sudden awareness that makes her look away, her cheeks coloring slightly. I should get back to it, she murmurs, turning to leave. Wait, I say, the word leaving my mouth before I can stop it. She pauses, her back to me. You haven't eaten today. It's true. I've been keeping track. It's a strange, new habit. I find myself cataloging her preferences, her routines. Earl Grey tea in the morning, not coffee. A preference for jazz played low while she works. The way she bites her bottom lip when she's concentrating. The fact that she's so consumed by this work that she forgets to eat. I'm not hungry, she says, the same excuse she always uses. That wasn't a question, I say, my tone leaving no room for argument. I pick up the phone to the private kitchen. I'm having the chef send up some lunch for both of us. Salmon, with roasted asparagus, and that quinoa salad you like. She turns around slowly, a look of surprise on her face. How did you know I like that? I shrug, feigning nonchalance, though my heart is beating a little faster. I pay attention. The look she gives me is soft, questioning, and it makes me feel more exposed than any corporate attack ever could. Later that afternoon, Marcus Beck arrives for a strategy meeting. He enters my study, his usual pinched expression firmly in place, but his eyes widen slightly as he takes in the scene. Kenna is at the large conference table at the other end of the room, surrounded by open books and archival boxes. I'm at my desk, on a conference call with my investigators. The room is no longer just my domain. It's our shared headquarters. "Julian," Marcus begins after I've ended my call. "We've prepared the initial cease and desist letters." "Tear them up," I say, not looking up from my screen. "We're past that." I move toward conference table where Kenna is working. I place a hand on the back of her chair, a gesture that is both proprietary and supportive. "Kenna, show him what you found." She looks at me, a silent question in her eyes. I give her a subtle nod of encouragement. For the next 20 minutes, she walks Marcus through our findings. She lays out the evidence with the calm, irrefutable logic of a seasoned prosecutor. The letters, the journals, the financial records. She builds her case brick by brick. I watch Marcus's expression change from skeptical to stunned to something approaching awe. He is seeing what I now see. Not just a beautiful woman, but a brilliant, formidable mind. "This is remarkable," he says when she's finished, looking from her to me. "This isn't just a defense. This is an indictment of Thorne's entire career." "Exactly," I say. "We won't just stop this book. We will destroy the man who wrote it. We will bankrupt him, we will discredit him, and we will make sure he can never publish another word again." Marcus looks between the two of us, at the easy way I stand beside her, at the shared intensity in our focus. I see a new understanding dawn in his eyes. He's no longer looking at a sham marriage. He's looking at a partnership, a united front. As he leaves, I walk him to the door of the study. "Your wife," he says, his voice low, "is an incredibly impressive woman, Julian." "I know," I say. And the words are simple, absolute truth. I close the door and turn back to the room. Kenna is already bent over another journal, a stray lock falling across her cheek. The late afternoon sun streams through the windows, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air around her. I grab the intercom. "Chef," I say, my voice quiet. "For dinner this evening, Mrs. Croft would like the sea base, and make sure there is a fresh pot of the Earl Grey tea she prefers." I end the call and watch her, a strange, unfamiliar warmth spreading through my chest. I tell myself it's strategic. Keeping my primary asset healthy and focused is crucial to the mission. But as she looks up and gives me a small, tired, grateful smile, I know with a certainty that is both terrifying and absolute that it's a lie. This is no longer about the mission, and she is no longer just an asset.
Chapter 22. Kenna. The day dissolves into a soft, quiet evening. The chaos of our work, the war we are methodically waging against Victor Thorne from our respective command centers, fades with the setting sun. Here, in the East Wing, the world shrinks to the gentle rhythm of bath time and bedtime stories. This is the peace I have fought for. A fragile, impossible peace, found in the heart of the storm. The scent of lavender baby soap clings to the air. Leo, warm and clean in his dinosaur-patterned pajamas, is a bundle of sleepy energy in my lap. We're sitting on the plush rug in his bedroom, a colorful picture book open between us. His small, chubby finger traces the outline of a smiling blue whale. "Bale," he says proudly, his pronunciation endearingly clumsy. "That's right, my love," I murmur, kissing the top of his head, my heart swelling with a love so fierce it's a physical pressure in my chest. A blue whale. The door to the wing opens softly. I don't jump. I don't tense up. A few weeks ago, the sound would have sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through me. Now it's just Julian. His return at the end of the day has become a part of our new, strange domestic rhythm. He appears in the doorway of Leo's room, a silent, powerful presence. He's shed his suit jacket and tie, the sleeves of his white shirt rolled up to his elbows, revealing the strong corded muscles of his forearms. He looks tired, but the harsh, angry lines around his eyes have softened. He leans against the doorframe, not entering, just watching us. He doesn't want to intrude on our ritual, but he can't seem to stay away either. "Did you finish the chapter about the grumpy starfish?" he asks, his voice a low, gentle rumble that is so different from the sharp, commanding tone he uses on the phone. Leo's head pops up. "Da!" he squeals, a wide, happy grin splitting his face. He scrambles out of my lap and toddles toward Julian, his little legs pumping. Julian's face transforms. A slow, genuine smile spreads across his lips, a smile that still makes my breath catch in my throat. He crouches down, opening his arms, and Leo barrels right into him, wrapping his small arms around his father's neck in a hug of pure, uncomplicated love. Julian holds him close, burying his face in Leo's soft curls. I see his eyes close for a brief second, and the look on his face is one of such profound, gut-wrenching tenderness that I have to look away, my own heart aching with an emotion I refuse to name. He lifts Leo into his arms with an ease that is becoming more practiced, more natural every day. "Hey, buddy," he murmurs, his voice rough with emotion. "Did you have a good day? Did you cause trouble for Mama?" "No trouble," Leo says seriously, shaking his head. I stand up, a soft smile on my own lips. He was an angel, as always. "Time for one more story, and then bed," I say, moving toward the bookshelf. "I'll do it." Julian's words stop me in my tracks. I shift to look at him. He's still holding Leo, but his gray eyes are on me. "Are you sure?" I ask, surprised. "I'm sure," he says, his gaze steady. "I can handle a grumpy starfish." He sits down in the soft gray rocking chair in the corner of the room, settling Leo comfortably in his lap. I watch, my heart doing a strange fluttering dance as he picks up the book. He looks awkward. This powerful, formidable man, who can command a boardroom with a single glance, looks completely out of his element holding a brightly colored children's book. He clears his throat, his large hands looking clumsy as they hold the small square book. "Okay." "Sammy the starfish was having a very bad day," he begins, his voice a low formal monotone. It's the voice he uses for conference calls, and it's so comically out of place that I have to bite my lip to keep from smiling. Leo squirms in his lap, not captivated at all. Julian glances at me, a flicker of helpless panic in his eyes. I give him a small, encouraging nod. "Just talk to him," I mouth silently. He takes a deep breath and tries again. This time his voice is different, softer. He lowers his register, trying to create a storyteller's cadence. "The little clams wouldn't share their sea pearls," he reads, and then he pauses. He looks at Leo. "That wasn't very nice of them, was it?" Leo shakes his head solemnly. Julian continues. And a subtle shift happens. He starts to get into it. When he gets to the part about the big booming whale, his voice drops into a theatrical rumbling bass that makes Leo giggle with delight. When he reads the part about the tiny squeaky shrimp, he uses a high, funny voice that makes Leo shriek with laughter. I lean against the doorframe, my arms wrapped around myself, and I just watch. The CEO is gone. The ruthless capitalist is gone. The angry, betrayed man is gone. In his place is just a father, a dad, sitting in a rocking chair making silly voices to make his son laugh. He finishes the story, his voice now a soft, soothing murmur. Leo's head is resting against his chest, his eyelids heavy, his thumb tucked securely in his mouth. Julian gently smooths the wild dark curls back from our son's forehead, his large hand impossibly tender. The look on his face as he gazes down at our sleeping child is one of pure, unadulterated love. It's a look of such raw vulnerability that it feels like I'm intruding on the most private, sacred moment of his life. My heart aches. It's a physical pain, a sharp, sweet pain right in the center of my chest. This is the man he could have been all along. This is the father my son could have had for the last 2 years. And this is the man I am finding it increasingly, terrifyingly difficult not to fall in love with. He carefully stands, holding Leo's sleeping form against his shoulder. He carries him over to the crib and lays him down with a gentleness that makes my throat tighten. He tucks the blanket around him, his movements slow, deliberate, as if he's afraid of breaking this precious, perfect thing. He stands there for a long moment, just watching him sleep. Then he turns and walks silently out of the room, pulling the door almost closed behind him. I find him in the main living area of my wing, staring out the window at the harbor lights. The silence between us is no longer angry or awkward. It's comfortable, a shared quiet after a shared experience. "He's a good kid," Julian says, his voice low, still thick with emotion. "He's the best," I agree softly. We stand there for a moment, side by side, looking out at the city. The external war feels a million miles away. Thorne's latest media attack, a sleazy article questioning my academic credentials, had been released that afternoon. Earlier, it had filled me with a cold fury. Now it feels like nothing more than the buzzing of an annoying fly. It can't touch us here. "My investigators found something today," Julian says, his voice shifting back toward the familiar territory of strategy. One of Thorne's primary sources for the plagiarism claims is a disgruntled former professor from my father's university, a man named Abernathy. My father sat on the tenure committee that denied his application, twice. "A personal grudge," I say, nodding. "It fits the pattern." "Abernathy has a gambling problem, significant debts. My team found a series of large, untraceable cash deposits into his bank account over the last 6 months. Thorne paid him," I breathe. "We can prove it." "We can," he confirms. "Another brick for our wall." He turns to look at me, and the intensity in his gaze makes my skin prickle. "You were right. We don't fight him in the gossip columns. We fight him with facts. We build an ironclad case, and then we bury him with it." The weight hangs in the air between us. It's a solid, tangible thing. We are a team, a partnership. And the feeling of it, the quiet strength of standing with him against the world, is a heady, dangerous thing. "I'll make some tea," I say, needing to put some space between us before I do something stupid, like lean into him. In the small kitchenette, I move with familiar ease, my hands preparing the Earl Grey he now knows I prefer. He follows me, leaning against the counter, watching me. The small space feels charged, the air thick with unspoken words, and the simmering heat that is always just below the surface between us. "You're good with him," he says quietly. "You're a good mother, Kenna." The compliment, so simple and so sincere, hits me right in the chest. "You're a good father," I reply, my voice barely a whisper. "You're a natural." A sad, self-deprecating smile touches his lips. "I'm not. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm learning." He looks at me, his gray eyes dark and serious. "Thank you for letting me." The truce is in his eyes, a quiet, profound acknowledgement of the pain and a tentative step toward forgiveness. My hand trembles as I pour the hot water into the mugs. He reaches out, his hand covering mine on the kettle, steadying it. His touch is electric. The simple, practical contact sends a jolt of pure fire straight through me. I gaze up at him, my breath caught in my throat. He's so close. I can see the exhaustion in his eyes, but I can also see the desire. The same raw, hungry desire that I know is reflected in my own. The memory of our night in the hospital, of his body covering mine. of the desperate, healing connection, is a living thing between us. He leans in, and I know, with every fiber of my being, that this time there will be no interruption. My lips part in anticipation. My body sways toward his. He stops, his mouth just a breath from mine. He closes his eyes, a flicker of some internal battle crossing his face. He pulls back. He drops his hand, severing the connection. The loss of his touch is a physical ache. "It's late," he says in a strained, rough voice. "We both need to get some sleep. We have a long day tomorrow." He turns and walks away, leaving me standing in the kitchen, my heart pounding, my body humming with a need that is sharp and undeniable. I stand there for a long time, one hand braced against the counter, the other clutching a warm mug of tea I no longer want. The peace we have found is real. The partnership is real. But this simmering, undeniable pull between us, it's real too. And it's a complication our fragile truce may not be able to withstand. The war with Thorn is one thing, but the war I'm fighting with my own heart is becoming far more dangerous.
Chapter 23, Julian. Saturday mornings used to be a void. A silent, sterile extension of the work week, filled with a brutal gym session and hours spent in my silent office, getting a head start on Monday. The silence was a measure of my success, a testament to a life unburdened by the messy, unpredictable demands of other people. Now the silence is gone, and I find I don't miss it. The air in the penthouse is warm and thick, with the rich, dark scent of coffee and the sweet, buttery aroma of... burning. "Damn it," I mutter, scraping at the blackened, smoking disc in the skillet with a spatula. It's the third pancake I have sacrificed to the gods of my own incompetence. From his high chair, strategically positioned in the middle of the kitchen, Leo lets out a delighted squeal and claps his hands as if I am performing a brilliant magic trick just for him. A smear of yogurt is plastered across his left cheek. "It's not a show, you little monster," I say, but there's no heat in my words. I point the spatula at him. "Don't think I don't see you storing those blueberries in your cheeks like a chipmunk." He giggles, a pure, bubbling sound that echoes in the vast marble kitchen. That sound has become the new baseline of my existence. It's the anchor that moors me. Kenna turns from the coffee machine, a mug in each hand. A real, genuine smile lights up her face, transforming her from the serious scholar I see in the archives into someone softer, more radiant. She's wearing a pair of soft, faded gray sweatpants that ride low on her hips, and a simple, black tank top. Her hair is piled into a messy, glorious knot on top of her head, with a few stray locks escaping to curl against the warm, brown skin of her neck. She has never looked more beautiful. "Having trouble?" she asks, her voice laced with an amusement she's not trying very hard to hide. "The heat distribution on this stovetop is inconsistent," I say, my tone defensive. It's a ridiculous lie. This is a top-of-the-line $1,000 induction cooktop. The problem is not the machine, it's the operator. She sets a mug of black coffee on the counter beside me. "Or maybe the problem is that you're trying to strategize pancake batter like it's a hostile takeover." She leans past me to look at the smoking pan, and her arm brushes against mine. My entire body goes rigid. A jolt of pure, unadulterated electricity arcs between us. It's been days since the night at the hospital. Days since I pulled away from her at the door to my study. We've been operating under a fragile, unspoken truce, a careful dance of partnership and parenthood. But the simmering heat, the raw, physical awareness is always there, just beneath the surface. It's in every shared glance, every accidental touch. She feels it too. I see it in the way her breath catches, the way her dark eyes flicker up to meet mine. The air between us grows thick, heavy with memory and unspoken want. She pulls back, clearing her throat. "You're making them too big," she says, her voice a little breathless. "And you're not waiting for the bubbles." She takes the bowl of batter from me. Here. Let me. I step aside, watching her. She moves with an easy, confident grace that I, the master of this universe, completely lack in this domestic sphere. She pours a perfect silver dollar-sized circle of batter onto the hot skillet. We stand side by side, watching it cook. See? She says softly, pointing with the spatula. You wait until the little bubbles start to pop on the surface. Then you flip. She flips it with a flick of her wrist. The underside is a perfect uniform golden brown. Show off, I murmur, my voice a low rumble beside her ear. She laughs, a soft, warm sound that wraps around me. Some of us have skills beyond the boardroom. We fall into a comfortable rhythm. She cooks, and I stand beside her, handing her plates, stealing sips of my coffee. Leo babbles from his high chair, providing a running commentary. It is so profoundly, shockingly normal. It feels real. This is what a family does on a Saturday morning. No chef to order food from. They make pancakes. They drink coffee. They laugh at their son's messy face. The thought is a revelation. I look around my kitchen, my cold, minimalist marble and steel kitchen, and I see it transformed. It's filled with warmth, with life, with the smell of her coffee and the sound of my son's laughter. And it dawns on me with a certainty that shakes me to my core, that I want this. I don't just want to protect it. I want to live in it. I want this to be my life, not a temporary arrangement, not a strategy. This, the emptiness of my old life, the silent Saturdays, the sterile victories, they seem like a black and white photograph compared to the vibrant, chaotic color of this moment. Kenna stacks a small plate with 3 perfect silver dollar pancakes and turns to me. You want to do the honors? She hands me the plate. I move toward the high chair, my heart doing a strange, unfamiliar lurch. Leo bangs his fists on the tray in excitement. All right, settle down, I say, trying to sound stern and failing miserably. I cut a tiny piece of pancake with the side of a fork and hold it out to him. He opens his mouth eagerly, his eyes wide. I watch him chew, a profound, almost painful wave of love washing over me. He swallows and immediately opens his mouth for more, making a happy, demanding noise. Impatient. Just like his father, Kenna says softly from behind me. I turn to look at her. She's leaning against the counter, a gentle, knowing smile on her lips. The morning light from the windows catches in her hair, creating a halo effect. In this moment, the wall between us feels impossibly thin. The truce, the partnership, it's not enough anymore. I walk back over to her, setting the plate down on the counter. He gets his good looks from his mother, I say, my voice lower than before. Her smile falters slightly, her eyes searching mine. The air shifts again, the comfortable domesticity evaporating, replaced by that familiar, potent hum of awareness. Julian, she begins, her voice a warning, a plea. Last night, I interrupt, my voice barely a whisper. In the study. I pulled away. Her gaze drops to the floor. It was for the best. No, I say, my voice transparent with a truth I can no longer deny. It was a mistake. I reach out, my hand drifting up to cup her cheek. Her skin is so soft, so warm. She leans into my touch, her eyes fluttering shut for a fraction of a second. It's a surrender, an invitation, and this time I am not going to retreat. I'm tired of fighting it, Kenna, I murmur, my thumb stroking the elegant line of her jaw. I'm tired of pretending that you're just a partner in this, that this is just a contract. I lean in, slowly, giving her every opportunity to pull away. She doesn't move. She just watches me, her dark eyes wide and luminous, filled with the same raw, desperate hope that is clawing its way through my own chest. What is it then? She whispers, her breath ghosting across my lips. I don't know, I admit, my voice hoarse. But I know it's not a lie. and then I close the final inch between us, and my mouth finds hers. The kiss is nothing like our first, which was a battle. It is nothing like our second, which was a desperate seeking of solace. This is different. This is a discovery. It starts with a gentleness that is almost painful, a soft, tentative pressure. It's a question. Are you sure? Her lips are soft, pliant, tasting of coffee and a sweetness that is all her own. She answers my question not with words, but with a soft sigh that I swallow, her hands coming up to rest on my chest, right over my heart. The tentative connection ignites. The slow burn that has been simmering between us for weeks finally catches fire. The kiss deepens, becoming hungry, demanding. It's an outpouring of all the things we haven't been able to say. The fear, the respect, the anger, the forgiveness, and this wild, undeniable, terrifying desire. My hand slides from her cheek, tangling in the soft, thick mass of her hair, tilting her head back. My other arm wraps around her waist, pulling her flush against me, lifting her onto her toes. I want to feel every inch of her. I want to absorb her, to make her a part of me. She moans into my mouth, a low, guttural sound of pure pleasure that sends a shockwave of desire straight to my groin. Her fingers fist in my shirt, pulling me closer. This isn't a one-sided surrender. This is a mutual capitulation. We are both drowning, and we are both each other's only life raft. I break the kiss, resting my forehead against hers, both of us breathing heavily, our chests rising and falling in unison. The silence of the kitchen rings in my ears, broken only by the sound of our ragged breaths and a happy, oblivious babble from the high chair. I look into her eyes. They are dark, dilated, and full of a wonder that mirrors my own. The world has just shifted on its axis, and we are standing at the epicenter. The contract is a piece of paper. The war with Thorn is a temporary problem, but this feeling, this woman in my arms, the sun in my kitchen, this is genuine. I've spent my life building an empire of cold, hard assets. But in the warm, coffee-scented air of this Saturday morning, I realize the only thing I truly want to own is this glimpse of family, this fragile, terrifying, beautiful hope.
You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 24, Julian. The silence in my study is a living thing. It's the deep, humming silence after a battle plan has been finalized, after the generals have departed, leaving only the commanders to face the dawn. The scent of expensive coffee and Kenna's Earl Grey tea hangs in the air, a strange domestic counterpoint to the arsenal of evidence laid out across my conference table. The printouts, the archival letters, the damning financial records. They are our swords and shields, polished and ready for tomorrow's war. Marcus Beck and my PR team left an hour ago, their faces a mixture of shock and predatory excitement. They came here expecting to manage a crisis. They left with the blueprints for an execution, Thorn's execution, a complete one. Finally, I stand by the windows, a glass of whiskey untouched in my hand, and watch her. Kenna moves around the table, her movements slow, deliberate. She's gathering the scattered papers, organizing them back into their color-coded folders with the meticulous care of a scholar. There are faint purple smudges of exhaustion under her eyes, but her posture is straight, her jaw set with a resolve that makes my chest ache with a fierce, possessive pride. She is magnificent, a warrior queen in her war room. This whole time I thought I needed a shield. I was wrong. I needed a partner. I needed an equal. And I found her. She has met my rage with her reason, my resources with her research. She has stood beside me, not behind me. She has taken the scattered, painful fragments of my father's life and forged them into an unbreakable weapon. She has done more than just agree to my contract. She has become the architect of our victory. "We should get some sleep," she says, her voice soft in the quiet room. She doesn't look at me, her focus still on the papers. "It's going to be a long day tomorrow." "Are you ready for it?" I ask, my voice a low rumble. She finally looks up, her dark eyes meeting mine across the expanse of the room. I see the exhaustion in them, but I also see the fire. The same fire I saw at the funeral, the fire I tried and failed to extinguish that first night. Now I don't want to extinguish it. I want to fuel it. I want to burn in it. "I'm ready," she says, and her voice holds no trace of doubt. He picked a fight with the wrong people. The wrong people. Us. The word is a bond. A covenant. I set my glass down and walk toward her. I move slowly, deliberately, closing the space between us. The air grows thick, charged with all the things we've left unsaid, all the moments we've pulled back from the brink. All I can think about was the taste of her lips on mine last night. And tonight, I am not pulling back. Tonight, we cross the line. Together. I stop in front of her, so close I can see the faint golden flecks in her dark irises. I can smell the clean, jasmine scent of her skin. I reach out and take the folder from her hands, placing it on the table. Her fingers are cold. "You've done enough work for one night," I say softly. I take her hands in mine, chafing them gently. "You've done more than enough." "It had to be done," she whispers, her gaze fixed on our joined hands. "I know." I lift her hands to my lips, pressing a soft kiss to her knuckles. I feel a tremor run through her. "You saved him, Kenna. You saved his memory." She peers up at me, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "We saved him. We protected our son." "No," I say, my voice gruff with a truth that I can no longer deny. "You did. I just provided the ammunition. You aimed the cannon, I thread my fingers through hers, my grip firm, possessive. And tomorrow, when you stand beside me at that press conference, the world will see what I see." "What's that?" she asks, her voice barely audible. "A queen," I murmur, my other hand rising up to cup her face, my thumb stroking the impossible softness of her cheek. "My queen." The last pretense shatters. The last wall crumbles to dust. This is not strategy. This is not a contract. This is a confession. I lower my head and kiss her. It is not a kiss of anger or solace or tentative hope. It is a kiss of conviction. It is a kiss that says mine. A kiss claims every part of her. The brilliant scholar, the fierce mother, the vulnerable woman who makes my heart ache. It is the sealing of a pact, the claiming of a future I never knew I wanted until she walked back into my life. She gasps into my mouth, her body melting against mine. Her hands leave mine and wrap around my neck, her fingers pulling my hair, beckoning me closer. She meets my passion with her own, a fire that has been banked for too long. She is not a passive recipient. She is an active participant in this claiming, her body arching into mine, her tongue dueling with mine in a dance of dominance and surrender.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyler always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylerWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyler's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylerWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 25. Kenna. The ballroom of the Four Seasons Hotel is a den of wolves. They sit before us, a pack of 100 journalists, their faces a mixture of boredom, cynicism, and predatory hunger. Their cameras are a wall of unblinking glass eyes, the flashes a constant strobing assault. Microphones bristle on the podium like a bed of metallic thorns. The air is thick with the low hum of anticipation and the scent of expensive perfume and skepticism. They have come here expecting a denial, a carefully worded, corporate-approved piece of damage control. They are expecting a performance. They are about to get a war. I stand at the podium, a battalion of evidence laid out in neat labeled folders before me. My hands are steady. My heart is a calm, powerful drum against my ribs. The terror that once would have paralyzed me is gone, burned away by a righteous fury and the solid, unwavering presence of the man standing beside me. Julian. He is my anchor in this storm. He's wearing a dark, impeccably tailored suit that is both armor and a statement of power. He doesn't look at the crowd. He looks at me. As I step up to the microphone, his hand finds the small of my back, a brief, firm pressure that says, I am here. We are in this together. The simple touch is a live wire, sending a current of strength straight through me. I clear my throat, and a hush falls over the room. Good morning. I begin, my voice clear and steady, amplified by the speakers so that it fills every corner of the vast room. My name is Kenna Croft. For the past several weeks, my husband, my late mentor, Alistair Croft, and my son have been the subjects of a vicious, calculated smear campaign orchestrated by a man named Victor Thorne. A murmur ripples through the crowd. I don't let it faze me. Mr. Thorne has made many claims in his forthcoming book and in the press. He has called Alistair Croft a fraud, a plagiarist, and a thief. He has called my husband a corrupt monster, and he has used my innocent child as a pawn in his quest for revenge. My gaze sweeps the room, meeting the eyes of the reporters one by one. Today, we are not here to issue a denial. We are here to present the truth. For the next 45 minutes, we dismantle Victor Thorne's life's work. Lie by venomous lie, I am the voice for Alistair. I speak of his passion, his dedication, his genius. When I address the claim of plagiarism, I don't just deny it. I project the letter from his editor onto the massive screen behind us. The words clear for all to see. I read Alistair's journal entries aloud, my voice filled with the love and respect I have for him. I show them the wedding announcement for the graduate student he supposedly paid off, and the heartfelt thank you note for the generous wedding gift. I'm not just defending him. I am resurrecting him, letting him speak for himself through the archive of his life. Julian steps up. His voice is a blade. He addresses the financial allegations, the claims of corporate espionage and corruption. He doesn't use emotion. He uses facts. He projects bank statements, flight manifests, and sworn affidavits from the very sources Thorne claimed to have. He systematically, ruthlessly exposes Thorne's network of paid informants and disgruntled, indebted liars. He shows the money trail, the clear, undeniable evidence of a conspiracy. We are a perfect, formidable team. My passionate defense of the man is bolstered by his cold, hard evidence of the conspiracy. The mood in the room shifts. The boredom is gone, replaced by a feverish excitement. Reporters are scribbling furiously, their eyes wide. They came here for a story, and we are giving them a blockbuster. We saved the most personal for last. Finally, I say, my voice softening, my hand instinctively going to my stomach, though my son is miles away, safe in our fortress. Mr. Thorne has used my child, a toddler, to sell his book. He has called our marriage a sham, a cover-up. Julian steps forward, his hand finding mine, our fingers lacing together in a grip of iron. He brings our joined hands to his lips, pressing a kiss to my knuckles, his eyes never leaving mine. The gesture is so full of genuine tenderness, so full of the truth of what has grown between us, that it silences the entire room. My wife is the most honorable, brilliant, and courageous woman I have ever known, he says, his rich voice a devastating, powerful rumble meant not for the microphones, but for me. Our marriage is not a contract. It is the foundation of my life. He turns his gaze to the crowd, his eyes blazing with a protective fire. And our son is not a secret. He is the best part of both of us. He is our legacy, and we will protect him from vultures like Victor Thorne with our last breath. It's over. We've won. I can see it on their faces. We haven't just defended ourselves. We have annihilated him. The feeling of victory is a sweet, heady rush. It's for Alistair. It's for Leo. It's for us. And then all hell breaks loose. A commotion erupts at the back of the ballroom. Shouts, a scuffle. The heavy doors burst open and a figure stumbles through, shoving past security. It's Victor Thorne. But it's not the smarmy, confident man I met on my porch. This man is a specter. His suit is rumpled, his hair a wild, uncombed mess. His eyes are wide, bloodshot, and filled with a crazed, cornered animal terror. He looks like a man who has lost everything, because he has. We have just destroyed him in front of the entire world. Lies, he screams, his voice a raw, broken shriek that echoes through the stunned silence of the room. All of it. Lies. The security guards, David and Sam among them, rush toward him, but he's too fast. He lurches forward, his hand diving inside his jacket. Everything seems to slow down. The flashing cameras, the gasps of the crowd, the shouts of the security team, it all fades into a dull, distant roar. My world narrows to the three of us, me, Julian, and the broken man stumbling toward us. Thorne's hand emerges from his coat, and he is holding a gun, a small, black, ugly thing. He raises it, his hand trembling violently, and he points it directly at Julian. You, Thorne rasps, his face a twisted mask of hate. You took everything from me. Your father started it, and you finished it. You ruined me. Time stops. My heart stops. All I see is the gun. All I see is the man I love standing in its path. There is no thought. There is no decision. There is only a single primal, undeniable instinct that screams through every cell of my being. Protect him. I move. In the split second before Thorne's finger tightens on the trigger, I throw myself in front of Julian. The sound of the shot is a deafening crack that rips through the silence. It's followed by a sensation that is not pain, not at first. It's a massive, violent shove from behind, a force so powerful it knocks the air from my lungs and sends me stumbling forward, into Julian's chest. He catches me, his arms wrapping around me, his body rigid with shock. "Kenna?" he whispers, his voice a choked, uncomprehending sound. The pain hits. A searing, white-hot fire erupts in my back, spreading through my body. My legs buckle. I am a dead weight in his arms. He lowers us both to the floor, his movements frantic, desperate. The chaos of the room explodes around us, screaming, shouting, the rush of bodies as security tackles Thorne to the ground. But I hear none of it. All I hear is the frantic, ragged sound of Julian's breathing. "No, no, no," he's chanting, his voice breaking. He pulls me onto his lap, cradling me against his chest. I can feel something warm and wet spreading across my back, soaking through the silk of my dress. I stare up at him. His beautiful, strong face is a mask of pure, unadulterated agony. Tears are streaming down his cheeks, dropping onto my face. "Julian," I managed to whisper. My voice a thin, reedy thing. My vision is starting to blur at the edges. "Don't talk," he chokes out, his hand pressing against my back, a futile attempt to stop the bleeding. "Help is coming. Just hold on, Kenna. Just hold on." "Leo," I breathe, my hand moving up to touch his cheek. "Take care of our baby. Tell him his mama loves him." "No," he sobs, shaking his head, his whole body trembling. "You'll tell him yourself. You have to. Do you hear me, Kenna? You are not leaving me. You are not leaving us." The pain is fading now, replaced by a strange, floating coldness. I know I don't have much time. I have to tell him. I have to give him this one last truth. "I love you, Julian," I whisper, the words a final, precious gift. I think I fell in love with you that first night. Even in the anger, there was always something." His face crumples completely. A raw, animalistic sound of pure anguish is ripped from his throat. He lowers his head until his forehead is resting against mine. "I love you too," he sobs, his tears mingling with mine. "God, Kenna, I love you so much. Please, don't give up. Don't you dare give up on us. I want to fight. For him, for Leo, but my body is so heavy. The darkness at the edge of my vision is closing in, a soft black velvet curtain. The last thing I see is his face, his beautiful, tormented face. His gray eyes filled with a love so powerful, it's the only thing keeping me anchored to this world. The last thing I feel is his lips on mine, a desperate, broken kiss. And then, nothing.
Chapter 26. Julian. The world has been reduced to the scent of antiseptic and the relentless, merciless ticking of a clock on the wall. Tick-tock! Each sound is a hammer blow against my skull. Each second is an eternity. I am in a private waiting room, a sterile, beige box designed to contain the grief of the wealthy. But my agony is too big for this room. It's a wild, savage beast clawing at the walls of my chest, threatening to rip me apart from the inside out. She can't die. The thought is not a prayer. It's a denial. A furious, absolute rejection of reality. I refuse to let it happen. I, Julian Croft, who controls everything, will not permit this. But I am utterly, completely powerless. My money means nothing. My influence means nothing. My entire empire is worthless dust in the face of this. I pace the room, from the beige wall to the beige window and back again, my shoes leaving silent footprints on the polished linoleum. My tuxedo is a mockery, a costume from a different life, a different man. A man who thought he had everything under control. That man died on the floor of the Four Seasons ballroom, his hands covered in her blood. Her blood. The memory is a flash of red behind my eyes, the warmth of it soaking through my suit. The metallic scent of it, the way it looked, so vibrant and so wrong, against the beautiful dark brown skin of her back. I love you, Julian. Her whispered confession echoes in the silent room, a ghost that both tortures and sustains me. She loves me. After everything I did, after all the cruelty and cynicism, she found it in her heart to love me. And I, like a fool, only admitted the truth of my own heart when she was bleeding out in my arms. The door opens and a surgeon in blue scrubs enters. His face is a grim, tired mask. I stop pacing, my entire body going rigid. "Mr. Croft," he begins, his voice low. "We've stabilized her for now." But she lost a great deal of blood. The bullet is lodged near her spine. The next few hours are critical. We're doing everything we can. The words are a carefully constructed wall of medical non-commitment. He's telling me nothing. He's telling me she could die. "Do better than everything you can," I snarl, my voice a low, dangerous thing. "I'm paying for the best. I expect results. The surgeon's eyes, weary and compassionate, hold a flicker of pity. He doesn't understand. This isn't a business transaction. This is my entire world bleeding out on his operating table. He just nods and leaves, closing the door on my impotent rage. I want to break something. I want to put my fist through a wall. I want to scream until my lungs give out. Instead, I just stand in the center of the room, trembling with a terror so profound, it feels like I'm disintegrating. What about Leo? What about our son? How do I tell him that his mother, his beautiful, brave mother, jumped in front of a bullet for the father he has only just met? How do I raise him alone? The thought of it, of facing that small, perfect face day after day, without her by my side, is an agony so sharp it steals my breath. I can't do it. I will not be a single father. I will not be my father. The door opens again. This time it's Maria. Her face is pale, her eyes red-rimmed and swollen, and in her arms is Leo. He's been crying. His face is blotchy, his little body tense. But the moment he sees me, his face crumples and he reaches for me, his small arms outstretched. "Dada!" he wails, a heartbreaking, desperate sound. I cross the room in 2 strides and take him from Maria's arms. He buries his face in my neck, his small body shuddering with residual sobs. I hold him tight, my own personal life raft in this ocean of despair. He's warm and real, and he smells of milk and Kenna. "He knows," Maria whispers, her voice thick with tears. "Children always know when something is wrong with their mama." I just nod, unable to speak past the massive, jagged lump in my throat. I pace the room with my son in my arms, murmuring nonsense to him, my voice a rough, broken thing. He eventually calms, his sobs subsiding into hiccups, his small hand fisted in the lapel of my ruined army jacket. He trusts me. He feels safe with me. And the weight of that trust is both a comfort and a crushing burden. Marcus Beck arrives some time later. He looks out of place in his perfect suit, a creature from another world, the world of law and order and consequences. "Julian," he says, his voice low. "Thorne is in custody. No bail. The press is a circus, but we're controlling the narrative. You and Kenna are being hailed as heroes. The outpouring of support is unprecedented." I look at him, my eyes cold. "I don't give a damn about the narrative, Marcus." "Of course," he says quickly, chastened. "Is there any news?" "She's in surgery," I say flatly. "That's all I know." He lingers, unsure of what to do. He's a man who solves problems with contracts and motions. He has no tools for this kind of raw, human agony. "Go home, Marcus," I say, my voice weary. "Handle the press. Handle the police. Just handle everything. I'm not leaving here." He nods and retreats, leaving us to our vigil. The hours crawl by. Tick, tock. Maria sits in a chair, her hands clasped in her lap, her lips moving in a silent, constant prayer. I continue to pace, Leo now asleep on my shoulder, a warm, precious weight. His soft, even breaths are the only thing keeping me sane. I think about Kenna. I think about everything. The funeral, the hotel room, the rage and the lust and the regret, the 2 years of silence, her showing up at the airfield so fierce and defiant, the way she looked in the moonlight at the gala, the sound of her laughter when I burned the pancakes, the feel of her body under mine, the way she surrendered to me, the way I surrendered to her. I love her. The truth of it is no longer a terrifying revelation. It is the central, organizing principle of my entire existence. It is the sun my world now revolves around. And if that sun is extinguished, I will be left in eternal, absolute darkness. I sink into a chair, exhausted, Leo still asleep on my chest. I rest my head against the cool wall and close my eyes, not to sleep, but to pray. I don't know who I'm praying to. I've never been a man of faith, but I pray now, I beg. I bargain with whatever cosmic force might be listening. I pray to a God I don't believe in. Take anything else. Take the company. Take the money. Take it all. Just don't take her. Please, don't take her from me. More hours pass. The sky outside the window begins to lighten, turning from inky black to a bruised purple. Leo stirs in his sleep, murmuring, "Mama," in a soft, sleepy voice that breaks my heart all over again. And then the door opens. It's the surgeon. His blue scrubs are rumpled, his mask is hanging around his neck, and his face is etched with a fatigue so profound, it looks like he's aged 10 years. I'm on my feet in an instant, my heart seizing in my chest. Maria stands beside me. This is it. The verdict. The surgeon walks slowly toward us. He looks from my face to Maria's, and then to the sleeping child in my arms. He takes a deep, weary breath. "She's a fighter," he says, his voice rough with exhaustion. I can't breathe. The words are meaningless. I need a direct answer. "Is she?" I can't finish the sentence. He finally gives me a small, tired smile. The bullet missed her spinal cord by millimeters. It nicked an artery, which is why she lost so much blood. We had to transfuse 10 units. For a while there, it was touch and go. We almost lost her. He pauses, and I feel the world start to gray out at the edges. But we didn't, he continues. And the words are the most beautiful sound I've ever heard. The surgery was a success. We repaired the artery and removed the bullet. She's weak, but she's stable. She's in recovery now. He looks me straight in the eye. "Your wife is going to live, Mr. Croft." My legs give out. If Maria hadn't grabbed my arm, I would have collapsed onto the floor. The relief is not a gentle wave. It's a tsunami. It's a physical, violent force that crashes over me, washing away the terror, the rage, the despair, leaving me weak and trembling and utterly, completely hollowed out. I sag against the wall, my forehead pressed against the cool linoleum, Leo still clutched safely in my arms. A sound escapes my throat, a raw, ragged sob of pure, unadulterated gratitude. She's alive, she's safe. The love of my life is safe. The war with Thorn is over. The battle for my father's legacy is won. But in the quiet, sterile hallway of this hospital, as the sun finally rises on a new day, I know that my own personal battle has just begun. The battle to be worthy of the woman who saved my life. The battle to be the father my son deserves. The battle to build a real family from the ashes of our broken past. It's a battle I know I can't lose, because I'm not fighting for an empire anymore. I'm fighting for my world, and she is at the center of it.
Chapter 27, Kenna. The first thing I'm aware of is a sound, a soft, steady, rhythmic beeping. It's a metronome, counting the beats of a life I wasn't sure I still had. The second thing is a scent. Not the cold, sterile antiseptic I expected, but something warm and familiar. The clean, sharp, masculine scent of Julian's cologne, overlaid with the sweet, milky fragrance of my son. My eyelids feel like they're weighted down with lead, but I force them open. The world swims into focus slowly, a blurry watercolor painting of beige walls and soft, muted light. A hospital room. I'm alive. My body is a landscape of dull, throbbing aches, a deep, insistent pain centered in my back, but it's a distant pain, muffled by a fog of medication. It's the pain of survival. I turn my head, my movements slow, sluggish, and my heart stops. He's here. Julian is asleep in a large, uncomfortable-looking armchair that has been pulled right up against my bed. His head is tilted back against the wall, his long legs stretched out before him. He's still wearing the rumpled dark trousers from the press conference, but he's changed into a soft gray sweatshirt. A dark stubble shadows his jaw, and the lines of exhaustion around his eyes are etched deep. He looks utterly spent, yet he is here, a guardian, a sentinel. His hand is resting on the edge of my mattress, his fingers just inches from mine. Even in sleep, he is reaching for me, and beside him in a hospital crib that has been positioned so I can see it the moment I wake, is Leo. He's sleeping on his back, his little chest rising and falling in a peaceful, even rhythm. One chubby arm is thrown over his head, his small hand fisted in the soft fabric of his dinosaur pajamas. His dark, curly hair is a wild halo on the white hospital sheet. He is safe. He is perfect. They are both here. They are both safe. A sob, thick and raw, tears its way up my throat. The sound is a ragged tear in the quiet room. Julian is awake in an instant. His head snaps up, his stormy gray eyes, clouded with sleep and worry, flying to mine. "Kenna," he breathes, his voice a rough, desperate whisper. He surges forward, his chair scraping against the floor. He covers my hand with his touch warm and real and solid. "You're awake." Tears are streaming down my face now, hot and unstoppable. I look from his beloved, worried face to the sleeping form of our son, and the sheer, overwhelming force of my love for them is a physical agony in my chest. I almost lost this. I almost lost everything. I choke out, my voice hoarse from disuse. "I thought I'd never see you again." "Don't," he says, his own voice breaking. He lifts my hand to his lips, pressing a desperate, trembling kiss to my knuckles. His own eyes are shimmering with unshed tears. "Don't even say that. You're here. You're safe." The pain in my back flares, a sharp, hot reminder of the bullet, of Thorne's crazed face, of the sound of the shot. But as I look at Julian, at the raw love and terror on his face, I feel no regret, not a single shred. I would do it again. 1,000 times over, I would throw myself in front of him. "I'm not sorry," I whisper, my gaze locked on his. He shakes his head, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. "I know. You brave, foolish, incredible woman. You saved my life. I love you. You are his father," I say, my eyes drifting back to Leo. "He needs you. I couldn't let him lose you." A strange, peaceful calm settles over me, a memory from the darkness. "I saw Alistair," I say, my voice quiet, distant. Julian's grip on my hand tightens. He leans closer, his entire being focused on me. "What do you mean?" "In the dark," I try to explain, the dream still vivid, more real than the beige room around me. There was a light, so bright and warm. I wanted to go to it. I was so tired, Julian. I just wanted to rest. I look at him, needing him to understand. I started walking toward it, and he was there. "Alistair?" Julian whispers, his voice full of a child's awe. "Yes." He was standing just at the edge of the light. He looked peaceful, younger. He was smiling. My own lips curve into a faint smile at the memory. He told me I was being ridiculous. He said, "What do you think you're doing, Kenna girl? Trying to get out of finishing my archives?" He told me it wasn't my time. He told me to turn around. The tears start to fall again. But they are not tears of pain. They are tears of wonder. I didn't want to. I told him I was tired. But he pointed back into the darkness. And I saw you. You were holding Leo, and you were both calling for me. My voice breaks. He told me to go back. He said, "They need you. Your story with them is just beginning." He told me to love you both with everything I have. He said he would always be around, watching over us. And then he kind of pushed me. He guided me back to you. Julian's face crumples. The strong, controlled man I know dissolves, and he buries his face in our joined hands, his shoulders shaking with silent, racking sobs. The sound is the most heartbreaking thing I have ever heard. He is not just crying for me, for the fear of losing me. He is crying for his father, for the lost years, for the difficult relationship, for the final, beautiful, posthumous act of love. It was as real as it gets for us. He lifts his head, his face wet with tears, his gray eyes raw with an emotion so profound it takes my breath away. My father, he chokes out. He was a terrible father to me, distant, selfish. But he was a good man to you. He took you in, he mentored you, he loved you. He looks at me, his gaze full of a new, dawning revelation. And because of that, because he brought you into his world, I found you. We found each other. We have Leo. He gleefully shakes his head, a small, incredulous laugh bubbling up through his tears. It's all because of him, our whole messy, backward, beautiful story. It all started with him. He looks up at the ceiling, as if he can see Alistair there. Thank you, he whispers. Thank you, Dad. My heart feels like it's going to burst. This is it. The healing, the forgiveness, the closing of a wound that has been festering for 30 years. He leans over me, his hands coming up to frame my face. His touch so gentle, so reverent, it feels like a prayer. I love you, Kenna James, he says, his voice thick with the absolute, undeniable truth of the words. I think I've been falling in love with you since the moment I saw you at that funeral. So full of fire and loyalty. I was just too angry and too stupid to see it. I love you too, I whisper, my own tears flowing freely. He lowers his head and kisses me. It is the most beautiful kiss of my life. It is tender and passionate, full of gratitude and sorrow, and a hope so bright it feels like the sun rising in my soul. It is something that promises forevers. It is the kiss of a man who has finally, truly come home. When he pulls back, his eyes are shining. I have a question for you, he says. I have a condition, I reply, a playful smile touching my lips. He chuckles, a wet, rough sound. Of course you do. No more secrets, I say, my gaze unwavering. From this day forward, no more locked doors, just us, the truth. I swear, he says, his expression solemn. No more secrets. He takes a deep breath. Kenna Croft, will you marry me? My heart soars. You already have a contract that says I'm your wife. Tear it up, he says, his eyes blazing with conviction. That was a business deal. I want a marriage, a real one, in a church if you want, with flowers and music and our friends, with your son as our ring bearer. He leans in, his breath on my cheek. I want to stand up in front of the whole world and vow to love you and honor you and protect you for the rest of my life. I want to be your husband, for real this time, forever. Yes, I breathe, the word a sigh of pure, unadulterated joy. Oh God, Julian, yes. He kisses me again. A deep, celebratory kiss, full of laughter and tears and the promise of a future I never dared to dream of. It's a kiss that seals our new beginning. A loud, happy giggle from the side of the bed breaks us apart. We both turn. Leo is standing up in his crib, holding on to the rails, bouncing on his little legs. He's wide awake, a huge gummy grin on his face, his gray eyes sparkling with delight as he watches his parents. Julian and I look at each other, and we just start to laugh. A real joyful, cleansing laughter that fills the sterile hospital room with life. He rubs his head against mine, our laughter mingling. The war is over. The ghosts are at peace. And here, in the quiet light of a new day, surrounded by the two halves of my heart, I am finally, completely home. Finally.
Chapter 28. Julian. The light streaming through the stained glass window of this small, historic Boston church paints the altar in jewel tones of sapphire and ruby. It's quiet, not the sterile, oppressive silence of my penthouse, but a warm, reverent silence filled with the soft rustle of clothing and the scent of white roses and old, polished wood. I stand at the altar, my hands clasped in front of me. For a man who has faced down corporate raiders, hostile boards, and federal investigators without so much as a flicker in his heart rate, my pulse is a wild, frantic drum against my ribs. But it's not fear. It's a joy so profound, so vast, it feels like it might crack me open. 3 months. It's been 3 months since I stood in a sterile hospital room and watched the love of my life wake up. 3 months of healing, of learning, of building something real from the ashes of our past. 3 months of watching Kenna's strength return, her spirit, more beautiful and resilient than ever, shining through. 3 months of being a father, of being a family. My gaze sweeps over the small collection of people in the pews. Maria is in the front row, dabbing her eyes with a lace handkerchief, her face glowing with a happiness that feels like a benediction. Marcus Beck is beside her, looking uncharacteristically sentimental. My security team, David and Sam, stand discreetly at the back, their usual stoicism replaced by soft smiles. This is our family. The small, strange, fiercely loyal tribe we have forged in the fire. I think of my father. I think of his legacy, the towering monument of words and awards that I spent my entire life running from, and then fighting for. I look around this quiet, beautiful church, and I realize with a clarity that is absolute and freeing that his books are just paper and ink. His legacy is a story that has already been told. My legacy is about to walk down the aisle. The organ music begins, a soft, simple melody that fills the sacred space. The heavy oak doors at the back of the church swing open, and my world stops. Leo appears first. He's wearing a miniature tuxedo, a perfect, tiny replica of my own. His dark curls have been tamed, more or less, and his gray eyes are wide with the seriousness of his task. He carries a small white satin pillow, our wedding rings tied to it with a ribbon. He walks with the unsteady, determined gait of a toddler on a mission, his gaze fixed on me. He is my son. My blood. My heart walking outside my body. A wave of love so powerful, it's a physical force washes over me, and I have to bite the inside of my cheek to keep from breaking down completely. He makes it to the front and beams up at me, holding up the pillow proudly. "Dada," he says in a loud, happy whisper that echoes through the church. A soft, warm laughter ripples through our guests. I crouch down, my hand trembling as I ruffle his hair. "You did it, buddy," I murmur, my voice thick. "You did a perfect job." He giggles and runs to Maria, who scoops him up into her lap. And then I look up, and I see her. Kenna. She stands in the doorway, a vision bathed in the afternoon light. She's not wearing a traditional poofy gown. Her dress is a simple, elegant column of ivory silk that skims her perfect, womanly curves. It leaves her strong, beautiful brown shoulders bare, and the neckline dips just low enough to hint at the swell of her chest. Her hair is a crown, her magnificent locks woven with tiny, delicate white flowers. She's not a stranger in a costume. She is herself, radiant, powerful, real. She begins to walk toward me, her eyes locked on mine. The smile on her face is not the polite, practiced smile from the galas. It is not the sad, weary smile from the hospital. It is a smile of pure, unadulterated joy. It's a smile that says, "We made it." As she reaches the altar, she places her hand in mine. Her skin is warm, her grip firm. The world outside these walls, the noise, the press, the lingering threat of Thorne's trial, it all fades to nothing. There is only her. We turn to face the minister, but we never break eye contact. When it's time for the vows, I take both of her hands in mine. "Kenna," I begin, my voice rough with an emotion I no longer try to hide. "I came into your life like a storm, full of anger and suspicion. I was a man who understood transactions, not trust. I saw value, but I didn't know how to value what was truly important. I look at her, my heart in my eyes. You taught me. You, with your quiet strength, your fierce loyalty, and your incredible boundless heart, you stood your ground. You protected our son, and you even managed to protect me from myself. My grip on her hands tightens. My life began the moment I realized I could lose you. Today, it begins again. I vow to spend every day of the rest of my life being the man you and Leo deserve. I vow to be your partner, your champion, and your sanctuary. I will honor you, I will cherish you, and I will love you with every broken, healed piece of my soul. I am yours, Kenna. Completely. Forever. Tears are streaming down her beautiful face as she begins her own vows, her voice a soft, steady melody. Julian, she says, her dark eyes shining. I spent my life building walls to protect myself. And then I met you, and you were a fortress I was certain I could never breach. You were everything I feared, cynical, powerful, and wounded. But I was wrong. A watery laugh escapes her lips. Beneath the armor, I found a man with a capacity for love so deep it took my breath away. You're the most fiercely protective, surprisingly tender, and deeply honorable man I have ever known. She squeezes my hands. You have given me the one thing I never thought I would have. A family. A home. You have taken my broken pieces and made them whole. I vow to be your partner in every war and your peace in every storm. I will trust you with my heart, my life, and with our son. I loved you even when I was afraid of you, and I will love you for all the days of my life. The minister pronounces us husband and wife. And when I kiss her, it is not a kiss of passion or possession. It is a kiss of reverence. A sacred, joyful sealing of our souls. It is the taste of forever. Later that night, the penthouse is silent. The small, perfect reception is over. Our friends have gone home. Leo is fast asleep at Maria's house, exhausted from his duties as the world's most adorable ring-bearer. The lights of the city glitter outside the windows, but for the first time they don't feel like a testament to my power. They feel like stars, a beautiful, distant backdrop to the only universe that matters. Kenna stands by the window, her back to me. She's changed out of her wedding dress and into a simple white silk robe that shimmers in the moonlight. I walk up behind her, my arms wrapping around her waist, pulling her back against my chest. I rest my chin on her shoulder, inhaling the scent of her hair, her skin. "Hello, wife," I murmur against her ear. She leans back into me, her body soft and pliant. "Hello, husband." We stand there for a long time, just holding each other, watching the city lights. There is no tension, no unspoken words, just a profound, bone-deep peace. "I love you," I say just because I can. Because I will never get tired of saying it. She turns in my arms to face me. "I love you," she replies, her hand coming up to caress my cheek. And then she kisses me. It's a slow, languid kiss that starts with a gentle tenderness and quickly builds into a deep, soul-scorching heat. This is not the desperate coupling of the hospital room. This is not the claiming of the night before the press conference. This is something new. This is a celebration. I lift her into my arms, my mouth never leaving hers. I carry her to our bedroom, no longer just my room, but ours. I lay her down on the bed, the white silk of her robe a stark, beautiful contrast to the dark gray sheets. I stand over her, just looking at her, memorizing this moment. The way the moonlight turns her skin to liquid gold. The way her eyes, dark and full of love, look up at me with absolute trust. She is my wife, my partner, my world. I slowly untie the sash of her robe, pushing the silk aside. I worship her with my eyes before I worship her with my hands. My gaze travels over the gentle curve of her stomach, the place where she carried our son. I trace the faint, silvery stretch marks on her hips with a reverence that borders on religious. These are not flaws. They are the beautiful, sacred map of how she brought my son into the world.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
I never thought this was possible, she whispers into the darkness. This kind of happiness. I kiss the top of her head, pulling her closer. This is just the beginning, I murmur. I hold my wife in my arms, the city glittering below us, the silence of our home a peaceful, contented sigh. The angry, broken man who lived in this penthouse is gone. The cynical billionaire who measured his life in acquisitions is a ghost. In their place is a husband, a father, a man who has finally found his legacy. And it is right here, warm and real and breathing in my arms.
Epilogue, Kenna, 1 year later. The air in the bookstore is thick with the intoxicating scent of new paper, ink, and brewed coffee. It's a fragrance that has always felt like a promise to me, a whisper of all the worlds waiting to be discovered. Tonight, however, it smells like a dream I never dared to dream come true. A warm, gentle rain whispers against the large storefront windows of Trident booksellers on Newberry Street. Inside, it's warm and bright, the space filled with the low, happy hum of conversation. Friends, colleagues, and well-wishers mill about, glasses of champagne in hand. At the front of the store, a large table is stacked high with copies of a book whose cover I know better than my own reflection. The title is printed in elegant gold script, The Lighthouse Keeper's Daughter. Beneath it, my name, Kenna James Croft, my first novel. My heart is a hummingbird, a frantic, joyful flutter against my ribs. I see Maria weaving through the crowd, a plate of hors d'oeuvres in her hand, her face beaming with a pride so fierce it makes my eyes sting. I see my editor from Bloomsbury, the same woman who wept at Alistair's funeral, now raising a glass in a toast to me. I see a life I have built, a community I have found. A pair of strong arms wrap around my waist from behind, and a familiar, beloved scent envelops me, clean, sharp, and all Julian. He pulls me back against his chest, his chin resting on my shoulder. "Enjoying your party, Mrs. Croft?" he murmurs, his voice a low, intimate rumble against my ear. I lean back into him, my body melting into his with a familiar ease that still feels like a miracle. It's a lot, I admit, my voice a whisper. "You deserve it," he says, his grip tightening almost imperceptibly. "You created something beautiful. You should be proud." I turn my head to look at him. The man I married a year ago was handsome, powerful. The man I'm looking at now is something more. The harsh, cynical lines around his eyes have been replaced by the faint crinkles of laughter. The ruthless intensity has softened into a quiet, confident strength. He still commands every room he enters, but he no longer does it with an iron fist. He does it with a quiet grace that is far more potent. He is happy, and his happiness is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. "I am proud," I say, my hand coming up to cup his freshly shaven cheek. But not just of the book. His gray eyes, once so stormy, are now the color of a calm sea after the rain, full of a love so deep and steady it is the anchor of my soul. He leans in and gives me a soft, lingering kiss. a kiss that tastes of champagne and promises kept. It's a quiet public declaration that still makes my stomach swoop. Dada! Mama, up! The spell is broken by a small, determined voice. We both turn, our faces breaking into identical smiles. Leo is weaving his way through the forest of adult legs, his dark curls bouncing. His face a mask of pure toddler determination. He's almost 3 now. A chatterbox, a whirlwind of energy and joy. He's wearing a tiny, handsome pea coat, a miniature version of the one Julian wore the day he came back into my life. He reaches us, his arms shooting up. Julian scoops him up with practiced ease, settling him on his hip. Leo immediately throws his arms around his father's neck. My book, Dada, Leo says proudly, pointing a chubby finger at the stack of novels. That's right, buddy, Julian says, his voice thick with pride. Mama wrote a book. She's very clever. Mama Quever, Leo repeats solemnly, looking at me with his father's serious gray eyes. My heart feels like it might just burst. This is my world. This is my victory. Not the book, not the party, not the critical acclaim that has started to trickle in. This moment. My son in the arms of the man I love, surrounded by warmth and light and the smell of stories. Later that evening, back at the penthouse, the silence is a soft welcome blanket. The party was wonderful, but this is where I am most at home. The vast marble space that once felt like a cold, sterile cage is now filled with the beautiful, chaotic clutter of our life. A bright red toy car is parked next to a $1,000 sculpture. A stack of Leo's board books sits on the low leather sofa. A colorful, abstract finger painting is held by a magnet to the door of the massive stainless steel refrigerator. This is not just Julian's penthouse anymore. It is our home. I'm standing in the kitchen, making myself a cup of tea when Julian comes in. He's changed out of his suit and into a pair of soft gray sweatpants and a worn Henley. He comes up behind me, wrapping his arms around my waist, his hands splaying possessively over my stomach. He's finally down, he murmurs, his lips brushing against the sensitive skin of my neck. A familiar welcome shiver runs through me. Was bath time a battle tonight? I ask, leaning back into his solid warmth. He tried to negotiate for 3 more stories instead of 2, Julian says, a low chuckle rumbling in his chest. He used the phrase a mutually beneficial partnership. I think he's been listening to my conference calls. I laugh, a real happy sound. He's your son, all right. He is, Julian says, his voice growing serious. He turns me in his arms to face him. I was watching you tonight. At the party, you were magnificent, so confident, so poised. Do you remember the woman I met at that funeral? The one who looked like she was ready to go to war with the entire world? I remember her, I say softly. She was terrified. She was a fighter, he corrects, his thumb gently stroking my cheek. And I look at you now and I see that same fire. But it's not fueled by grief anymore. It's fueled by joy. He leans in, his forehead resting against mine. I am so incredibly proud of you, Kenna. The sincerity in his voice, the pure, unadulterated pride, is a gift more precious than any diamond. I think of the long journey we've taken, the anger and the pain, the secrets and the lies, the terror and the healing, the fragile truths that blossomed against all odds into this profound, unshakable love. I couldn't have done it without you, I whisper, and the words are the truest I have ever spoken. You and Leo, you are my safe harbor. Always, he vows, his voice a rough promise. He kisses me, and the kiss is not the desperate, searching kiss of our early days. It is not the passionate, claiming kiss of our reconciliation. It is the deep, knowing, comfortable kiss of a husband and wife who have found their forever. It speaks of shared laughter over burnt pancakes, of quiet mornings and sleepy bedtime stories, of a million tiny ordinary moments that have woven themselves into the extraordinary tapestry of our life. He lifts me onto the kitchen counter, my legs wrapping around his waist as the kiss deepens, becoming hotter, more urgent. The familiar, delicious heat pools low in my belly. Even now, after a year of marriage, after countless nights spent tangled in each other's arms, he still has the power to undo me with a single touch. I seem to recall a certain husband promising his wife a proper celebration when she got home. I murmur against his lips. A low growl rumbles in his chest. And I am a man who always honors his contracts. He lifts me from the counter, and I laugh as he carries me from the kitchen, my legs still wrapped around him. He carries me through our quiet, sleeping home, toward our bedroom, toward the sanctuary of our bed. As we go, my gaze falls on the far wall of the living room. It's no longer bare. It's now a gallery wall, filled with framed photographs. Leo's first birthday. A candid shot of me and Julian, laughing on a beach in the Caribbean. Maria holding a giggling Leo up to a Christmas tree. A picture from our wedding day. The three of us, my hand in Julian's, his other hand holding Leo's. As we walk back down the aisle, a family, whole and at peace, I look at the photos, at the story of our life, and I think of Alistair. I think of his legacy, the one I fought so hard to protect, and I realize, with a heart full of a quiet, profound gratitude, that he was right. Our story was just beginning. His legacy wasn't just the books he left behind. It was us. This messy, beautiful, improbable, incredible love. This is the greatest story of all, and we are just getting to the best part.